Council members, please take your respective seats so we could start our meeting. Madam Clerk, ready?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Gonzalez? Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Mr. President.
On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council of April 25th, 2023 at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, April 25th, 2023 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Present.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
Here.
Councilman Udin.
Good evening, Madam Clerk. Yes, I'm here.
Councilman Velez.
President, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you,
Testing,
Councilman
okay.
Mendez. Mr. President, this evening's prayer and flag salute will be rendered by Imam Mohammed Katanani. They will be introduced by Councilman Farid Udin, and the students from the high school will also be introduced by him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Assalamu alaikum, Imam. Thank you for coming here. Today I invited the Imam from Islamic Center of Passaic County, Imam Dr. Mohammed Qatanani. Thank you for joining us for the prayer service. And after the prayer, two high school juniors, Muhammad Arham and Sajim Ahmed from JFK High School joined here. They are the students who were voluntarily collected donations to help people during the Ramadan time. So again, thank you all for joining us today. So Imam, it's your turn to lead the prayer.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. You can be seated. Please, thank you very much. You can be seated. Thank you. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious. Our God, we pray to you. We praise you. We love you. We are here today on behalf of our councilman at large, Mr. Fariduddin, and the council city of Great Paterson. We are here to pray for them, to pray for our city, to pray for our people, to be safe, to be secured, to be in peace, to be guided, to be with each other, cooperative, working together as one family. Oh Allah, we need you. We ask you, especially after the month of Ramadan, with our prayers, with our fasting, we ask you to accept our prayers today for our city to be safe and in security. We know that our city is suffering from many, many challenges and problems. Our children are suffering. We pray for them. We ask you today to help our city, the leadership of our city, the council, men and women, to work together for the best of our schools, streets, businessmen and women, places of worships. Oh Allah, we ask you today to empower our leaders with wisdom to have the right decisions for the best of this city and our state and our country. We pray for all people all over the world to live in peace, to live in love with one another. Oh Allah, without your guidance, we will never be guided. Without your knowledge, we will never be knowledgeable. So we ask you to help us to have the right guidance, the guidance of all prophets and messengers, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, Abraham, Jacob, David, Solomon, those who guided us to be true people, to be true citizens, to be true one family, loving one another, working with each other for the best of our generation and generations to come. Oh Allah, we love to continue the prayers as much as we can, but we know that our councilmen and women want to do the right decisions in this moment. So help them with guidance, with wisdom, and with knowledge. Help them to be united for the best of our city. Clean our city from all types of hatred, or difficulties, or challenges, or problems, especially in the life of our children. Oh Allah, help us to love one another as you ask us to love each other. Ameen, ameen, ameen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much.
Everyone, please rise for a flag salute.
My pledge to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Everyone, please remain standing. Now we'll have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones, especially an American hero that we lost today, a singer, actor, and activist, Harry Belafonte. Let's have a moment of silence. Thank you. Everyone may have your seat. Madam Clerk, we do have an addendum item.
Yes, sir.
Can you read into the record?
Council
Statement of
President.
compliance.
Yes, Councilwoman Mintz.
Before we read it, just an update, Corporation Council, for this particular item, it should be sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Mims and Councilwoman Cotton. Not Councilwoman Cotton as a co-sponsor. Can we just make sure that's updated? Thank you.
Council President,
Councilman Velez?
Councilwoman Mims, one form of action, we all met this gentleman, if it's possible, it's a courtesy to have the entire council, remaining the council, as be co-sponsor on it. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Do you want us to have the statement of compliance first?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm moving too fast, I guess.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law for 2022-2023. Meeting date is April 25th, 2023. It's now 7:15 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2022-2023 on or about July 1, 2022. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2022 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, the Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. And 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we'll take the addendum.
Just a moment. Can I have item number 56? The addendum. Mr. President, item number 56 is a resolution memorializing the legacy of Jeffrey D. Little Jeff Robinson. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims and Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, and co-sponsored by the remaining members of the council.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton, second by the rest of the council members. And roll call to be voted on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for item number 56 to be voted on the regular meeting agenda. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is to put the item on the agenda. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
I just want to say thank you to Council President. I worked with the family tireless all afternoon to make sure that this got done. The services are this Friday. To add it to the agenda, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you to the sponsor to allow us to be the co-sponsor on this item. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 56 is hereby added to the regular meeting agenda.
Let's take item number 56 now, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Item number 56 is resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Jeffrey D. Little Jeff Robinson, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims and Ruby N. Cotton, co-sponsored by the remaining members of the council.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and
Second.
Councilwoman Cotton, and second by the rest of the council members who's here.
Yeah.
Roll call on item number 56, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 56 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We were doing a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Little Jeffrey, as we call him. I go down there many times with his grandmother and his grandfather, and I just still want to give my condolences to the family, but he was such a wonderful, wonderful kid, young man. I'm happy that we were able to put this together, to be able to put this on the agenda. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We definitely lost a great man, Patersonian, and this was a great loss. I would like to express my deepest condolences to the family and hoping to be at the funeral. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
So when you think of someone in our community that is an icon and a legacy, Jeff Jr. is definitely that person. When it came to going to the car wash or to the laundromat or getting something from off of Jay's Fishgate truck or just having a conversation or passing by, I think it's something that we should do. My condolences goes out to his father Jeff, and to his mom, Terrell, and to the entire family. It's amazing, and in life, one thing we have to learn to do is to give people their flowers while they can smell them, because we never know when someone's life will be taken or someone's going to leave this earth. And so, long live the life and legacy of Jeff, and I want to thank his family for allowing us to get this done. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
So Jeff was really down-to-earth person, soft-spoken, and my sincere condolences to the family for his early loss at the age of 33. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
When you read resolution honoring and memorializing the life and legacy of individuals in the city of Paterson, 33 years old, young man, impacted a lot of individuals. The way he used to be, it's good to remember always. I just send the message that we always have to live the legacy of those that have paved the roads for those young people out there. So he did, and I sent my condolences to the family. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absence. Item number 56 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Councilwoman Davila, then Councilwoman Mims, then Councilwoman Cotton.
I wanted to ask if the council will agree, since we have quite a few of the soon-to-be commissioners of the rent leveling, if we can take those items first.
Take the
If my colleagues agree, I would like to do that.
Councilwoman Mims?
So I know it sounds like a broken record, but I have to continue to bring this up. So once again, the item that I've sponsored and have co-sponsored with Councilman Udine and Councilwoman Cotton for workshops to be televised. We sat here last week in the workshop. It was here on the agenda. We left on the agenda, and then we received our packet at home, which is a little different than what has happened in the past. So stating in this chamber by Corporation Counsel, the Council President has a few purview to remove, and you know we disagree with that statement. But this is what makes it worse. Friday, we get our packet in the mail, and in the packet that came in the mail, the item was on the agenda. And tonight, when we come in, if I could be zoomed in, it is now. So I have to continue to ask the question, why? I spoke to Council Vice President Mendez. He reached out to me. He said, Mims, he said, I am going to advocate and I will reach out to ensure that the item stays on the agenda. And he did that. And to come to see it in my packet on Friday, I said, okay, we're moving forward. But then I come tonight and this item is blacked out on the agenda. That's a problem. I have the item to show from Friday night that when we got our packet delivered to us, it was there, and now the item is blacked out on the agenda.
Council President.
One second, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Council President. I just want to iterate with Councilwoman Mims. The item was on Councilman Mendez was president at the time that we discussed some of these items. He was president at the time we discussed the items, so it should have been left on, because he was council president at the time. When we go through our items on all our agendas, we decide what's on consent, we decide what's on regular, and it would have been on regular. So I just want to put that out there, that it was on the agenda.
Council President.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Council President. We have so many important items on the agenda. We all know that we're going through a lot of difficult time in the city. And I think that we've been having discussion about this item, taking the item off and all on the agenda. I think that we should come into an agreement. Let's leave the item on the agenda. Whoever wants to vote up or down. And that way we could move on, because there's a lot of other important matters to take care of, Council President. I know that we have a full agenda today. It's not my intention to have a debate for hours on this item, but let's see if we could come into an agreement, whether for this meeting, the following meeting. Let's leave it on the agenda and either vote up and down and just continue moving on with the meeting. That's all I want to say, Council President. Thank you.
Council President.
One second, Councilwoman Davila?
Council President, if I may, because, excuse me, I have the floor. When you're up there, we give you the respect. Please give me the respect as well. So what I would like to say is that we received, and Councilwoman Mims is correct, that we received around 4:30, almost 5 o'clock, and if you see the clerk, she's saying yes, we received an email with the agenda. Soon after, we received another email from Sophia, who's sitting next to her, with it being taken off. At that, I questioned it. I said, Council President, what's going on? And he said, I spoke to the clerk. It was not supposed to be on the agenda because we did not agree. I was sitting here when Councilman Mendez was president, and no, he did not put it back, because before the council president went to break fast, he said he would, on Friday. So I would like for the clerk, who is our clerk, to please clarify to the community, because I don't want this back and forth. I just want to set things straight, and that is not how it happened. And we did receive notice soon after from the clerk's office that it was not to be on the agenda.
Madam Clerk?
So, may I speak?
Yes, Madam Clerk?
Yes, so at the, during the public portion last week, then Council President Alex Mendez said that the item would be on the agenda. So that's why I marked it.
It doesn't, that's...
No,
Okay. Before I went to...
No, before you went
Before
to-
we discussed it, and I said it's
That
not
you
going to be
would
on
deal with
that.
it on Friday,
I was
yes.
sitting Council President, we discussed it, and I said it will not be on the agenda.
Yes, you're
Okay,
correct, yes.
Thank you. And what happened Friday with this email back and forth?
when we spoke on Friday and we decided, so after it was agreed that it was not your decision, I took the item.
Thank you.
I was the one who blocked it off.
Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Abdulaziz, we have to let...
Well, we're in discussion.
Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Council President. Every Tuesday, we spend minutes of our lives not doing city business.
That is city's business.
Once again, this is, reading is fundamental. The rule states the agenda is not set on a Tuesday workshop. That is a recommendation. We sit here, no action gets done on the city council workshop except the payment of bills. We have to learn how government works. The agenda gets set on the Friday between the clerk and the council president. We had the legal opinion given by Council Bushi. We had the legal opinion given by Council Farrah Irving. We had the legal opinion given by Council Khalifa Shabazz. The agenda gets set on Friday. Madam Clerk said it. Whatever we say on Tuesday doesn't mean a thing until the council president approves it. Not this council president, next July the council president, the year after, and 5 years after that. Every day we come here Tuesday, this was said, that was said. Council President, did you approve this on the Friday with the clerk? to put on the agenda?
No, I did not approve it.
All right, that answers the fact by our
Council
legal. Those are
President.
facts. Thank you.
Council President. Council President.
One second. Councilman Velez, then Councilman Mendez, then
So-
Councilwoman Mims.
May I
Councilman
have-
Velez.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Abdelaziz, please. First of all, okay, some point, and I spoke to Mr. Ernest Rucker. It had to be decorum both sides, that side and this side. We in business right now with the community and with us, so we have to have a communication. If you shatter from there, I cannot finish my statement. So let's move on, and I just got to say this. Yes, it was a discussion. Also, I don't know if you was watching, whoever was doing it through Facebook or whoever was doing it televised that day in the workshop, I did some recommendation. We need to meet in the middle regarding televising the workshop. We have to sit down and say, okay, the community wants this, the councilman wants this, so we need to meet in the middle. I recommended that whoever wants to televise the workshop, we go into a Zoom workshop meeting and everyone, listen, your voice is going to be heard. You could call in your concern. If the issue was, listen up. If your issue was that 170,000 individual residents of Paterson need to be engaged in our meeting and they need to know what's going on here, we still got to televise the workshop. Everybody in the world could call in and raise their concern, and then we address the concern. Now, we need to meet in the middle. People want the workshop televised. We go into a Zoom meeting. Everybody call through the line that they're supposed to call to make their concern, and we do. Now, if you guys want to come down here and just do the same thing I always do, we're going to listen to you guys. But we need to set a decorum, and we have to make sure that we do business. And if a workshop want to be televised, you have to have it both. You can't have it one way only. So,
you.
Council President, if it's not with that amendment, we should not move forward now.
I'm not going to entertain anything now. Thank you,
Council
Councilman
President,
Velez.
Council President.
Councilman Mendez, then Councilwoman Mims, then Councilman Woody.
Thank you, Council President. So this is my recommendation for tonight. This is my recommendation for tonight. We have a very extensive agenda tonight. When I was Council President at the last workshop, the item was on the agenda. Yes. When I left the Council Presidency, the item was on the agenda. I understand that the agenda doesn't get done on that Tuesday. I totally understand that. It was my hope to see the item for us to pass this chapter, to move on. Now, I'm going to recommend my colleague to let's put them on the agenda for the next meeting. And whatever other recommendation, put them on the agenda. Let's have a discussion and let's take formal action and let's move on. At the last meeting, we couldn't finish the agenda because we spent hours and hours talking about the same topic. And there's so many fees that we have on this agenda, and we haven't been able to touch it because we're still with the same subject. So that's my recommendation for tonight. Let's hope to see that at the next agenda. Let's have a discussion and let's vote on. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims, then Councilman
So
Woodin.
let me just say this.
Then we have to move on with the city business.
Let me say this. First and foremost, no one has to tell me how to operate in governance or decorum. I'm very clear to how to operate. I've been on this council for years, and I was on another board longer than some of the council, longer the council person that spoke and stated that. I've been in politics longer than they have. But let me say this. When Council Vice President Mendez was the acting president, he stated it would stay on the agenda. And what's being missed is that all of us got our packets home delivered, or someone picked them up, and it was on the agenda. No one's stating that. Despite whatever email, whatever that was, it was on the agenda. And tonight to come and to see it blacked out Not just for me to see it, the entire community sees what is going on. We have to stop. You know what happens? You got items that come forth. If you pull the last 10 weeks, you have council members that sit on this dais. We don't even say, we just support it. We don't go against it. And you know why I think it's absurd to request it to be Zoom? When we were operating during the pandemic in Zoom, there were many residents that couldn't even speak because they were dropped off. Many residents that could not get their points across because there was a lack of communication when it came to the system interface. So that doesn't work. So even to say, let's talk about that, really you're saying you don't want to do it, and we understand you're a no vote, but my thing is put it before the council and you vote accordingly, just like we do every other item on here. There's many items on here that we may agree or disagree with, and for me, I don't go through the back and forth, because for me, it's about what the community wants. Right. The community wants to see the workshops televised. Right. That's what they want, and so that's it. So every time you hear the extra conversation, you're hearing that they don't want to listen to the community. Has nothing to do with MEMS. They're defying the community. So that's why the message keeps changing. No, that's not what happened. This is not what... If you go back and watch the tapes, you will see this is what happens every week. And now we're trying to bypass and say, do this first, do that first, come here. You know why? Because when it comes to the community concerns, we want to put the residents really last. And we act like it's so important to do some matters before, but the workshops being televised should be a priority. And we should not keep waiting week after week, because you know what's going to happen? If we wait again, it's not going to be up here. It's not going to be up here because we waited for months at this point. And we have to stop.
Council President.
Council President.
Councilman Woodin.
Thank you, Council President. Let me show you a clear math. 3 council members sponsoring this resolution. You got 3 votes right here.
Right.
Councilman Jackson favoring it openly, he fought for it. You got 4 votes. Mendez is supporting it openly. You got 5 votes. Just know this, if we would not have 5 votes, this would be on the agenda today. I'm just showing you how it works. I do understand what you're saying, and I want you to understand what's the standpoint. Because we have enough votes to get through this resolution, that's why it's not on the agenda. You should understand this part. And again, if you ask yourself, all the audience right here, I believe that if not 100%, 99% will support this. Then why are we blocking this? Now let me clear something. Let me clear something that I don't want to repeat myself. Last 3 weeks, it was stated by the other council members that, oh, we are doing city business on live, people can see and engaged. But let me tell you something. To me, workshop is the most important. Why? Because we don't make decision in the workshop. We speak about it, we discuss, we debate, and people of the city of Paterson has a smell that what's our standpoint. And this whole week, Paterson can let us inform us what's their stand, what they think. For example, we came here to make decision today. What you are thinking does not matter at this point, because we are sitting here to make yes or no. But if we had the workshop session live, then you had enough chance 1 week to share your concern with your council members. That's what leadership we are seeking for. So I'm telling you, this resolution would go through regardless, because we have open 5 votes right here on the table. That's why this is not on the agenda.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez, then Councilwoman Cotton.
So let me put it this way. This came to us a couple times. 2 times. We discuss it. We vote on it. It fails. Now, the book says, and probably Ernest Rucker could agree on this, it says to be able to reconsider an item back into the floor to a vote had to be by a member that had voted no.
No.
Hold on. Second, when do you have seen in the...
That is not true.
You have
Somebody
to at
gave me the
least
wrong
consider
law.
some new items into
Somebody
the...
gave me the wrong law,
Okay,
Councilman.
Corporation Counsel, can you please read the code book, please?
Yeah, he could read it, but that's not true.
That's
You
what,
can
we going
only
by the code book.
reconsider a vote at the time of a vote.
Council President, please.
Velez has the floor.
Corporation Counsel, can you
Councilman
please... Corporation Counsel, can you please, through the chair, bring
So
clarity in this
So
process?
that means everything
In
we
it- I got
voted
the
on
floor,
last week,
Councilwoman.
we gotta pull it.
Council
Everything
President.
we voted gotta be pulled.
Council
So
President.
I pray he says it on the
Councilwoman,
mic.
Councilman Velez
I
has
pray
the
he
floor.
says it on the
Council
mic.
President.
Councilman Velez has the floor.
That's why I made
Councilman Velez has the
recommendation to see we could meet in the middle, but they don't understand this.
Please.
Corporation Counsel,
Please.
through the chair, Corporation Counsel, can you please,
Every item we voted
can
on
you
is on
please
the
read,
document.
can you read what the code book says on this?
Please, I beg you.
Council, are you finished?
Please read that code. I wanna hear that.
No, Councilwoman Cotton.
Come on now. That is not.
Thank you, Councilor.
Let Corporation Counsel read it.
Is he gonna, are you gonna
Councilman
answer?
There's no code for that, brother. There's no code.
Go ahead, Corporation Counsel.
Okay, let me just say that, when I was council president back in 2017, we have not gone through all of this because the item got on the agenda and either was voted yes, it was voted up, or it was voted down.
Yes.
That was it. Ain't no taking off, I'm gonna take an item off that you wanna sponsor. To me, I shouldn't be the one taking an item off that you wanna sponsor. Let it be voted up or down. That's how it should be. Vote up or down. And we've never, that I could remember, never gone through what was happening now. Never have we done this, so,
Thank you.
yeah, right, so.
Councilwoman Cotton, you are absolutely correct. We did vote on this item, for we took formal action on this item already. We did take formal action action on this item,
You can take it again.
and it's failed. We did take, and also when we do take formal action, it get televised. It does get televised. Workshop session, everybody, well, most of you come to workshop session. So what is there, this hiding and all this? Let me speak. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. So when we do take formal action, even in the workshop, special meeting, we do televise it. So everything is on the record. Everything is on the record. Corporation Counsel, can you answer to Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilman Velez, for that inquiry. So, as the council has already been apprised, state statute governs, and after state statute comes our local code. After our local code comes Robert's Rules of Order, which is explicitly referenced in our code. And according to Robert Rules of Order, Section 37,
The public needs to hear this.
according to Robert's Rules of Order, Section 37, it says that to provide both usefulness and protection against abuse, the motion to reconsider has the following unique characteristics. A, it can be made only by a member who votes on the prevailing side. And B, it must be moved either on the same day the original vote was taken or the next succeeding day within the same session on which a business meeting is held.
Right. Council President?
Corporation Counsel, can you
Council
continue reading
President.
the other part, please?
Council member.
Council President, I want to respond.
One second.
Okay.
One second. We have to do some city business.
Oh, I'm ready, but let me respond.
Today, we are taking formal action.
Yes. So,
It's not gonna get on the agenda
I
discussing
know.
this. So
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims, then Councilman Jackson. Then
So,
we'll take some formal action. on
I
tonight.
love how we apply the law for corruption, but we misapply it. We misapply the law for the community. Let me be clear. We have many times on this side, when things have failed because the administration didn't have the votes, we brought it back. It was never a such thing as we need to get a reconsideration. Never. The only time you need a reconsideration vote, if we vote tonight and it fails, then you can have someone that says, no, at that time, do that. But there is no law that says if something does not get approved, you can never bring it back again. There is no such law. That is not true. It is not true. We are changing the law to fit the circumstance. Let me tell you something. We have had many items on this side that the administration brought forward that failed. We just recently, there was an item for 125 1 Ellison Street. It failed. We didn't say we need a reconsideration vote to bring it back. We never did that. All of a sudden, you know what? Because they want to sell that building. I'm not going to even go there. But anytime it fails, we can bring it back as many times because that's the power of the council. There is no unit. We are in a democracy. And the council president, just because you're the president, does not mean you can't put your item on the agenda because I'm the president. That's not how it works. You're the president to set decorum, which you're not doing a great job at, and you're the president, in addition, to make sure that the agenda is in its place. Not to remove a council person's item because you don't like them or have a personal issue with them. All it does is it makes you look weak as a leader. A great leader understands and knows in order for the city to go forward, we have to do what matters to the community. It's not about me, it's not about you, it's not about any of us. It's about the community that we serve. If they want something done, we do it. There's items that are on this agenda tonight, and I don't want to go into it now because I will later. Items on this agenda to raise fees, 50%. 50% increases. And when it comes forward, I'm going to let you watch how they vote on that. 50% on the back of the taxpayers. On the back of the taxpayers. We can't afford to be here now, and on the back of the taxpayers. This agenda is filled with increases. You know why? We got to fill the gap. Where are we going to get the money from? The only source, once again, is the taxpayers. But when the taxpayers ask for workshops to be televised, they cannot get it. That's a serious problem. But you have the power, Paterson. Because next May, you could vote them out. You could vote them out of their seat. You could vote them out. I still have the floor. I still have the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I still have the floor.
She's not finished. Why are you interrupting her?
She's finishing.
I'm not finished.
Why
I
are you
still have the
interrupting
floor.
her?
I still have the floor.
She's finished.
I still have the floor.
Okay, go ahead.
So, and let me say this. A couple of weeks ago, and I let it slide, Council President said to me after the meeting, "Why you playing with me?" I looked at him and I said, "Excuse me? Let me tell you. Stop playing with me, Councilwoman." I said, "Who do you think you're talking to?" He said, "With this item, we're trying to," he said, "Call me tomorrow." So I said, "Okay, you know what?" He never called back.
Wow.
Never called back. For me, it's not playing with you or anyone.
Wow.
This is, you saying wow because you know you said it. And where we are, women have power. We have authority. And you cannot strip our power by saying, "I'm going to remove an item." Here's a perfect example tonight. Councilwoman Cotton and I, we work together, so we don't have issues. When we bring things together, we work together. But let me show you how it's about him having an issue with MEMS. I called today at about 4 o'clock to Madam Clerk because the funeral is Friday for one of the members of our community. And I said, "I would like to get this added to the agenda." Now, he won't add the workshop, but this one he said, yeah. So tonight, I said, before we got started, I said, make sure it says me and Councilwoman Cotton as sponsors together. Councilwoman Cotton, on both votes, seconded the vote. And you know what he did? He tried to take the power from Mims and said, motion by Mims and Cotton. And Cotton didn't say nothing on the motion. I was single, right, Councilwoman Cotton? She said it second.
Wow.
She said second, right, Councilwoman Cotton? She said second. On both times. But because he thinks this will strip my power, he shared the power. But what he doesn't recognize, Councilwoman Cotton, we don't have issues like that. So it doesn't matter because I I didn't even talk to her. I just put her name on it because we both have relationships with the family. But I just wanted to show you how this council president operates, because he doesn't want my name to be on it. Oh, we got July 1st is coming. Wow. July 1st is coming. And when it comes to tonight, and I didn't say anything when he did it, I said I'm going to wait because I want the public to see how he's operating. Is a sign of weakness. Because if somebody motions, watch everybody else. When they motion, he doesn't add anyone's name. Nobody. He only adds the person that made the motion. And I think it's shameful. And I think it's shameful that you would try to whisper in my ear to stop playing with you. Don't ever disrespect me again. Ever. I'm going to tell you that now. Don't ever disrespect me again. Don't ever disrespect me again.
Are you finished, Councilwoman?
Don't ever disrespect me again. Don't ever disrespect me again. I'm not your child. I'm not anybody related to you. Do not disrespect me ever again. Don't whisper that in my ear ever again, because you don't have that power. Don't ever talk to me like that again. Now I'm finished.
Well, everybody is entitled to their opinion. Come after me in May. I'm running again in May 2024. Come after me, which is fine, And people, there are two sides to the stories, and there is a fact in the middle. You guys decide. When we did the addendum for this item, clearly the sponsor was changed to, instead of Councilwoman Cotton being co-sponsor, we changed this for her to be a sponsor. That's why I mentioned both of them are move the
But that's not how it's supposed to go.
Now twisting the things around, it is, I mean, you clearly see it. And I'm not a liar. I mean,
Councilwoman Cotton just stated she seconded.
I have the floor. I have the floor.
I don't care. You're speaking
I have the floor.
non-truth.
It's okay for you to talk
you
over somebody.
You don't deserve the floor. You don't deserve the floor.
That's your opinion, and you titled to your opinion. You titled. That's your opinion. Also, we keep talking about this item over and over. It's not like it was never on the agenda. We did put it on the agenda. And action was taken. Action was taken. And action was taken. And it failed. Action was taken and it failed. God help us. Councilwoman Jackson, then we'll take action on this item. Councilman Jackson, then we'll take some items from the agenda. Thank you.
So, if I may, for a quick moment, because it's quite a bit. So, it's obvious that there's a unfamiliar ground of holding power, because those who are unfamiliar with yielding power yield it recklessly, and that's what we're witnessing here. See, this is not just about the agenda. What this is about is certain council members that are now looking for other political favors and are doing favors to hide what this administration is doing. So let's talk about structure. So yes, I did request to the council president, don't put me on any committee of putting our workshops as televised. Not so anyone can grandstand, just so they can see the corruption that's going on. Yeah. So if you look at the structure, right, there's his, former council president holds 3 critical chairs. So she runs finance, public safety, and economic development, all that are terrible failures at this point, and he sits on those chairs as well. He also put himself as a voting member on the planning board, and we all know, if you look at the development that's going on through the community, right, his chairman was doing an illegal construction job before, when Brother Gilmore had to do an investigation on that, wrote citations on that, and now Brother Gilmore is suing the city, which we're all going to have to pay the price for through the actions of the chair. Now, I will say this, Corporation Counsel, I had a very brief moment. I didn't have too much time to review because I'm trying to do, other research as well. But this explanation that your office has submitted is totally inefficient. It's to insinuate that the word "shall" has a measure of ambiguity is a disrespect to the community. Shall, even in biblical language, right? Thou shalt not steal. Does thou shalt not steal mean maybe you might not steal? Thou shalt not steal mean it's an exactness of a term. So now, to give reference to the word "shall" in the code, which says every council member shall put on any item, there's no ambiguity in any. So how are we now looking at the word "shall"? Further, within Robert's Rules of Order, it goes on to say, where it talks about specifically, at the time the agenda is present, what it basically says in a nutshell is that the council president does not write the agenda. The agenda is an item that is approved by the body. Right. The council president, in realm of the office, oversees the agendas item by item through the process of the clerk. But the council president, if that's the case, you would have one person commandeering the government. This is a democratic process. This is a democratic process. I know places where you might visit or where you may formerly have been from, things run differently, but here, the process that has been set forward has been one of a democratic process. So it clearly says, need glasses these days. How can I get an item on the agenda meeting? Okay. For a proposed agenda to become official agenda for a meeting, it must be adopted by the assembly, not the individual, at the onset of the meeting. At the time the agenda is presented for adoption, it is in order for any member to move, to amend, to propose the agenda by adding any item that member desires to add, or by proposing any other change. That's the whole process. It is wrong to assume, as many do, that the president sets the agenda. It is common for the president to prepare a proposed agenda, but that becomes binding only in its adoption by the full assembly. It's clear. That's Robert Rules of Order. It's clear. There's no ambiguity in that. Help me out here. But see, here's the more disappointing thing. See, instead of us focusing on matters of importance, on how we just squandered $140 million in tax credits, on how a contract was just given to a former BA, a current consultant who negotiated the onset of the deal, then played a part in walking through the deal, and has now become the contract winner without the process of procurement or the bidding process. How does a public body render a public facility utilizing public dollars and then say to the public body that has to vote on it, you are not entitled to overlook the contract? When does that happen? When you can commandeer 5 votes. Where is the reports on spending? Madam Chairwoman, Council President, where's the $100 million reports? We just saw an article where the director of economic development wrote an $8 million grant through a fictitious entity where the number doesn't function. Where's that money? Where's that money? Where's the spending? What happened to the $97 million that was supposed to create an enormous amount of jobs that only created 4 jobs? Where's the report on the job creation? But see, if they televise the workshops, then you will be possibly, there's a slight chance that you might see something and understand it and see what they're doing. See, that's what this really is all about. Why are they fighting so hard off something so petty? Now I'll say this. Our last workshop, we had 2 city employees sitting here from 6:30 p.m., probably earlier, all the way to the special meeting, which took place probably around 10 or 11 o'clock. So they was here the entire time. The person who operates the camera system was here the entire time, but the excuse is we're under budget constraints. The same crew that approved the $50,000 pay increase to the BA salary, who's failing the city, who now has a police department taken over by the Attorney General's office, who we lost family members because of their incompetency, money that's being squandered, $110 million. Let me do a quick breakdown. $110 million for 60 units. $110 million for 60 units. Not even a restaurant now. Now it's a food court because the proposal is Wendy's, Pizza Hut, so it's a food court. A food court, 250 car parking spaces. When Shaq, on the other hand, in Newark for $190 million, put up 370 units. 370 high-end units. How many of you have done tours of the units they just put up over there by Hinchcliffe Stadium? Trash. Trash. But where are the reports, Council President? If you don't want to allow the meetings to be televised, you sit on the planning board. You should, where's your measure of accountability to the public? Where are the expenditure reports for Hinchcliffe Stadium, for Fifth Avenue, all the streets that we voted on that were supposed to have been paved that have not? Where are the expenditure reports? Here's another thing, Brother Gilmore, I'm sure you remember this. So we spent $100,000, $100,000+ a day for 2 professionals. The statistical analysts, what was the other one? And yet we still can't get reports. Never mind the same item, the $47 million that was squandered at the incubator that the fire department supposedly took over is still not operational. All the equipment gone. Oh, let me not remind us of the $800,000 we spent on the backhoe that's sitting over on Trenton Avenue back firehouse. No reports, sir. I tell you what, not only should these meetings be televised, everything you do should be televised. Everything that you got going on should be televised, including the renewal of the contract at the school board level and with all the things that's pending. All this stuff, excuse me, do not interrupt me, please.
I'm not interrupting.
Do not interrupt me, please. Do not interrupt me. Everything that takes place on this council needs to be publicized, needs to be televised. The public should not have to hear about it as I'm here. How many of you have heard about the newspaper article that just dropped? I got to hear about it after you guys hear about it. The $8 million that they squandered at the stadium, the new deal that just went on at the stadium. Listen. First of all, through the chair, Corporation Counsel, I'm letting you know now, and I respect what you do. I respect your position. I respect what you do. You try your best to be a medium player, but you leave me with no other choice. I'm going to have to file a complaint with the Court of Administrative Law because this opinion is not sufficient. It's not relevant. The word shall has more context to it than what is being described here. And the reference that was made relative to a Barack Obama decision has no relevance to these items. And clearly in Robert's Rules of Order, it says clearly, and forget all of that. Let's say we had none of that to play with. Common sense tells you that this is a body, this is a governing body, this is not a governing individual. He does not have the precedence to remove items. And until we repair that, we cannot function responsibly on the community's behalf. I'll rest it there.
Thank you, Councilman. Every meeting is open to public. Anybody could come in.
I apologize for interrupting, Council President. One, that is not correct. But if you may, I asked Corporation Counsel a question. You did not allow him an opportunity to answer. And your insinuation, I asked Corporation Counsel for an answer, and you refused to let him answer. Your insinuation that every meeting is open to the public is a lie. The public has been blocked out of this City Hall on numerous occasions. Based on your order, the public has been locked out on numerous occasions.
Based on my order, everything.
You were the council president when I had to go downstairs and let the family in. You were the council president when they were searching people when the fire marshal was here. Were you not the council president?
Yes, I was the council
So
president.
did you not authorize the fire marshal?
I did not authorize anything.
Sir, this is the council chambers. If you didn't, then you're a failure.
Then there is no point of going back and forth with you. Corporation Counsel. Corporation Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilman Jackson, for that observation. I will say that, there is inherent conflict in the code, and that's why it was left up to my predecessor and the Corporation Counsel before that, and not myself, to interpret it, and we've all interpreted it the same way. Now, with that being said, I know you requested an amendment so that the code could be clarified. We're in the process of working on that, and so that there may not be this inherent conflict going forward.
Can you outline that conflict?
But as that conflict stands, the Law Department has consistently provided the opinion that you referenced, and I stand by that opinion as well.
What is that conflict?
The conflict in the code says that Council President shall set the agenda, and then there's also that language that follows that has shall pertaining to the items on the workshop. So there is tension there, and the Law Department has done its best to resolve that tension. It resolved that tension 3 years ago with the legal opinion that I forwarded you. And again, every Corporation Counsel and people in the Law Department have looked at it and interpreted it the same way. So I have nothing else to add other than the guidance that we've previously provided.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel. Let's move on with some items. Madam Clerk, let's do payments of bill.
Yes, Mr. President.
Madam Clerk,
Council President.
payments of bills still.
Yes,
please.
Mr. President.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Davila.
summary of disbursements are of $35,965,211.35. If the council received the payment of bills, out of the $35,965,000, I just want you to look at that, $25 million of that is for pension payouts. Okay, with that said also,
Second.
there is no solid waste.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on payments of bill.
Roll call on payment of bills in the amount of $35,965,211.35. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just let the record show that I need to excuse myself from this because there's a payment here that I cannot vote on.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
So just for a point of clarity to the public, right here, right now, in this moment, this is where the council's authority comes about. This is the extent of the council's authority. Sister Freeman, because I want you to understand this. The council does not have the ability to chase behind garbage trucks and make demands. The council is not supposed to be out telling people rendering services, you can't do this here. The council's authority and accountability comes when it comes to payment of bills. So the fact that we are $18 million in deficit falls on the shoulders of this council. The consistent, irresponsible voting, when the chair has no clue of what's spending, all we do is go into committee meetings, they tell, oh, okay, oh, that sounds nice, that sounds nice. No measure of accountability, none. How can you if they're not providing reports? How can you hold anyone accountable if there's no expenditure reports? This administration came in talking about performance evaluations. Where's the performance evaluations for the garbage company that's been rendering the worst service that we've ever seen, that any municipality has seen? Where is the performance reports? The same company, I mean, all you gotta do is go through my timeline, go back 8 years, it's been the same. Ride through neighboring towns, Bloomfield, the same company renders services over there, they never throw garbage cans around. Where's the performance reports? But this council finds it necessary to continuously approve these bills, and we utilize the excuse, oh, employees gotta be paid. Well, separate the bills then. I've been saying that forever. Yeah, there's no payment of bills for the employees tonight, but that's the excuse that's normally used. So here we are, still approving a bills list that we all can acknowledge we've gotten terrible services for. Do you go to the store and pay for something and expect to get home, you open the bag, it's half empty? No. You expect to get what you pay for. Now, I'm going to just ask you, are you getting what you pay for? No. All right, it's that simple. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Out of the $35,965,211, $31 million going to our pension, to our former employees. But the separation of the bill, multiple council members, there's been several discussions about separating the bill, and I don't see the reason why that's not being done through the chair to Madam BA before my vote. That definitely need to happen. In order for us to make a smart decision and going back and analyze those bills, that definitely have to be done. We understand that our employees, they need to get paid. They definitely need to get paid. But if we keep the bill together, that really forcing this council to make a forced decision to approve the bill. So for the next meeting, on the Finance Committee meeting, that bill should be split with the payment separately. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez.
So before I vote to Corporation Council, you stated two former Corporation Councils. You stated Farrah Irving's name as well as Khalifa Shabazz. I have them both watching because I would like, after we vote, for you to state again on record what these two Corporation Councils stated and the opinion that you're saying that they rendered an opinion on, because they are now watching. And I would like to be put on record that they said that a council president is able to remove an item from the agenda. So I want that on record. And there's a purpose for that. I would like you to put it on record as they are watching, that you're stating that they stated that same legal opinion. I've been on this council for 5 years, and I was under all three of you, and I never heard them state that. So I would like you to state it again on the record while they are watching, so that we'll hear from them after tonight's meeting. Madam Clerk, for the bills list, our employees, their pension payments, they've been waiting for a while. The majority of this bills list is for that, and we have to make sure that, you know, when I get to that age, I want to make sure I get my pension payment. So with that being stated, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
So our power to pay the bills at this time. So let's do this exercise. Right now, there's a bill in capital fund, $600 $619,674.85. The power of the council is, if I don't agree in a payment of bills, I can remove that item. So you imagine, if I move right now $619,674.85, and the title of this fund is for road resurfacing program that is going on right now. What the people is gonna say? That I'm an unresponsible councilman because I detained the road resurface. So, ladies and gentlemen, everything that is payment of bill is under contract. Everything that's here is already vetted through finance, is already vetted through the CFO, is vetted through DCA. Ladies and gentlemen, don't get fooled in some statement that sounds good, but in reality, government had to move forward and do our responsibility to pay the bills. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Service has been rendered, we must pay them. Also, we keep talking about expenditure report
They're attached.
and pointing finger at others. Anybody could offer their request. It's a public record. So why is it always trying to point finger at somebody? When you point a finger at somebody, four finger pointing at yourself. So all these statements being made out there, expenditure reports, three, four, right? So anybody could offer, anybody could request it. Thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 1 no, and let the record reflect that Councilwoman Cotton has recused. Payment of bills in the amount of $35,965,211.35 is hereby adopted.
Councilwoman Davila?
Council President, just quickly, I just want to, because I did not finish my sentence when I was moving the payment of bills, and I was specific in that there is no solid waste in this bills list, and that the majority of the $35,965,000, $25 million of it is for pension payments that we must, legally bounded, we must pay. In addition, okay, there was some other payments, statutory expenditures, which all of the reports are attached. So as you stated, Council President, anyone has the right to open and see that all expenditure reports, line by line, are there, and there is no payroll this week. That's why I didn't say that there was.
Council President.
Thank you.
Okay.
Corporation Council?
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Corporation Council?
Yes, thank you, Council President, for the opportunity to clarify. Councilwoman Mims made a statement earlier, so I just want to, as per her request, respond to it. So I'm looking at an email dated Monday, February 22nd, 2021, and it's from my predecessor directly to Councilwoman Mims, and it says the attached memo, attached for the review of the full council, answers the questions regarding the removal of the item on the agenda. And that email was sent to Councilwoman Mims and the entire council on February 22nd, 2021.
And
it's actually addressed to Councilwoman Mims.
Who was that from?
Please don't interrupt me.
No, I'm asking who was it from?
Furthermore, I
was it from?
then forwarded that very same memo that was sent to Councilwoman Mims to Councilman Jackson and the entire council on April 11, 2023. I did not change any guidance offered in that memorandum or any additional or minus legal advice. Thank you, Council President.
Council President, Corporation Council, and who is that member from?
Are you allowed to say who?
Yes, Corporation Council.
So the memo starts off with, I have been authorized by the Corporation Council.
I just want to know who it's from.
I have been authorized by the...
I don't want to know the details. Point of order, Council President. I just asked specifically.
It says that I have been authorized.
Who was it from? I don't need the details.
Did you see the memo? You know who it's from.
No, I'm asking who signed it.
But did you see it?
Who signed it? That's all I'm asking you.
You don't know?
I'm asking you. You're speaking.
But I'm not here to give
But your
rhetorical
Corporation
questions.
Council.
But this was sent to you.
Councilwoman.
I'll respond, Council President. I'll respond, Council President. I'll respond.
Okay.
So the memorandum was done by a member of the Law Department, and it was authorized by the previous Corporation Council.
Okay, so let me be clear. Now I want you to hear this. The memorandum was written by someone in the Law Department, not the Corporation Council. They signed it, but they did not write it. So that's what I wanted to put, because it was stated previously that they were apart, and that is not factual. So
is factual.
Let me, they didn't write that.
They authorized it.
But they didn't write
The
it.
way it works is corporation
They did
counsel
not. Okay,
will
you said,
authorize a
you
legal
said you had the
opinion.
floor, now I have it.
But I think it's important for the
But you
public to
said
know the
I have the
truth.
floor.
I understand.
Council President.
So,
Member of the public, please don't talk at the same time, so we don't hear anybody. Let them answer each other,
Council
then we'll
President.
move forward. Are you finished?
So, just to the viewing public, when it comes to what's happening here, I need you to just be clear. It is unethical, it is unlawful, and I'm telling you, it is corruption at best. Like, if you don't believe it, listen to every comment that continues to be made. Just listen to it. Like, it is what it is. There is no law that will ever tell a president that you have the authority to be the sole ruler of an entity. If that was the case, they didn't need a body. They only needed one person to sit here and do for everybody.
Has happened before.
It's totally, it's not a true statement, but I wanted it on the record, because everything that's happening, I need it on the record and documented. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson, can we move forward with some of these
I'll
items?
try to be quick, yeah.
All right, Councilman Jackson.
So, and Corporation Counsel, not to continue down this path or to put you on the hot seat, but I think it is relevant. I think it is relevant, and it's important, it's imperative that you in your position, you must put the information on record, because this body, members of this body, is calling for you to give an opinion. If your office and your seat is relying on an opinion that was given previously, it's important to put on record where that opinion derived. It's inefficient to say from a previous corporation counsel, you currently have in your office and employed one of the previous corporation counsels. It gives the public the indication or the misindication that it was possibly given by the person that's currently employed there. So it's important for you to add that context to make sure that it's clear. When we put things on the public record, it is for a full, transparent process. And I think that's really the problem here in the city. We've gotten away from being transparent. And this is an example of that. The pushback, not only from various council members that's working on behalf of the administration, but if I was in the seat of the mayor, I would say, listen, please, by all means, let's publicize everything. He televises press conferences on a daily basis, 2 and 3 of them. He takes city employees, travels around with the podium, and here we are relying on a former decision that was given by a previous corporation counsel. That needs to be put on record. Now I'm gonna say this. I'll just say this, Council President, if you would allow me a brief moment. I need the Corporation Counsel to hear this as well. Because I appreciate it, Corporation Counsel. See, the decisions made by this body is detrimental to the public. And right now, we're gonna have a whole slew of lawsuits coming down the pipeline. Officer McCrae, who was defamed, who was had her character assassinated by members of this council right here in this chamber. She now also has a pending lawsuit that we're going to pay for. Consistently allowing for these illegal promotions to continue. The public, you guys pay for this, so it's very important that you guys pay attention. Now, I recall when this item came through Corporation Counsel, and it was based on your recommendation because the mayor wanted to do something that was like, you know, get himself put in the paper again. We brought forward a law that was confiscating people's personal items illegally. You don't have the right just because we sit in these seats doesn't give us the right to oversee. This is not 1871. And we don't just have the right to confiscate people's things when there's accordance of the law. You have an individual that has had their motorcycle stolen from their home in a neighboring town. It was stolen from their home. It was commandeered and driven illegally on the streets of Paterson, by the way, where we do nothing. We watch all the illegal activity go on, whether it's putting furniture on sidewalks or racing a motorbike down the sidewalk. So this person then gets into a motor vehicle accident, flees the scene. The tow company contacts the owner because the owner's registration, it's an owned vehicle. It's a motor vehicle that's owned, legally registered. There's a note that's on the vehicle. They have a mortgage, so to speak, a note on the vehicle. So they still are bound to continue to pay, even though we have confiscated it and refused to give it back. This is a lawsuit waiting to happen. Corporation Counsel, I know that it's already come to your office. I'm asking you now before the public that first of all, we have to revisit that ordinance that was put in place. It's inefficient. And I voted against it when it came before us. We do not have the right and or authority to confiscate people's personal items. You do not have the right to do so. I can see if an item was involved in a crime and then the police department, through the auspice of the prosecutor's office, now the attorney general's office, orders or mandates for that item to be held as evidence. But this right here, not only is it putting us at risk, but what it does is it takes people from a disenfranchised community who may not have the means to take someone to court to challenge and that's what the hope is, that you don't have the ability or the wherewithal to challenge the big bad government. And this is a problem. Corporation Counsel, I don't know, I know it's a legal matter, you may not want to answer to it now, but this bike needs to be released, and it needs to be released at the cost of the very first day that it was requested by the individual. We should not allow them to incur weeks and weeks of additional costs while the third-party vendor, continues to make money off a community that's already been disenfranchised. This is an example of poor government. This is an example of poor government. And mind you, and I'm gonna just say this, and it's not really to try to shine light on myself, but it's very disappointing when people have to be told, well, you got to call Councilman Jackson. I don't care who it is. They could be brown, yellow, green. What's right is what's right. What's right is what's right. A person, not even a constituent, they don't have no chance of voting for me, and here it is, we're mistreating people. That's mistreatment. We need to stop doing that. The mayor needs to stop doing that. He's not Hitler, this is not Cuba, this is Paterson. And we need to find ways to assist and aid our members of the public, not to continue to hold them accountable. And on that note, I'm looking forward to Corporation Counsel. I noticed that there was line items in the residency parking that was added that I did not request to be added. I reached out to your office to make sure that those amendments was done properly. We have to do things to aid the public. We have to stop looking to see how we're going to close our budget gaps. Give pay cuts. Let's start by giving pay cuts. And then we can talk about making the public pay for things. I appreciate the time, Council President.
Council President, just really quickly.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
Just quickly, and I'll be done.
Councilwoman Mims, please make it quick.
I just wanted to review the document that, because I went into the document from 2021. And this opinion was written by someone in the law department, and Corporation Counsel was copied on it. They didn't sign their name. It was an opinion written by someone in the law department, and he signed it himself. It wasn't Corporation Counsel Farah. It wasn't Corporation Counsel, based on what I have in front of me, Khalifa. It was an opinion by someone that works directly in the law department. I'm reading it. That's why I always ask questions to follow up and then to go back and to see what's going on. And while they're watching, I pray they come to make sure that there is some level of like clarity. Because one thing, I don't like to see people's names be called that are not present in the room, that are not here. They no longer sit in that seat of authority. But at the end of the day, we have to do what's right by the community. And the reason why this memorandum was written, because at that time, you had some council members that were trying to do the vote of no confidence on Mayor Andre Saya. That's why this was written, because they didn't want to keep it on the agenda at that time. That's what this was about back then. So we got to be clear. At one time, you don't want something on the agenda, so that it was a law to allow you not to remove it, because at that time, you had council members, and if you go back into 2021, please Google it. Mayor Andre Saya, no vote of no confidence. While you're sitting in your chairs, Google it, and you'll see the names that were on it. That's why this was written at the time. The former council president, he didn't want it on the agenda, and it's written here in this memorandum. So I'm gonna let it rest at this point.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Because I'm sure they'll come and defend themselves, but we cannot use people's names in vain. Thank you, Council President.
Madam Clerk, can we take the consent agenda now?
Yes, Mr. President.
It wasn't. It does matter, because he can release it. He can't release it. Look for the sources there. But that's 2 weeks later.
Item 24 to 33.
Right.
Your microphone.
All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbered 24 through 33. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter. Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for adoption of the consent agenda. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Consent.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
No.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
These are to renew some of our small businesses license. The flower shop, raffle license for one of the Catholic entities. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman, what you?
She voted yes.
I voted yes.
Councilman Udin.
Yes.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 7 yeses, 1 no, 1 absent. Consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Council President?
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Bier, then Councilwoman Cotton.
Very quickly, Council President, thank you. I just wanted to, before you moved on to other items, I had left a message and sent an email to the clerk earlier about 2 items that need to be pulled. Number 14 and number 35 are being taken off this agenda.
Okay, thank you. Item number 14 and 35 is being removed, Madam Clerk. Also, we have various members of our community here who are being appointed at Rent Debiting Board and other boards. Let's take those items, then we'll go to public portion.
Which one?
Council President.
No, I just want to,
Councilwoman Cotton?
And then,
I just want to, for Councilman Jackson, Councilman Jackson, you have that item on here for the residential permit parking. Did you read it?
Yeah, that's the one
I mean, it's not good at all.
That's what I was just
It's not
talking
good
to.
at all.
That's what I was just
It got to
talking
be rewritten, because it's not good at all.
He didn't hear what you said.
Okay, I just wanted, he mentioned it, that's why I just want to say.
Yeah.
So
Council President.
Council President, if I may, only because I
One second.
I made a recommendation about, I'm going to say almost an hour ago, and I really would like for us to
Yeah,
revisit and have and vote on the items of the
Red Lebanon
individuals that are here
Commission.
to be appointed today.
Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Mendez, then we'll.
Sure,
go to the-
very brief. Madam BA, this item number 14, is addressing the sewer connection fee. It is a huge increase. This item is being moved like 3 times out of the agenda. There's any specific reason why we're moving this item of the agenda? And after you answer, my recommendation is I want to see this item on the workshop because I really want to have a deep discussion. I was ready to vote no to this item and make it big because the number that I see over here are outrageous, are huge. But I would like to know, if there's any specific item you're removing the item from the meeting?
Sure, thank you, and Council President, thank you, Councilman Mendez. We've discussed this in Finance Committee, and there were further questions actually from the council, and that's why we're not moving forward with it tonight. And
We'll have it on
I'm
the
gathering the
workshop.
information to
We asked for it
provide
to be
further responses to the council on that. But just for clarification for the sewer connection fee, this is just an update to following the state statute. Every year we should be updating the debt, kind of our total calculation of debt and put it into the connection fee. It's actually only a $100 difference. The fee is currently $1,800 per sewer connection fee, not sewer billing. This is new development that is connecting to our sewer system, and the current bill is $1,800. The adjustment is $1,900. So, but we're looking at some further information that we're going to be providing in Finance Committee.
Madam BA, so my request is just to make sure that I see this item on the workshop, not on the regular meeting, because
Yes,
I
it was on
don't
the-
want to go in detail on the number, but we're talking about a huge
these
amount of
items were on the
number,
workshop
close to
agenda.
$2,000 per connection fee.
Yep.
We'll have it on the workshop.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
So this is why the importance of televising the workshops is important, because here we are going to go into a long discussion, a detailed discussion, we should, over what's going on with the fees that the community is going to be assessed. We want to have the discussion in private and then just come and vote in public. That's just stupid. But anyway, Madam BA, so can you lend some clarity for a moment, please? $1,800, is that per unit, or is that per, if it's a multiple unit building, is that fee $1,800 per unit?
Councilman Jackson and Council President, yes, as you can see in the legislation, if you look in your document, it goes through how it's calculated, and it is by unit. But we can have further conversation when this appears next week.
So, and I'm sorry, I need everybody to pay close attention because what's getting ready to happen. Because although I respect and I appreciate, Madam BA, of your pointing out that it's in docuware, that almost to imply that I need to read it because I'm very capable of reading. What I do notice that's not included there is the report that was recently released with the over 50 plus properties that had been approved illegally by foregoing this fee process. So why wouldn't that document be included with a full investigation or results of an investigation if the administration found it necessary, where we're holding some people accountable to the fees and then other people are being obviously shuffled through without having to pay these fees, where through my assessment, based on the calculation, that's why I asked if it's per unit, is potentially maybe $4 million. So we have a $18 million deficit. A member of your administration clearly outlined that there was an oversight, if you will. I beg to differ if there's an oversight, but 50 so units, multiple buildings that have multiple units, 50, 60 units that seem to have been slid through without going through the payment process of this sewer connection fee. And we're now looking to increase the fees on everybody else, but still not looking to collect it on them. Lastly, I'll say this. where it's very difficult for me to have any faith and confidence in your chair, in your seat, and in the job that you're doing, because not only is this fee that the memo was definitely, you were included in the memo. I saw you were included there. You disregarded that, but also the fees that's being collected by the developers that's supposed to go to pay the professional services within the boards still have not been paid. We still have professionals on the board threatening not to come to meetings. The appointees that have been paid, even though the fee is nominal at a few dollars just to cover their gas money for the week, they still haven't been paid. You guys have collected those fees and you still have not correctly distributed them. So, Council President, through your authority in your chair, if you exercise it properly, I think it would be prudent to put forward in the agenda what this discussion will outline, and there should be a preliminary investigation on the accusations or the documents that was disseminated to us all, which you all had the opportunity to see, the 50+ items from various developers that have not been paid, and before we assess this fee to the general public. I think that's within itself. See, the council's authority, let me explain it to you again because I don't think you clearly understood it. The council's authority, Councilman, please don't interrupt.
What are you trying to say?
You can't understand if you're talking. You can't understand if you're talking. You can't understand if you're talking. See, you fail to understand because you continue to talk. You got to listen. You got to pay attention.
Look at the mirror, that's all.
You got to pay attention.
Look at the mirror.
See, again, the authority of the council.
Look at don't try to give me a lesson. Look at yourself at the mirror.
Can you please hold your decorum? Can you please hold your decorum? So again, the authority of the council, not only does it come within the budgeting, but it comes through the investigative power. The investigative power that we have to investigate when accusations are made such as this, where the public is shorted and cheated in excess of multiple millions of dollars. Sir, it is your job, it is your responsibility, it is your obligation that you're failing at to hold the administration accountable. Now, if you don't understand that, I'll get an interpreter, I'll write it down so you can read it, however it fits best. Please, let's do your job. Thank you.
People, you see what we have to go through every meeting? The disrespect.
Tell me which part of that was a lie.
You finished.
Tell me which part of that was a lie.
You had the floor.
I want you to tell me which part of that was a lie.
You spoke already, Councilman.
Which part of that was a lie?
Is my turn. You see what we have to go through? People watching. People watching. I don't get any complaint. I don't hear anybody calling me that I'm not doing my job. Anybody, any reports, anything, why don't you do yourself? Obviously, you can't do it. Madam Clerk, let's do item number 36.
Okay. Item number 36.
You're absolutely right. Item 36, Madam Clerk.
Item number 36 is a resolution appointing Shahed. There's a correction for the name. It's Shahed Ahmed to the City of Paterson Rent Leveling Board. It's sponsored by Mayor Andre Sayer. It's Administration Resolution 23-273.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item number 36.
Roll call on item number 36 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This process has been going on since October. We are finally getting to the end of the road. Hopefully, we're getting there. With that being said, we got 10 more to go. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
You see, this is where the transparency is important, and I apologize to the public. But, so, I'm not sure of this person that's being appointed, so I really can't speak on this, but there's another individual here that has multiple infractions. His name's Hytham Yunus. He's right here on the list. I know he was taken off, but the fact that he was considered, it talks about the corruption. This the same individual that pulled up alongside of me like, Jackson, come on. You got to be smart. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about these people. They don't deserve. And I'm not exaggerating. Anybody that understands knows that I don't do anything but speak the truth. You'll never see me flip-flop on a vote. You never see me backtrack on what I'm saying. I'm only going to speak what is actual and factual. This right here, and we're appointing people who we can't even lend trust to hold landlords accountable for treating people fairly. Now, I can't tell you the countless calls that I've gotten. Right on straight, I don't want to call the young lady's name. I'm talking about rats. I'm not talking about mice. I'm talking about rat droppings that look like black jelly beans. Rats in her house, in the hallway, in her kids' bedrooms. Right? So when you talk about the lack of accountability here, Mr. David Sue just had to file a complaint because the landlord will illegally turn your heat off earlier than he's allowed to. And it's done so frequently in Paterson because there's no enforcement, none, no accountability. Now we're gonna put a board in place that's gonna be filled with individuals that's not gonna have the public's best interests in mind. So, I'm not speaking on his individual. I don't know him as of yet, but I will. I don't have any issue with calling it out if I see it. But what I'm talking about is, if one of his appointees is Hytham Yunus, then what does that lend me to think about the rest of his appointees? And furthermore, I would question myself if I was being appointed to anything by this mayor. Because it comes with the level of expectations of where he's gonna then call on you to pay it back in multiple ways. So, Madam Clerk, I don't know, my appointee, she's here? Okay, all right, I appreciate it. So, it's not on the consent agenda, it's on the regular agenda. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm definitely excited to see this board functioning. We're facing so many problems when it comes to landlords and tenants in the city of Paterson, and we don't have an effective board in place. I see that all council members have their members for this board, and I'm definitely looking forward. I know that I have the right person to work in collaboration with the rest of the commission on that board, and I'm looking forward to see action on that board. There's a lot of things going on with our residents in the city of Paterson, and we are the ones that have to get the calls and advocate for them and be in the middle, so I hope that those commissioners do the right thing. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Cotton?
So, you going back to Cotton?
Sorry, Councilwoman Mendez.
Oh, okay. And so the rent leveling board was defunct some years ago, and what that means is it was totally taken away because the people that were appointed didn't come to the meetings. They didn't show up, and in order to have the meeting function, you need a quorum of 6 because there's 11 people on the board. So this board has not been in operation for years. So now we have an opportunity because we have a lot of people in our community that have a lot of concerns. We get to choose individuals based on qualifications, experience, all of that, to put them on the board so they can advocate and fight in your best interest. And so tonight, we have all selected individuals and we're voting on them. But my recommendation, Corporation Council, when you are pulling up the items, we just have a reso, I would have liked to see the bio of every person attached to the resolution so that we can get some level of a glimpse of the background of the individuals that are there. And I don't see that. It's not going to stop me from voting because the board needs to be in place. But when you look at this particular appointment, because I heard somebody say it's there, it's not. When you look at this particular item in the resolution, it is 1 page and it's only 3 small paragraphs. That is not a bio or a resume for that individual. I think that should have been attached because it was requested for us to provide it to Corporation Counsel, and I know we're voting on it tonight, but in the future for these items, can we just please attach the resume or the bio? With that stated, this board should be in place. We have a lot of residents in this city that need help, they need advocacy. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
So again, this is a very important board. Those are going to be the commissioners. Again, you need to be committed to the board because you are serving the city of Paterson. That's the whole thing. I don't care what's your bio and what else, because you're whoever appointing you. I definitely believe that the person knows you well. Our council members definitely want betterment for the city of Paterson, and the issues between landlords and the tenants, that should be resolved. And I hope that this board is going to be a very effective one, if you want so. So those are going to be the commissioners. Congratulations, but we want to see a better and wonderful commission. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
I'm real disappointed that they removed number 35. I think that a lot of people know what happened that day in this chamber when this individual came in a personal attitude and attacked me. But because I don't hold grudges, he could be here for a vote. Probably is a chance to say, I forgive him. But when we bring up situation for other people's, once again, they go like this, there's 4 finger pointing at you. There's a lot of people running business without entertainment license, without health license, and without other things, and they don't care. They could break the law. But when it comes up to point other people, they are the real judge. So saying this, I'm satisfied with this commissioner. Just keep in mind that the cases that go in front of this lettering board are houses that was constructed before 1999. Any other cases will go to landlord and tenant courts. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 yeses. Item number 36 is hereby adopted.
Let's take item number 40 now, Madam Clerk. We're just going to
49?
40. We're going to take those commissioners.
Okay. Item number 40 is a resolution appointing Carlos Alejos to the City of Paterson Rent Leveling Board. It's sponsored by Councilman Alex Mendez. It's a City Council Resolution 23:277.
Move.
Second.
I'll second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman Davila.
Discussion.
Discussion?
Yes, as Madam Clerk?
Yes.
I noticed that his name is spelled incorrectly as well, so just make sure it's Alejo without an S.
Without an S.
And it says Alejos on here.
Okay,
I just wanted to make sure that Corporation Counsel, that is corrected with the name, the correct name.
Thank you. Roll call on item number 40, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 40 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
I've known this individual for many, many years. He has served Paterson. He's been a sheriff officer. He came back to be a sheriff officer again. He's a great father, leader in his own right, a family man, and he's owned a home by the church where I grew up in for many, many years, and that's on Straight Street. So I just wanted to just, shout you out. Haven't seen you in a bit, but I just want to say congratulations. I know that you're going to do a great job. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm very excited to see Carlos Alejo, saying yes to this task. I know he's going to do well. A Patersonian that always is being investing in our community. He's a sheriff's officer working with the sheriff department, with a lot of family value, a person dedicated to our community. And I'm excited to see Carlos in action on this board, representing the community, because that's what we need. We need people that are connected with the people that knows our Patersonians, that they're gonna, if they know our community, I'm very sure that they will take the right decision. that time. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
So, Carlos, I know you're going to do a phenomenal job. You have a lot of integrity, and your character speaks for yourself. Mr. Rucker, can I speak to the appointment? Okay. So, Carlos, thank you for all that you have done for our community. It is greatly appreciated. I love your fairness. I love your heart for this community, and I love how you stay consistent no matter what happens in the test of time. You definitely have my support. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine?
By now, you received 5 affirmative votes. I can call you commissioner. So congratulations, and with the banks, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Mr. Alejo, resident of the 5th Ward, he knows that the 5th Ward has a lot of multi-dwelling buildings, a lot of tenants, so I guess he knows what to apply, not apply in that board. So congratulations, Mr. Alejo. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Congratulations, Commissioner Alejo. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 40 is hereby adopted.
Item number 41, Madam Clerk.
Item number 41 is a resolution appointing Muhammad Hassan to the City of Paterson Rent Leveling Board. It's sponsored by Councilman M.D. Ford Udine. It's a City Council Resolution 23-278.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Udine, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 41.
Roll call on item number 41 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilwoman Cotton?
He's here.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Hey, Mohammed, you have been a constant positive figure in our community. Your support has been just powerful over the years. Thank you for always putting the City of Paterson and the residents first. You already know you'll always have my support. Thank you for all the things that you and your family do for our community. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez? I'm sorry, Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Mohammed Hassan, he's a community activist. So we call him actually Morshed, that's his nickname. So he's a community activist. He's a homeowner in the City of Paterson. He deals with the tenants every day. And most important to me is he's a realtor, long-time realtor, successful realtor. And he has understanding of the issues that we are going through in the City of Paterson between landlords and the tenants. I interviewed him multiple times. I mentioned why the rent leveling board is not active because of the attendance. And he committed, and he, that he is not going to be absent. And I believe that he will keep his words. And again, he's a visible person. He's not new to the community. He's always active. And I'm so proud to appoint him. And this is my very first appointment, I'm just telling you. This is my first appointment that I got, and I got you at the same time. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Congratulations on your first appointment. Good choice. I know Mr. Hassan is going to be instrumental on what he's going to do. And my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council President, before I vote, I ask that we could possibly handle these after the public portion. There's a young man, 80 years young, in the audience, waiting for his opportunity to address the council. And I think that even they don't have to be present while we vote on these items. But with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Congratulations, Mr. Mohammed Hassan, Commissioner. We could call him you a commissioner now. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 yeses. Item number 41 is hereby adopted.
We have, let's see who is here. Let's do item number 43.
Item number 43 is a resolution appointing Ernest Rucker Jr. to the City of Paterson Rent Leveling Board, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez.
Is your microphone on?
Speak on the microphone, ma'am.
Is your microphone?
Resolution number 43.
Yes, then we're going to go back to 42, Councilman.
You want?
I thought 42 was done.
43
Yes.
is a resolution appointing Ernest Rucker Jr. to the City of Paterson Rent Leveling Board, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez. It's a City Council Resolution 23280.
Second.
Second. Oh, move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila and
Count me on
Councilman
second, too.
Mendez.
Okay.
Councilman Woodin.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Roll call on item number 43.
Roll call on item number 43 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
I know Ernie Rucker pretty well, and right now he would tell us, don't talk about him and just vote. So my vote is yes.
Right.
Councilwoman
Am I
Cotton.
right, Ernie?
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that you'll be sitting on the board with your wife, which is going to make a great team, because we go way, way back in the 70s. I don't want to go further than that. But I know that this is what we need, because there's a lot of stuff going on out there that we get the calls every day about. So with that being said, congratulations, Mr. Rucker. He's probably looking at you and say, look at you. And, all right. And I said, with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
There's one thing that I know about Mr. Rucker, and we've known each other for years, is that, yes, that is correct. He says just vote. But I do have to say these words, because if there's one thing I know, is that he's going to have the community at large coming first, being there, being that fighter that he is. And, you know, he can tell you, we can agree to disagree. At the end of the day, we don't always are always on the same page, but there's always respect there. So with that said, I think that it's a well-deserved appointment. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
There's absolutely no way I'm going to be able to vote against a person who I know is going to advocate for the public as hard as Mr. Rucker is going to do. This is painful, but Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez.
Wow. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me just say, let me just take a minute to, before my vote, to express how excited I feel to vote for a troublemaker. But a good troublemaker. A person that makes people uncomfortable when they have to be uncomfortable. A person that never stay quiet and always is always there fighting for the people, fighting for the community. He knows Paterson more than a lot of people, and I have the pleasure to be his friend for the longest we've been. We love each other. I remember for the first person that I have the meeting before I started running in 2009, it was with him, Route 20, 33rd, right at the Dunkin' Donut, 2009. So I learned a lot from him. So listen, congratulations, Mr. Rucker. You're going to do great. You know the community. You know the people. You know the need of this community. And when we give the power to the people, that's when great things start happening in our community. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Congratulations, Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
Let me think about it. So, everyone needs, I should vote no, you're right, that should be on me. But everyone needs an advocate. They need a voice. They need someone that's going to be present to show up and to represent them and represent them in the community that we love and we serve. I'm going to say something later, I'll call you, about this item. I'm not going to say it to the public. But, Ernie, you know you could work something out. That's all I'm going to say. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udin.
So Councilman Velez look much stronger right now, trust me. That's the truth, right, Councilman? It's a great pick. You know why I have trust in this board, that this board is not going to fail? Truly, I can say it loudly, for two individuals. First of all, Mr. Rucker, and second, Sister Victoria, you know that I'm calling her name. Because I know the two individuals, they can keep the board on track. And I trust that. because I know you guys very well, even before I became the council member. And I believe that this board is going to function well because of you are going to be with the other commissioners and support them and help them to understand the functions of the board. And it's a great pick, Mr. Rucker. Mr. Rucker and our relationship is different. He's my silent advisor, because this is different. We sit down every month, every other Fridays, and we deal with it, we argue, and at the end we come up with a solution. That's what we do. And silently we do this. And again, it's a great pick. I'm so honored to say yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
So when I choose Mr. Ernest Rucker Jr., it's not Ernest Rucker Jr. the second, the third. We clarify that Ernest Rucker the Jr. You know, he knows, in a personal note, how many times we go back and forth, how many times he say, "Sit down and listen. Come over here, young man." When he say, "Come over here, young man." So I know that Mr. Ruckers, before coming to that podium, he reads. He get the discovery of what he want to speak about. He complains, but every complaint that he has a solution. Solution maker. So Ernest Rucker, I know that, and let me say this loud and clear. Appointing you to this board does not means anyway that I'm blocking you to come to that podium. If I'm doing something wrong, you come up here and say it. If at the same time, if I'm doing something good, come and praise it. God bless you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Very well-deserved appointment. Congratulations, Commissioner Rucker. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 9 yeses. Item 43 is hereby adopted.
Let's take item number 42, Madam Clerk.
Item number 42 is a resolution appointing Charlotte Chaperson to the City of Paterson Rent Leveling Board, sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. It's a City Council Resolution 23279.
Second.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Davila, Mendez, and Mims. Roll call on item number 42, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 42 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Charlotte Saperson, she was on the board last time when the board went defunct. I always say to people, you need to look and see who was sitting on that board, who didn't show up. Charlotte is the only one that's coming back on that entire board. She's the only one coming back on that board. She knows it. We have a young lady over there named Janelle, and she does an excellent job. She needs some help, but there's a lot of things going on here in the city with landlords, even with tenants. You know, they got something out there now called cash for keys. Do you know what that's doing to our city? You know, they're getting $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, and then 3 months later, they're homeless. They collected the money from these landlords because they're living in apartments that the rent is only $900, $1,000, and they want to get more money, so they're offering cash for keys. And when you really don't have no money, sometimes you got to look at that. But then 3 or 4 months later, you ain't got nowhere to live. We don't have the shelters here in the city like we got in New York. We don't have the places like we have in other cities. So this board is so important because I think there's some things that need to be put in place that cannot. I was on Cal Street today. I had to go there and bring the fire department in to stop work. Just working on people's homes inside them, and they living in stuff is flying all over the place, and rats and rodents is just running everywhere. There's a lot of, we need this board. Everyone who's getting on this board, this is an important board. Because when the landlord needs to come back to ask you for something, they got to come to you. They got to come back to the board. If they want to do a hardship, they got to come to you. So this board is so important. I'm happy that Charlotte accepted to come back on this board. You know, she knows, she's been there, and I'm happy that she's accepted to be there. So, Madam Clerk, Charlotte Saperson, thank you for accepting the offer to come back on this board, because you was there when nobody was showing up. Only a few people were coming to the meeting. Only a few was coming.
I love.
So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Once again, I definitely know that, Commissioner Shepperson is one of those individuals that always said present in that meeting. I think it's going to be what many will call a dynamic duel on that on that board, all right? But I still, respectfully say that I think I've chosen the best to be part of that board as well. So with that said, I pray for you every day. Charlotte, I know you're watching, all right? And I hope, health, but I know that regardless, there are some individuals, it doesn't matter how they're feeling, they're always going to be there and advocate on behalf of what's right. So with that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you,
Congratulations
Councilwoman
once
Davila.
again.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, we're going to need somebody on this board that could keep Mr. Rucker in check. So this is probably the best pick of all. Okay, all right. But Madam Clerk, and before I do vote, because we have some amazing individuals in our community, and this is a representation of that, especially some of the elders in our community. But I want to send a special shout out to Miss Alexandra. I know she was just here a moment ago. This young lady has been very adamant about coming out to the council meetings, and to the point where she even brought her baby out here with her tonight. And it just speaks volumes about how our young people want to be involved and how inclusive we need to continue to be. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is another great choice. Commissioner, I know you're going to do a great job because you take a lot of pride of where you live. You watch your community. When there's a problem with the school, you call me. When there's a problem with the little mall across the street, you're there. You don't stay quiet. And you not only speak for yourself, you speak for the rest of the community. And I'm very excited and I'm very pleased to be your councilman. So with that being said, the best of luck, and I know you're going to do a phenomenal job. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
So it is my belief that if someone has been appointed to a board and they have done their due diligence, that they are given the opportunity to serve yet again. So Councilwoman Cotton, I do agree. When members were not showing up in attendance, she was present. And I'm happy to see that she's being reappointed. Congratulations, Commissioner Charlotte Shepperson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
So I see in this appointment no conflict. They think different. I think she's going to be the pacifier of Mr. Ernest Rucker. And at the same time, please, please, please keep her in your prayers for speedy recovery. I recall when she used to come here to the meeting, she was sitting there waiting for other members to show up for this rent levy board, and every time she had to turn around and leave because the meeting was not in a quorum. So I know she's going to do a great job, and let's keep on praying for her. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 9 yeses. Item number 42 is hereby adopted.
Item 44.
Item number 44 is a resolution appointing Farah Irvin Esquire to the City of Paterson Rent Leveling Board, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, is City Council Resolution 23-281.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez, Velez, Councilwoman Davila, and Councilwoman Carr. Roll call on item number 44.
Roll call on item number 44 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Farrah's great. I sat next to her while she was Corporation Counsel. She's going to do a great job. Also to the public, I've seen the face reactions. We have a rule, the council people, right? Just to let you know, how we have a rule for the public to speak, there's a 3-minute time limit. We actually have, the council has a 2-minute time limit in our code. When we vote, on our books, we cannot exceed 2 minutes. That's the law. Just like, I wish, Madam Clerk, I would support putting the clock back on because it is a long night. It's in our books. 2 minutes, it says, council members have 2 minutes to explain their vote. I will print it out, corporation, and every council member knows that. I didn't use 2 minutes all meeting, but I just want the public to know. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Put the clock on.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Cotton.
Yeah.
Put the clock on, Madam Clerk.
Yeah.
It's on.
I just want to remind you too that we had the lady upstairs. She got to take the minutes. She's upstairs, and sometimes when she doesn't know who's talking. She can't do her, even though we're being taped. But we still have someone up there. I just want to say to Councilwoman Mims, a great choice too for Farah. Who was our corporation counsel also, who is also a resident of the city of Paterson. She will be good on the board as an attorney, because the city also has an attorney that has to sit with the board whenever they have the meetings. So now actually we'll have 2 attorneys sitting there, making sure that everything gets done when it needs to get done. Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Another great pick, and definitely to have another lawyer in the room is important, all right? I've known her for many years. I worked with her when she was here as our corporation counsel. We agree to disagree sometimes. I've known the family, the brothers, the husband, and I'm just happy that, you know what, she came back to Paterson to continue to serve in Paterson, and I really appreciate that. Congratulations, Commissioner Irving.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Did I say my vote is
sorry.
yes, right? I said that.
Yes, I got it. Councilman Jackson.
Just for a point of clarity, it's also within our code and in our books that as a council person, you should be responsible, stand for the duration of the meetings, and participate in all discussions and all items that's pertaining to the public's best interest. That's just for a point of clarity, but nevertheless, it's an excellent choice. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Mims, congratulations on this great choice. Farah Irving, the sister of our great commissioner of the state, our great friend Chris Irving. She have done a phenomenal job in our community. She's still in Paterson. She's one of my constituents in the 3rd Ward, an excellent lawyer. So she's gonna do a phenomenal job in both sides, wearing her lawyer hat and also her commissioner hat. So she's gonna be very helpful for our community on that board. So with that being said, my vote is yes. Congratulations.
Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
So it is my belief that when we're appointing individuals to serve on any board, that we appoint people that are always going to serve in the best interest of the community. If you look across the board at all of my appointments, whether it's been on the Board of Adjustment, whether it's been which is Trinace Barbie Watkins, my appointment for Housing, who's the chairwoman, Paula Alford, and now tonight for Farah Irving, you will see the pedigree and the background for all of these individuals, and if you watch them in action at their meetings, you will know and understand why they were appointed. It's always right to put the right people in the right place, because you know you don't have to follow up or reach out to them on how they should vote. With that being stated, Commissioner, 4th Ward, born and raised, lawyer, Farah Irving, you know you always will have my support, and I'm looking forward to the great work that you shall do as you serve as a commissioner on the Rent Leveling Board. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Well, Mr. Abdelaziz, he mentioned today's the day of the code books. Everybody's mentioning code books, so let me talk about Farah Irving. She did a tremendous job. She's a humble person. She had to say how it is, and I know she could represent this board good as a commissioner. Councilwoman Mims, great choice. One thing is in the code book that also there should be decorum this side. Also should be no slandering from council members to other council members. That also in the code book. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Is your microphone on, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it's on.
You want me to repeat that?
I heard
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, my vote is yes.
the votes are 9 yeses. Item number 44 is hereby adopted.
Let's take item number 45, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Item number 45 is a resolution appointing Victoria Oquendo to the City of Paterson Rent Leveling Board, sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila. It's a City Council Resolution 23-282.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Cotton, Mims, and Councilman Mendez.
Yes, too.
Councilman Woodin.
Thank you.
Roll call on item number 45, Madam
Roll
Clerk.
call on item number 45 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Love your passion, you're going to do great, yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say congratulations to Victoria Oquendo becoming a member of the Rent Leveling Board. You understand everything that's happening in our city, of what's going on. You're going to do a great job. You're going to do a great job because you're going to be with great people. And that's about serving on these boards when you can work with each and every person with you. But happy that you're joining, and y'all gonna have a lot of work to do. I can tell you that now because they just waiting. These landlords and tenants are waiting. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Victoria. Congratulations.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
So I chose you, Commissioner, to be Oquendo because of your passion, your due diligence. You have been working in this community. We went to the same grammar school, School 20. You graduated with my sister. But let me tell you that you come from an upbringing of family. And the fact that when you came here one time, I had just gotten elected, and you started, being very passionate and very upset about what was going on in Barber Park, what was going on with these needles. You didn't need a title. You have been working for years, and you deserve this appointment. You're an intelligent woman, you're articulate, and I know you're gonna do your due diligence. I know that. So I know you will represent, and I'm just happy that I was able to give you the opportunity, something that you've been doing without a title. You've already been doing it. So with that said, Madam Clerk, congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Sister Oquendo, you define accountability, and I believe you complete this board. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Commissioner. Congratulations. You are the most clear example of empowering the community. By giving you that position, you will represent the community well. You impact your community in such an amazing way. I remember you back then picking up needles and around the park in front of the library. You have done the job in this community. We love you. May God continue blessing you with long life and health, because I know you're going to do an amazing job on this board and in any other board. Congratulations. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
And so, Queen, as I call you when we talk on the phone, I remember we met back in 2014, and I know the clerk has been told to put a 2-minute timer on, which I'm going to ignore because we'll still be sitting here when other people leave. But I want to say this to you. Thank you so much for all that you've done, regardless of being in the front, sometimes not being recognized for the efforts, coming and advocating for our students in the Paterson Public Schools when I was on the board. You came tirelessly to the meetings to advocate on behalf of other people's children when sometimes they didn't show up for their own children. Thank you for standing up even when it comes to the transformation of Barber Park. It was your advocacy and your lead efforts with bringing, I still remember the picture, I picture it in my mind, when you bought that bag of all the needles spread in the park, and that's how those efforts started, and I give you kudos for that. But there's so many things you do with creative kids, how you make kids smile and laugh, that sometimes they didn't even know or understand that, you know, some kids, they sit at your table and they have conversations with you and they say things to you that they may not say to anybody else, but when they leave from sitting in your booth, they're smiling, they're laughing. Thank you for perfecting your craft. Thank you for making sure that you didn't just stick with face painting. You expanded it. You go into the cartoon mode. You make sure that you do the slime with the kids, and then you give them gifts, and you do so many things. You opened up your garage, and you opened it up for students, and they would come in your garage and learn and play and eat and get snacks. And the list can go on and on and on about things that you have done. And so you've already been a commissioner in my sight. Tonight is just the day. And, you know, I thank Councilwoman Davila for appointing you, but you've already been doing the work, and you are continuously a servant leader in our community. Our city is better because of people like you, and I am happy to vote in the affirmative. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Odin.
So again, Commissioner, I said, you know, it's a great time, I should say, especially this board, all the commissioners you're appointing. I think it's a great picks, and you are one of the best picks, I would say. And thank you, Councilwoman, for picking Victoria. And I would say my experience that I was spending a day with the people who has no house on Broadway, passing over water, and I had no identity at the time, I would say. You know, so I got a text message that, what are you doing in the Broadway? And I said, who are you? I mean, at that time, I'm nobody, actually. Nobody knows me. I'm sitting with these people, talking to them, trying to understand them, get connected to them, actually. And that was you. So that's how we started our relationship. So I still remember that, how you got the text message that, what are you doing in the Broadway? So that actually touched me, because someone noticed that what I'm doing there. Because I was with them. It's totally blended with them. Nobody not supposed to notice me there. But thank you for doing so. And again, Councilman Mims mentioned that how you make the kids smile, because many events that we attended, especially on Billen Park, now Mistad Park, all the events they host there, you are there for face painting. Kids smile. And any vendors are there, your side is busier than any other side. You know that. So it's my honor and pride to say thank you, and thank you being part of this commission. And again, thank you to Councilman Davila for picking you and choosing the right person for this right board. Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Odin. Councilman Velez.
Victoria Kendo, your name said it all. Victoria, victory. And you're always in victory, especially when you put those smile like Councilwoman Menses and those kids, that their parents are going to struggle, but they go there and get a happy face and a happy smile. You have a lot of compassion, and you have passion what you do, not only in these chambers, also in the Board of Ed when you have to address any issue. I know you're going to do a great job. You know why? Because you understand the little.
Item number 46.
Roll call on item number 46 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
This is my appointment. He knows why I appointed him. I met with him. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Clerk, say congratulations to
Yeah.
Your vote, Councilwoman?
She said yes.
She said yes.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udin.
So I'd like to thank Councilman Al-Aziz, because you picked him, the person who ran against you. It showed like what type of person you were. I mean, I like this. No, he did. No, he did, yes. No, I'm not mistaken. Yes, of course he did. And it showed that, you know, your big heart. Yes, so I like to see six work together. Yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udin. Councilman Velez.
Perfect example. People always look to the past. They can't look forward and move forward in the city. Come on, man. We are a new city. We need to move forward. Forget about the past. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
My work speaks by itself.
the votes are 9 yeses. Item number 46 is hereby adopted.
Item number 47, Madam Clerk.
Item number 47 is a resolution appointing Betty Simmons to the City of Paterson Rent Leveling Board, sponsored by Councilman Michael Jackson. It's a City Council Resolution 23284.
Second.
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 Second too.
Moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilwoman Cotton, Mendez, Mims, and Uddin. Roll call on item number 47.
This time it's separate.
Roll call on item number 47 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say congratulations to Betty Simmons, who has been part of our community for many, many years. With the health center, she's a member of the ELS. She does so many. She's I believe, a social worker in the community. Great choice, Councilman Jackson. With that being said, congratulations, Betty Simmons, being appointed to the Red Leveling Board. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Councilwoman Davila.
Jackson. Yes. Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Long time, a powerful person in our community. I think she's going to add a great deal of value to this board. We have to be careful on how we allow people to do certain things. And he pointed out a political strategy in which someone tried to eliminate their competition. And then he talks about, well, you can't say anything, we'll just move the city forward. My question to the public, how many of us feel like the city is actually moving forward? Like, when you talk about stagnancy, you talk about moving backwards, and you have people still doing things like that. But anyway, I'm proud to have appointed this young lady. She's going to serve excellently. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Great choice, Councilman Jackson. Congratulations, Ms. Betty. She have done an outstanding job in our community, and I know she's going to do a great job in collaboration with the rest of the commission on this board. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
So, I just thought about it. We failed to mention the work that was put into the amending of the Rent Leveling Board. It's not just to bring it back into motion, but we made some amendments to it. One in particular, when they were serving on this committee previously, they didn't get paid. But now they will get a stipend of $75 per meeting, which I think is fair because there's other boards. This appointment, I think, is profound. Not only is she powerful, not only is she a strong advocate and a voice, but she was serving on another board where they're not receiving a stipend. So I commend Councilman Jackson for watching the service and her work on that board and thought of her enough to say, let me reappoint her to this board to make sure that her work receives some payment. So Councilman Jackson, that is a great move on your part. This is what we should be doing for the people that serve our community, making sure that when they come out to advocate, because sometimes the meetings are hours, that they should get their due. As a fellow daughter, myself and Councilwoman Cotton, we serve with Ms. Simmons, and she does a phenomenal job everywhere she is. Commissioner Betty Simmons, you'll always have my vote, and you'll always have my support. My vote, Madam Clerk, is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udin.
My vote is yes. Congratulations, Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
I'm not going to take my vote to rebuttal, but people are not blind. They see less abandoned property. They see less. I love when you guys answer back, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 yeses. Item number 47 is hereby adopted.
Item number 48. Councilwoman Davila will recuse herself from item 48.
Okay. She recused.
Yes.
Item number 48 is a resolution appointing Jeanette Downs as a commissioner of the Paterson Parking Authority. It's sponsored by Council President Shane Kalik. It's City Council Resolution 23285.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 48.
Roll call on item number 48 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
So I've known Miss Jeanette for a very long time, and I know she's going to do a phenomenal job, so shout out to you, Commissioner Jeanette. You always will have my support. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
So, Jeanette Dones, in Spanish, Dones is English, is gifted. So I believe that she's going to be doing a great job. I know her for many, many years, since 1987, and I believe that she's going to do a great job in the board, in the parking authority. So, with honor, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know, Jeanette, you are watching. Congratulations. It's very well deserved. I know you will do the best for the community. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses. Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Davila recused. So item number 48 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, we'll do item number 55, then we'll go to public portion.
Okay. Item number 55 is a resolution honoring Apostle Reverend Lucila Molina and Apostle Reverend Jose D. Molina for 44 years of pastoral ministry and community service in the city of Paterson. Is sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez and co-sponsored by the remaining council members.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Mendez.
So moved. Council
Roll call.
President, before you do the roll call, I would like to put co-sponsor Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Mims, and the remaining of the council co-sponsor.
Okay, thank you. Roll call on item number 55.
Roll call on item number 55 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a celebration of 44 years of pastoral ministry in the community. That's really awesome, being here in the city of Paterson for 44 years, ministering to the community. That is just absolutely wonderful. Recognizing Apostle Molina and Reverend Jose Molina. 44 years of pastoral in here in the city. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Congratulations on the 44 years of anniversary to Apostle Reverend Lucila Molina and Apostle Reverend Joseph Molina. May God continue blessing you both with long life and health. You've been serving in this community for 44 years. It's amazing. Congratulations. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
So before I vote, just in the reso, there's a few just typos. Like it talks about the first name of the church was Bethel. It was Bethel. So I'll just make some corrections and I'll forward it over just to make sure the reso is read properly when you present it, Councilman Velez, to the church. They have been awesome leaders. I remember their testimony of being in Puerto Rico and then coming to migrating to the city of Paterson. They've been here for a very, very long time, and they have been doing great, great work. I love these pastors and their family. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
So this resolution means a lot for me. We was together in ministry way back. I know the Lucila the Molina family, and Mr. Reverend Apostle Lucila Molina and Reverend Apostle Jose D. Molina. I just want to clarify that that's not a typo. Bethel is a Spanish church name, Bethel. Iglesia Betel, so I have to leave it the same way because that's the same way in Spanish the sign is our reading, Betel, yes. So that's the way the signs are in the church. And listen, serving the Lord is the best thing. Learning from the Lord the Lord is the best thing in the world. So congratulations to both of them. Congratulations to giving us your ministry in the city of Paterson. The church of NSL started in the 5th Ward. They still in the 5th Ward. So congratulations on your 44 years anniversary. God bless you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Davila.
Reverenda Molina, I remember you coming to CASA program on Mill Street and almost Route 19. I remember when you needed a home for your church. And I remember CASA opening up their doors, and you're still there. You have a great family. I know your son is in the fire department. You are Paterson, and I'm just so happy to be able to celebrate your 44 years of community service and pastoral ministry. Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 9 yeses. Item number 55 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk will, sir, Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk, we will open up the public portion now. How many speakers do we have?
There
Please
are
call the
39
first speaker.
speakers, Mr. President. 39.
We'll do city business when we'll do that. We're gonna, no back and forth, sir. No back and forth. Madam Clerk, first speaker.
First speaker is Mr. Ernest Rucker.
Oh, my God.
First speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Ernest Rucker.
Mr. Rucker.
New Jersey. I want to make something crystal clear now that I'm Commissioner Rucker.
Mic on.
It is on. It is on.
It's on. Get close to the mic.
I don't care if anyone decides to call me to ask me to do a favor. Forget it. Don't do it. I'm not a commissioner to be a commissioner to do a job for anyone up there. My job is the community. And we're going to do that job.
Right.
We'll be coming back to this council with amendments to this ordinance. This ordinance is not totally clear yet, and we think we need to have some input from the board to see how we can strengthen this to make sure the people of Paterson are served. I sat here knowing that I was going to be appointed tonight, and I guess all the beautiful things said about me, that I would get up here and not say what I need to say. And I have 3 words to start with. No, actually, it's a combination of words. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. I'm standing here right now, and there's other commissioners in this audience that haven't been paid. They need to be paid. They need to be paid. We cannot continuously appoint people to boards, not pay them, not compensate them at a little bit of money for their time. Newark has an ordinance that I've been looking at very closely on written leveling boards, where they make sure that every landlord in the city has to register not using their LLCs, but a person that the city can contact when an issue arises. That needs to be in this ordinance. I'm not here to placate to anyone. I'm here to do a job for the people that sit behind me. This is our day to at least show you that we can do it correctly, forcefully, and I advise any commissioner that you have appointed, they better show up, because we'll be back at this podium asking for you to replace them. This is not a board like you thought it was before, where people just got on this board and didn't show up. If you don't show up to these meetings, I'm going to be in your behind. I'm going to ask the council people to reappoint. We go by the same rule. 3 missed meetings, you're out. 3 missed meetings, you're out. Unless you're sick or you come up with a personal excuse, I'm going to follow that rule. Now, what I heard tonight, and I want to talk about this again for a reason. And the reason I said bullshit, 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 the item that was on the agenda for televising city workshop meetings should be put back on the agenda. That's right. Let the people of Paterson understand that you're listening to them. No one has so much power. I know that's not 3 minutes because I just got started. I coined the phrase.
Commissioner Rucker.
Yes, yes, sir.
Please, sir, please wrap it up as soon as possible. Quickly, please.
Well, I'm gonna do it. I'll do it in closing.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Which may be 2 more minutes, but anyway, I am very concerned that there's an issue with this council allowing the public to see these meetings where you have the real discussion before the televised. What do you have to hide? Every week you see these chairs full. We're not sitting home no more. We're not listening to the bullshit on Tuesday night that when it's televised. And when we come in here, you debate the same thing you debated at the workshop. It is time that you woke up. And I don't, and I don't want to be mean-spirited, but it's just in my nature. If you don't put it on now, when the new president is elected, it will go on and it will pass. Because some of you won't be there. It is time. I'm going to use it right. Commissioner Rucker says it's time that we understand this community is sick and tired of being disrespected. These people aren't out here just to be out here. They've been watching this garbage on television. They've been watching this dysfunctional shit that's been going on. Even though I'm swearing, I want to apologize to Reverend Lagarde that's sitting here in the audience. But he knows me. He knows me. And let me shut it up because I want to make sure that you're able to take care of city business. And I even say to the audience, if they don't listen to your response, we can't yell while you're responding, because that's the proof in the pudding. We have to have some decorum when it comes time to making sure we hear what you say. Because a lot of times we're yelling and you're saying things and we don't get it until next week. So I want city business to continue. I want us to have a relationship between this council and this community. And if you don't develop that relationship, I'm telling you, buddy, it's going to be a hard time in Paterson. And the rabbit does have the gun now.
Thank you, Mr. Rucker. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker, Mr. David Gilmore.
Mr. Gilmore. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do you have?
39.
39. Mr. Gilmore.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Again, I come to represent that I'm standing with the De Jesus and family and Justice Fanaji as well. We're not going to forget. In no certain order of importance, I want to say a couple of things that I have written down this time, because I forget sometimes when I come up here. It gets so hot up here sometimes. But let me say first, Attorney General Platkin has scheduled a meeting in the community to host community listening. You know,
What's your name?
some people I have lost respect for. Used to hold them in high esteem. Not anymore. Now I just call them the dogs that they are. Why is St. Luke's the first stop coming into Paterson? What is that all about? How many years has that been made the political platform and launching point for the city of Paterson? Is it because those people that go to that church? We don't have other churches that they could go to or other non-secular places they can go to? Why does it have to be a church? We have many churches. Pick another one. The president of the NAACP is a dud. Yes, sir. He does nothing for this community. He says nothing for this community. Skip over St. Luke's and go someplace else. I'm here to tell you that some of these ministers have let us down. They've let us down, led us astray, and doing whatever they can do to keep favor with the mayor. There's a letter circulating right now. There's a letter circulating right now. Fulmore, one of my favorite Negroes, is now pushing to have the incident of the voter fraud thing on the as an action item from that group, the Negro group. Well, what happened to the other issues and the other people that are associated with that misrepresentation and fraud? You're just utilizing and mixing things, apples and oranges, in that letter to promote the mayor's agenda. You need to cut it out. The other thing is, we have an individual, and I don't want to keep mentioning his name because I didn't get permission to mention his name, but I want to talk about the situation where somebody goes blind while they're working for the city of Paterson and get denied the opportunity to retire and collect ADA benefits and so forth from the city. Just got another denial yesterday. How many times you going to keep denying this man the opportunity for his recompense? They said put him back. They said put me back. But in the same time, we'll get to that in a minute. But at the same time, this gentleman needs an opportunity to collect his money. Almost 2 years now out of work. And because he went blind, y'all don't want to take care of him. But when police get hurt, when fire get hurt, they get compensated. Why can't he?
Depends.
So we'll put that on the table, and maybe somebody will answer that later. I don't know. Maybe not. I want to thank my friend, my good friend, sometimes friend, Mr. Rucker, and congratulations for becoming a commissioner. And by the way, on that commission, because when I get back on the job that they said I'm going to be put back on, make sure that those people that come in there, the landlord has a re-rental certificate when he comes in there. Those inspections should be done automatically. Present your re-rental certificate when you come in. Make that part of your process. I would suggest. The other thing is, just a minute.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gilmore.
My friend and I were riding in the 4th Ward and found somebody dumping on Summer Street. It's on Facebook. Let's Save Paterson, or my particular page, you can go. Roger Greer, he came after he saw me post it live. The guy's around the corner coming around dumping soil on Summer Street. There's an ordinance that was passed just recently that increased the fine from $2,500 to $2,500 minimum to $10,000 in fines for people that dump. I would certainly like to see, and I had a conversation earlier with the director, and he's working on that, but I would certainly like to see and follow up that the maximum fine be given for that person over there on Summer Street dumping that soil. Because it's high time that we address the environmental racism that happens in this community, because other communities don't get it. You go to the 4th Ward, the 1st Ward, and where we live, people of color live, and you dump on us like it's all right. Contaminated soil, clean soil, garbage, dead dogs in the bag, all kind of stuff going on. I put it on Facebook. I go take the pictures. All kind of stuff going on.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmore.
In closing, I would like to hear, because it's been threatened, but at least a follow-up to what the status is on those ethics complaints that you made, Councilwoman. Please come back to us and let us know. And lastly, if you will, I am ecstatic that, and I'm gonna call his name, Hythen Eunice was not put forward for the board. With all those violations and times he's been to court for everything that he's done, now all of a sudden you're gonna put him on as a commissioner to pass judgment what's going on in the office. That's the same guy, I was sitting right here. That's the same guy that said, accused me of those sexual harassment charges that were trumped up on me by people in the office that have been overturned by the Office of Administrative Law and said, put me back in my job. Put me back. Every day I was out, I get paid. Every time, every vacation day, holiday, sick day, put me back. What you waiting on? Is it the same people that's denying Mr. Meadows his replacement or compensation, doing the same thing to me? Who is it? Who's deciding that they should go back and appeal? Why? For what? It's just costing you more money. I want my job back. And I don't care what you got to do to make it happen. I'm not finished working. I got work to do.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmore. Thank you, Mr. Gilmore. Next speaker.
Ms. Wahida Mohammed.
I just want to remind everyone, we do have 39 speakers. Please be mindful of the time. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Ms. Wahida Mohammed is.
Ms. Mohammed.
She's at the podium.
Ms. Mohammed. Ms. Mohammed.
With God's name, good evening. What I want to know, and I want to see how many of you are going to approve a budget that will hire for the mayor's personal vendetta against Director Dave Gilmore, because it's coming. You're going to have to approve that money to get another lawyer or whoever it is to deny this man the job that you know he should be doing. And I want to see how many of you are going to sit there and say yes for that. The other thing is, I know Councilman Jackson has been begging you all to separate the bills because of the garbage company. Let me tell you what this garbage company did just the other day. And I sent pictures to the director. They left all this garbage right by the grandparent center. And of course, DPW came to clean up their mess. But what angered me the most was that that company came past while they were cleaning up their mess and blew the horn at them and waved to say, look what you're doing, you have to clean up my mess. I don't know if I'd have had a gun for real. Because that was absolutely, yes, why would you do that? Because they could care less, because you keep paying them. And if you keep paying me, why the hell would I do anything different? That makes no sense. And I saw that. They waved at them and blew the horn. That yes, you're cleaning up my mess, but I'm getting paid for it. Makes no sense. Councilman Udin, I don't know where you are, but you gave me a little bit of hope tonight when you stated that the reason that he took off the agenda, the televising of the workshop, is because he knew that you finally had 5 votes. And that's the only reason you took it off. And that's a shame. Because like she said, that shows weakness. That doesn't show that you are strong and you're together. It shows that you're a weak person to do something so outrageous to the community when that's what we're asking for. And the last thing I want to say to you, Corporation Counsel, when you first came on and took that seat, I said to you, brother, that those people on the other side of you have no problem causing you to lose your license. They could care less about your license. But as a man that prays and knows that Allah takes everything that we do, and we're going to have to pay for that. So don't let them take that away from you, because they have no feelings about that. And that's the only thing that you got is your word. And you have to stick and live with that, while they sit there and could care less how you live. But not only how you live, is how you die, with whatever record you have accumulated for yourself. And I said, Councilman Uden, I'm glad that you're back so I can let you know I thought you had really shown us that you had the public in your heart when you decided that you knew why they took the televising of the meeting off, because they knew you had 5 votes. And that you were going to make sure that those 5 votes counted tonight. So I thank you for that. But every time I see you in the corner with Al Aziz, it brings a whole nother feeling to my heart, because I know that Al Aziz could care less about what happens to us, as long as it's not in the 6th ward. So I want you to be careful, brother, because, hey, as I've always said, a person that has nothing to hide hides nothing. So when you go in the corner with the devil, you're coming out with some of the devilish ways that they have. So be careful, because you too are establishing your own record that you have to stand on. Thank you, and God bless.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Bilal Hakim.
Good evening.
Good evening. You know, I had to leave and I was on my way back. I thought that it was a delay, so I was rushing, because a lot of times when you're watching online, it's a delay. You get here and something else going on, but you was right on time, Ernie. There's some 5 things I just want to address. The first thing I wanted to say is this here. The meeting, I was reading an article about the Attorney General coming and wanting to have a listening meeting with the people here in Paterson. This meeting should not be at St. Luke's. We need to demand that it is moved to a location not with the political connections. I smell a skunk. I smell a skunk. I smell a skunk. And I know a lot of y'all, you're scared to open up your mouth. Contact the Attorney General at 609-292-4925 and demand it, because it's the same old thing again where people, they just impose their will on you. Tell you this is how it's going to be. No, that's not how it's going to be. You're going to hear from the people, and the Attorney General need to be sent that message. You, those in listening, we need to send them a message. Other thing, through the chair, Public Safety Committee, the commercial curfew that was passed some years ago, we need an update on that. I live in the area where, the Broadway area, where the BP gas station, where all that traffic is at, where they're all out in front of the building, where the owners of the building has constantly contacted the administration, said they don't want hanging there, because when you have crowds where people are shooting dice and police just riding by, it leads to other things, anger, killing. As you know, Pike was killed 2 years ago, April 22nd, over a dice game, over $1. I just rode past it right now. It's still out there. Police told the owners, put a sign up. They put the signs up, nobody responds. Tell the police, when they come through there, move the crowds. Crowds invite danger. A lot of shooting going on. And they don't care where they're shooting at. They were shooting up there by the laundromat in the broad daylight at each other one time, okay? So no crowd should be there. I reached out to our council people at large. I appreciate them for responding back, Dr. Lisa Mims, and as well as Udine, Fareed Udine. They have responded at night calls. Right now, like I said, they're up there. Public safety is of paramount importance. It doesn't mean, as the mayor totes out, that he's bringing on more police. That's not the whole scope of public safety. I just came down the street the other day on Van Houten Street, right across from the Board of Education. Somebody has a tent up, sleeping out there. They were sleeping across the street. Now they're up the street. And you mean to tell me I'm the only one that see that? And they're still sleeping out there. No, that's a safety issue. Sleeping in the cubics by the bank. Safety issue. That shouldn't be happening. Crowds should not be standing in front of the building. Anytime there's a crowd that gathers in front of City Hall for a speak out, protest, whatever, what do you do? What do you do? You ask for a permit and you have law enforcement. You want to move the crowd and all that. Crowd should not be out there. I don't want to see it. I want to come back here, bringing this message to you again about these crowds there where the owners are pleading with you. Give me a minute and I'll back away. We need an update on curfew because if the businesses is closed at 12, why are people out all night long in that area? Why? For what reason? The issue of police. You know, we talk about the need for reimagining policing. I want to say this to you all. Police are armed agents of the state. Their job is to defend the interests of the state. And until there is a community control of public safety, police and all those other apparatuses, until we change the structure of how policing, that aspect is done, we will be like the dog who continues to chase and say, I don't care what you calling for. You can keep calling for to the cow jump over the moon until you change the structure of how policing is done. Look at its history. Look at the rules and regulations that govern it. There's nothing going to happen. And they sit back and laugh when you come to this microphone because they know you're running in circles. I'm telling you some stuff that I'm getting from the top from different people that know how this thing goes. We got to change the structure of it. Although they sending in these here people now, the AG is here. They have this guy coming from New York and all this. This is all cosmetic reform, y'all. Cosmetic. So that's all I really
Thank you.
That's all I really wanted to say to each and every one of you tonight. Do something about these issues. The other thing is this right here. I want to say this here as I wrap up and move away. I don't like the fact that when we come to these city council meetings, like there's something of importance. Like right now, if something was to happen out there of an emergency, and I brought it to your attention, we would stop. When somebody brings something of emergency, of importance, I think that with preciseness and precision, we should address these things, not wait all the way until the end all the time. That's just my suggestion to you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Hafiza Freeman.
Ms. Freeman.
I come to you in the greeting words of peace of Assalamu alaikum. I want to start off with Justice for Najee Seabrooks. Again, I'm going to be with this every single week, Justice for Najee. Tonight, I'm instead of a speech, I'm going to be reciting a poem that I wrote today. When will my black life not be viewed as a threat? Did you hear me? When will my black life not be viewed as a threat? When will I not fear being pulled over? When will I not fear being asked to step out of the vehicle? When will my safety be assured? Being black in America is a dangerous fate. They placing bets and the stakes keep getting raised. Before, racism was hidden behind closed doors, but now we see it more and more. Go on YouTube, Twitter, and IG and catch a view. It has a social media presence now, but it still doesn't mean that racism has died down, not even in the least bit. All these Karens and Kens, they just modern day slave owners without the whips and pieces of land. We are not safe because the only thing they fear is our race. Police out here killing us just cause and then getting a pay raise. They commit crimes under the law and get away with it. We just exist, and jail it is. We have no protection in the law, under the law, or even around it. The system was designated to imprison us. We are still slaves under an existing system called government. You didn't know that slavery is you didn't know that this is still slavery by the guise of a different name, but the rhetoric is still the same. Use their own people against them, and they won't question a thing. The house slave versus the field nigga, replication under the same game, playing Monopoly where we don't win a damn thing. Pieces on the board being shuffled around until we are buried 6 feet under the ground. Our mental health is their wealth. They take our trials and tribulations and make it a spectacle, getting paid off our pain. The trick is they use our own people to coon for their own gain. No need to use shackles and chains. They only needed to imprison our brains. Living in a different day, separation is the way. Our death shall be the date. It is time we pave our own way out of this hell and into the pearly gates. Our heaven awaits right on the horizon. Brighter days are coming. It's staring us right in our face. We just got to win this last race. And only then we shall have our saving grace. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Victoria.
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 Hi, I'm Yvette Austin Johnson. I'm a long-life resident of the city of Paterson. Najee, I'm little, right? Najee Seabrooks is my cousin. Willie Seabrooks is my first cousin. Our brothers, our fathers and mothers, sisters and brothers, and everybody know my son was murdered. And when Najee died, it brought it all back. So my son was murdered because somebody didn't like him. No matter what the hell y'all heard, that's what it was. We understand it's a system that's against us. We understand all that, but my bottom line is nowhere could you go and shoot dice. Nowhere. You can't go to Hawthorne. You can't go to Helding. You can't do that. There's no liquor stores where you could go. When you got liquor stores everywhere, there's going to be crime. And when we got a system like that baby just talked about, that's what it is. I don't take I don't make excuses for Rajan because Rajan was 36 when he closed his eyes. I take responsibility because I did have another life. But the bottom line, I believe in the city of Paterson. This is my home. And I need to tell y'all, Council President, you got to take back your chamber. And I say that with all due respect. When I first came here, this shit was out of control. It's out of control. I said, where's Robert Rules of Order? But you know what? I had to change your heart because y'all was dropping Jews, Lisa, and y'all was dropping Jews. Mike is out of his mind, but I love him. And, you know, every day I wake up and I miss my son. You got to know how I was with my kids to know that. This ain't no, you forget about that. It's almost 4 years, and every other day it feels like yesterday. And when I see my city with people laying on the ground and shit still going on and y'all in here arguing, we looking at y'all for some help. A lot of y'all don't even like each other. And I know that. You can hear it by the shade. But this ain't about y'all. But we believe in y'all. I believe in you. But what I want to say to my people is sometimes we got to tone it down. Because y'all was doing the most too. And guess what? We all human, so fighting each other ain't going to bring nothing. It's okay to have your beef. But when we all rowdy like this, people think that about us anyway. And that's why nobody don't listen. I'm not saying don't say what you mean, but mean what you say. But we don't always got to be so volatile. Because we in here trying to get some damn peace for outside. We can't be in here and then talking about we want peace out there. And I believe that the council should have a little more respect as well. You can't be arguing with the people, man. I know they aggravated and we aggravated, but you just can't do it because it takes away your power. But I respect y'all all. I wasn't feeling that when I first came. But this was fun. And I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Akbar McIntyre.
Mr. McIntyre.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. I came in tonight for some clarity. And I came here to also perhaps shed some light on some things that may bring some clarity to our particular situation. It's no secret that I came before this council expressing my sentiments in reference to our CDBG application. And I want to share this with you all because our legal advocate received an email from the CDD. I'm not gonna name nobody's name, but the CDD, you know what that stands for, and asking the status of our application. It was told that our application was not disqualified, but it went before the underwriting. Humble Beginnings is one of the applications of the 4 applications that was submitted for underwriting, and it may take up to 60 days to complete. And so the question was asked, will our underwriting process be completed enough in time for the action plan, which is the deadline is April 30th. Unfortunately, Humble Beginnings was submitted for underwriting, but most likely will not be completed before the action plan is due for HUD. This is what was brought to my attention. And so I took it upon myself to reach out to the chief executive officer without mentioning nobody's name and not utilizing this as a platform to make no disparaging remarks about nobody. We're just gonna lay the truth out there and put it out there. I asked a legitimate question, and this is in reference to what was being fed to us by his staff, who he is suggesting that we resolve this matter with, his EDD and his CDD. So we asked the question, is there a legitimate reason? And I'm going to pose the same question to this council as well as to this corporate council. And there's a reason why I'm going to pose this question to the corporate council, and you're going to hear it as we speak. Is there a legitimate reason to deny us access to federal funding that would help us complete our project? And for those who are not aware of our project, it's no secret that Humble Beginnings Incorporated purchased the abandoned Northside Library with every intention on remodeling it, rehabbing it, and making it useful to the community. There's no secret, all right? That's out there, all right? And that was a power move, you understand? And because, you know, one of the things that was so troubling about this is because, please let me put this out there. What was so troubling about this is because we asked that question, and this person, the chief executive officer, said, I'm not denying you access to anything. I'm just suggesting that you deal with my staff for a resolution. And we're dealing with the staff, posing these questions. What's the status of our application? And if we're not going to meet the deadline for the action plan, does that mean that we are inadvertently being disqualified or indirectly being disqualified? Or are we being played like a ping pong? Because his staff, it seems like it's playing like a ping pong. I don't like to be played like a ping pong. And so I asked that question. So I'm posing this question to you. And I'm posing this question to you because I took the suggestion of the CEO and approached his staff, his CDD and his EDD, in reference to our status of our application. We received, the same exact day, we received an email from someone from the corporate council saying that we are refrained from engaging in any kind of communication with the CDD in reference to our application. This is the same day I get a text from the CEO in reference to, and I can't, it doesn't wrestle well with me because I'm conscious enough to understand that there are millions of dollars that are funneled back into our community, and we are not organized well enough to tap into these resources. And then when we become organized well enough to do business with the municipality, the state, and the federal government, we are denied access to funding to rehabilitate our own communities. This is the God's honest truth, and that bothers me. That bothers me because I never asked nobody for anything. We purchased this building from the city of Paterson, and this council came and gave a resolution to push this item forward to sell us the building with every intention on making it useful to the community. And this CEO ingratiated himself all over this project. We didn't ask for all of that. But we used it. We used it as an opportunity to spread the word, to let the world know that Patersonians and ordinary common people on the street can govern themselves and take an initiative to rehabilitate their own community.
Thank you, Mr. Akbar.
There's no. Gotta hear me out. You gotta hear me out. You gotta hear me out. I ain't apologizing to nobody. I'm not apologizing to nobody. This is straight talk. We have to understand that there is a deliberate reason why the neighborhoods that we live in, this is right here bringing clarity to the situation here in Paterson, New Jersey. Environmental racism is the key where certain parts of the city is being invested in while other neighborhoods remain in this dilapidated condition. I attended the City of Newark State of the City address last week. Me and my brother Tommy, we had front row seats, NJ Pack. And they're thriving over in Newark. Had the same problems we have over here in Paterson. They had the same issue with violence, same issue with crime. But the leadership over there took an investment and made an investment in people. They made an investment in people. They made an investment in people. And there's aspects of the city of Newark that is being very successful because they're allowing people to take the lead. And this is what we're trying to do. So I want some clarity on this. Is there a legitimate reason, if there is a plan to disqualify my application, whether it's directly or indirectly, behind the scenes or before the scenes, a legitimate reason to deny us access to federal funding? Because we want to touch base on this, and I want to put this icing on the cake right here. What we requesting and apply for is not city money. It's federal dollars that are funneled back into this community that is earmarked specifically for rehabilitating communities that we have just described. There's not a neighborhood in this city that is in dire need of rehabilitation like the North Side community.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre.
You hear what I said to you?
Mr. McIntyre,
I'm asking for some clarity.
Okay. Mr. McIntyre, Councilman Cotton, we are in the CDBG committee. We'll reach out to our director and we'll find out, and we'll reach out to you, Mr. McIntyre. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Miss Frances Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing him to share. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing him to share.
Ms. Francis.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Frances Harrison, East Side Neighborhood Association President. I'm standing before you tonight because there's too many questions.
Ma'am, please speak into the mic.
Too many questions that my constituents would like to know about. One thing is, we're talking about this rent leveling committee that has just gotten new members. If that committee was in existence before, from people who were nominated by you as council people, and it was not in existence, why has it taken so long to reappoint?
Have no idea.
That's my first question. My other question is about how quick things get put on this agenda when things have been brought to your attention over and over again in reference to these ordinances in this city. We have a real big problem on the east side with commercial parking. Okay, we call it in, we get no resolution. We've asked for signage. We've asked for so many things and nothing gets done. But here we got 12, 13, item 12, 13, 14, 17, and 18. Already you're talking about penalizing the community again for street cleaning. You know, who should be penalized
is DPW workers and the directors and the supervisors at DPW for not doing their job. Okay, because if they were doing it, you wouldn't have to put a resolution out there
No, we got
for
you.
them to come back and have people move their stuff. Where I live at, every week, we move our cars because we know they coming.
Nope.
They come through us and they do it. If they come through and we have not moved our car, which they know we move all the time, they get easy money off of us because they feel like we got the money. So they'll throw a ticket on us.
No,
Okay? I've seen the sweepers where there's no truck in front of them, letting the people know the sweeper's coming through. So people are not doing their job. But instead of penalizing them, you come back to the community again. You're coming back to the community again with this budget not being balanced to get more money from us again, when there's so much low-hanging fruit out there that you can get money from other than coming to us. And appreciate every week the regular council meeting explaining to us as a community what goes on at the workshop, because y'all refuse to let us see what you're talking about before it goes on this agenda. Okay, we need that workshop. We need that explanation so we don't sit here all night with y'all arguing back and forth about what went on in the workshop when y'all should be going yay or nay. Move it. Approve it. No, you sit there and you do a dialogue about stuff that was already discussed at the workshop, when if we as the public knew that, we wouldn't be sitting here till 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning to get through the public. It's ridiculous. The other thing is, project manager. How many times has that word been said, those two words? You look in here now, all this money going to this company, that company, they doing this, they doing that. Where is the project manager to oversee these things? The street repairs, years and years and years of lists with years and years and years of money. Where is that other money at for these streets that was supposed to be paid last year and the year before and the year before that? You're always waiting on a windfall to do some streets. Where's the list of the streets that was on last year and the year before that? Third Ward Council went through the Third Ward, had over 32 streets that needed attention. This new list don't have any of those streets on it. Where's this money at? And you're talking about budgets. You know, you splitting. It's easy work. But it's like the ordinance in this city of 200 and something odd years is inundated, old. Those are the ordinances that need to help us as a community. Not handicap parking, not street naming, not all, you know, us as a community. We come in here and sit in here on Tuesday, regular council, because we're trying to understand what is going on. I heard Robert's Rules of Order. I didn't think y'all worked under Robert's Rules of Order. Okay, I heard that the first time tonight. I want to know how you have council people that stroll in and out at willy-nilly and do whatever they want to do on any given night. Is there any Robert's rules as to introducing them into the meeting when you're late? Introducing them out of the meeting when they're leaving? How is that conducted? You know, it's like, I'll do whatever I want. And we always say, anything goes in Paterson.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Francis.
it's obvious. It's
Thank
obvious.
you. Thank you.
I'm not finished yet either. You know, I usually don't come up here and take over talking, but there's things that people need to say. That's why before you get to the public meeting, instead of this rah, 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 I've known her all my life and she lives in Paterson, we don't need to hear all of that. You made the decision to appoint that person, yes or no. And the majority of us that show up, I can tell you, most of us know each other. Okay? So you don't have to know me to tell them who I am and where I came from and how I did, that's the other thing. Are you putting that person on here? Yes. And I feel that they would do a good job. But every one of y'all, down the line, we sit here and listen to you go through this rigmarole, which is unnecessary. I appreciate all of you who bring out these issues that we need to know about. That we need to know about. I appreciate it. But we need to know about it prior to the regular council meeting, so if we have objections, we can get out to you, call you on the phone, talk to you about it, find out what's really going on and try to understand. You know, we don't come in here just to sit here all night for him to keep saying, all right, thank you, all right, next, all right, the bell rang. You know, nobody needs to hear that. It's aggravating and it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful. The budget, when is there going to be a financial audit? All these councils, all these committees that you have, Mr. President, all these committees, I'm directing this to you. All these committees that your council people are on, do you ever get any written notices? Is there any minutes from any of these minutes of these meetings? The DPW board, the financial board. Where are the minutes? And one last thing, then I'm going to shut up. All this money ciphering through this city, the website of Paterson, New Jersey is embarrassing. You got people on there that have died and went to see whoever they going to see, up or down. Their name is still on that website. You still have Jane Warren Williams as the mayor in other areas. There was somebody hired, I don't know how long ago, that was supposed to be helping us with our IT. Our IT, how is that possible?
Thank you, Ms. Francis.
All right, that's it, because every week it's the same thing.
Next speaker, Madam
Look at the
Clerk.
ordinance that affect this city as a community, and not just what you feel like. It's feel good, street cleaning, and stop coming for us. Get that low-hanging fruit. You know, the double parking. You know, parking at the corner by the fire hydrant. Every night, you can ride around this city and you be rich in one night, one day, for all the money that can be collected.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Ms. Trinice Watkins.
Good evening.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
Justice for the Seabrooks and DeJesus family. On March 28th, me and my colleagues standing here were here from the Board of Adjustments, and on April 11th, another individual came in attendance from the Board of Adjustments. But I have a statement that I'm going to read tonight. Ever since the April 11th meeting, many of the council people and the administrators are aware of where I'm going. Some of you know and some of you don't know. But if you want to know, refer back to March 28th and April 11th. Since the April 11th meeting, every time I come out, somebody says, well, who's the lady that was speaking? Was it Councilwoman at Large Maritza's sister? You know, who was she? What was she talking about? I don't have a clue. We don't have a clue. She lost us. Okay, so I'm going to speak on that. So on April 11th, you listened to a story from a female Board of Adjustment commissioner who apparently mentioned a totally different situation than the three commissioners from March 28th. The question is, how and why? She also indicated if anyone in attendance wanted a transcript of the Board of Adjustment meeting that took place on the 30th to let her know. Remind you all, we've been asking for transcripts since last year, and we're still trying to get them. So how could she receive them so fast? if she really, see, you got to be careful when you open Pandora's box. When you open Pandora's box, you don't know. You done opened the door for any and everything. That's what you have done. What that commissioner did is she failed to mention in that transcript that I indicated on March 30th that I didn't trust some of them. And I explained the reason why. So that's in that transcript that she's talking about. So if y'all really want to know about that transcript, pull, whenever it decides to come out, pull it and see what Trinae said why she don't trust them. Be mindful, people, of what you ask for. So the stenographer, she indicated that she was backed up. And it was going to be a while before these transcripts are given to us. Because she's supposed to be leaving May 1st. So I don't know if you all know, we need a stenographer. She received a check, it bounced. And she haven't received a paycheck since. Our recording secretary still have not been paid. Okay, so the stenographer, I asked her, before she leave, could she please give us all the transcripts up until she's been there? When May 1st come, I don't know what we're doing. So, on April 11th, that commissioner indicated that if you go back and check March 30th meeting, you'll see that those commissioners indicated that they like her. Yeah, we do like her. We do like that secretary that got the job. But does that mean that she gets to pass the process of how she get the job? Did you guys have to go through a process in order to get your job? Did you just get it because you wanted it? Anybody in here? Okay, so, like I said, I've been asked many a times. So that person that came here versus the names that were mentioned on March 28th, that person that came here on April 11th, she was not the Board of Adjustment chairperson, nor was she the UEZ director, nor was she the director of economic development, nor was she Council President Khalik, nor was she Councilwoman Moritza, and nor was she Councilwoman Al-Aladis. But she was appointed by Al-Aladis. If y'all remember, back in 2022, Al-Aladis wanted me to be removed so someone's family member could be replaced. So you see how all of this is coming together? To remind everyone, this commissioner is, again, like I said, she was appointed by Al. But while she was at the mic, she asked for an apology. And we're trying to understand why she was asking for an apology if she wasn't none of those names that was mentioned, nor was her position. So while she was at that mic, she never asked Al-Aladis to apologize to Trinae for trying to remove her. She never asked Maritza to apologize to the three of us for calling us liars. She never showed any concern about the 4 employees plus the commissioner who wasn't getting paid. She showed no concerns. So far as I was concerned, she went there with her own personal selfish agenda. Let me be clear. Maritza, let me rephrase that. Councilwoman at-large Maritza, you have never, ever been privy to any conversation I've had with any Board of Adjustment employee. Never. So when we came here that night, we came with the conversations we've had with them, and you wasn't in attendance in any of them. So why would you call us a liar? What did we lie about? You wasn't privy to those conversations. So why was we a liar? But hold your breath, but listen, I'm not looking for an apology.
Do not do that. Your time, first of all, your time is over. But do not do that because it is unfair that you're speaking about a city employee. You're speaking
just as loud as you.
When I addressed and I said that it was a lie, I said that it was a lie. You were discussing and saying about the process. Do not lie on people. That's what I said. Do not lie on people. That's what I said. Do not lie on people. Do not do that. You don't like it, and if it's done to you, and all I'm saying is do not do that. I've been staying quiet. I've been staying quiet, but everybody here can speak. Okay? I've been staying quiet, but do not do that. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You will not do that. I said you were lying.
Ma'am, Councilman, one second.
It was a process, and that was not part of it.
Councilman, one second. Point of order. One second, ma'am. One second. One second. Councilman Jackson. One second, ma'am, please.
Check that meeting
Councilman
from
Jackson.
March 28th.
What is your issue?
Check that meeting from March 28th.
Ma'am.
I said that it was a lie what was being said. That's what I said. When you discuss process, that is not true.
Councilwoman, please stop. Ma'am, I gave you a courtesy. Is it 3 minutes? I mean, it's almost 6 minutes. Please wrap her up. Please. Please, ma'am. Please, ma'am. I gave you a courtesy. You know that.
That female also stated that she believes some of us would be better than some of you. But what she failed to realize, she was appointed by you. Some of you must be good because she brought it up. These are her words. And some of us on the Board of Adjustment are just as good. But these are her words. Go back and check the video.
Thank you.
I'm not finished. The commissioner understand when you're absent and not in attendance until after roll call, you miss information as well as conversation, which means your information was received from second and third party, not facts.
Ma'am, please wrap it up, ma'am.
Board of Adjustment meetings are held on Thursday evenings, sometimes on Monday, starting at 7:30 p.m. The recording secretary, Penny, worked those nights. Why haven't she been paid at all? I appreciate an answer from CFO Silver and Finance Chair Marissa because you, I'm sure, have access to that information. So we'd appreciate answers. Going forward, would you both please make sure that each Board of Adjustment commissioner receive a breakdown of the Board of Adjustment budget as often as you can? It would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Facts. To this day, information hasn't been received as requested on March 28 as to who the other applicants were who applied for that Board of Adjustment night secretary position that was supposed to be that for the evening job. As it was told to me, coming from the recording secretary, Penny has shared with me that she's tired and no longer wanted to work nights, but she's still there without a paycheck. Something don't add up. As I stated on March 28th, I stand by what I said based on the information given versus information not given. Don't be mad at me for a situation you provoked. Don't be mad at me for that.
Thank you.
Board of Ed commissioners,
ma'am.
Our purpose on the Board of Adjustment is not supposed to be personal. Some are trying to get problems solved. So let's remember, this is a business. Let's stay focused. I truly want to thank Councilman Jackson and Councilwoman at Large Mims for speaking on behalf of my character on March 28th meeting. When both of you spoke about where's the lie. The remaining council members nor present administrators at that time had any feedback. Mims, you went far back as 2021.
Ma'am,
Patterson, you
there's
need
a
to pay
3-minute
attention
time
to
limit.
what's going on in Patterson. Get out and vote. Thank you again.
Next
and good night.
speaker, Madam Clerk.
Ross Dance, is that, what's your name?
Robert Parchment.
Is that Robert Parchment?
Yes.
Mr. Parchment. Mr. Parchment, please be mindful of the time. We have 39 speakers,
I
sir.
understand
Please.
what you're saying, sir. but
Please finish it as soon as possible.
I
Thank
hear
you.
what you're saying, but I also heard what you said and how long. I sat here for over 3 hours. Okay? And what disturbs me more so than that is not only did I sit here, now it's my turn to speak, and I want the full body to hear what I have to say.
Go ahead.
And they're not here.
Hey.
So to me, that's a problem, because I sat here this whole time. So now I'll share my concerns.
Go ahead.
As far as one of the commissioners, this is my major concern presently. One, the stenographer. She told us in January she was leaving. She told us last week, May 1st is I'm out. So what does that mean? If we don't have a stenographer, we will not be able to operate. Why is this so important to whomever for us not to be able to operate? Because you don't have a replacement. That's number one. You don't have a replacement lined up. I don't see any activity from the city administration or any action being to put a person in place. So if we're not active, as the votes have been going as of late, votes have been made towards the best interests of the taxpayers of the city of Paterson. You're not coming into our meetings and asking for 50 units where your property should only be passed for 10. They're going back to redesigning their projects. So that means we're impacting people. But the people that we're impacting, they don't even live here, okay? This is just money to be made at the expense of us. No one's talking about how it's going to impact our school system by all these additional people coming in. No one's talking about the apartments that they're building. Studio apartments, one-bedroom apartments are the majority of it. So please tell me how that's beneficial to the families of the city of Paterson. Okay? No one talks about what taxes they're paying. I asked the question, what are they paying in their taxes? That's not supposed to be our concern. Well, it's our concern because the taxes in Paterson are going up. They're telling us they're doing over $1 billion in investment for construction, and I don't see any tax benefit on that. And that's unacceptable. Now, to me, the administration should be held accountable. They need to get us a stenographer so we can maintain our meetings, so we can maintain how we're working collectively for the best interests of the residents and the taxpayer of Paterson. And right now, there is no plan in place. If we go remote, we all know how remote works. Paterson doesn't even have the technology to get a decent remote meeting. I mean, let's be honest about it. This microphone is crap. So come on. So how are you going to do remote? If they say, okay, we'll go remote, we'll get you a remote stenographer. A stenographer sits here, they tell us when we're speaking over each other, like the moment we just had. How's that going to work remote? Who's going to be in charge? How many technical people are going to be there? Public access. How's the public going to see what's going on? You're building something next door to me. I can't get access because I don't have access. I don't have internet. Whatever. How's that? How's that in the best interest of Paterson? We're all supposed to be here in the best interest of Paterson. As far as I'm concerned, there are people that do not have Paterson's best interest in. They have their personal best interest in. And this needs to be addressed, and it has to start here. It has to be unity amongst you, amongst all of the city council, hold the administration accountable to make sure we have a stenographer so we can function as a functioning body. And that's not happening. The stenographer, how can you even ask anyone to take the job? The last statement she made, she was paid 1/3 of what she was owed. Now, please tell me, that's a very specialized industry. I'm sure people who work in municipalities as stenographers, they talk to each other. But if I'm not paid, why would someone want to take my job? Why? The nonsense with the check process and how that was done. Why would someone want to take that job? As far as I'm concerned, this is intentional to
to take away the power of that commission, of that body that can impact and bring change. And that's, since we started doing so, now we're getting more obstacles. The changing of the secretary, the next, there's no commissioner that replaced that commissioner. Now the stenographer says she's leaving. I don't know if the lawyer or the planner is paid in full. I don't know what this scenario is because I didn't ask them as of late. But this needs to be addressed, and you people, my city council, need to be held accountable to hold the administration accountable. And it needs to be dealt with immediately. May 1st is here. Oh, by the way, from what I was told in the class that I took, if your application was in for 120 days, not reviewed, you can file for an automatic approval. So let's see. Applications that will come to us that definitely would not get approved. Now, if we're all messed up because we don't have a stenographer, we're meeting remotely, what's going to happen to those applications? You think 150 is a lot of units? Backdoored in? What do you think is going to happen after that? There'll be much more. We have to do something about that. And we're not even getting jobs or contracts from all of that work that's taking place. Look at all the unemployment in the city. What is going on? How is all this going on? And we're not holding contractors, developers to hire local people. If we lived in Fairlawn, trust me, Fairlawnians, or whatever their name is, would be working. If they were in Paramus, same thing. Change is needed. So either this body is to bring the change, or we need to make change. But something has to be done.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Portsman. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Charlene White.
Hello.
Good evening.
Third time here, right? Third time's a charm. Okay, so I'm part of the zoning board, as you all know. As far as I'm concerned, whatever I have to say, either in this forum or anywhere else, I'm entitled to say it. Now, the zoning person that came here said that we should have kept our comments within the board. False. If I see something and I'm not getting the answers in that board, I'm going outside the board. So that's what I did, and I will continue to do that. Now, on March the 28th, we came here to the meeting. We had our zoning board meeting on the 30th. After the meeting, I guess they had this plan that they were gonna talk to the three of us to find out why we were there, and they were upset. Okay, you and your feelings, I don't care, that's fine. We all have feelings, right? Who doesn't? Let it go. So, we all stood by our little comments. I told them, look, I said what I said. I addressed each one about the statements that I made. So, it ain't no I don't act like I never told you. I told you you were spineless. I told you double dipping. All was said. I said, you got anything else to say to me? Say it. No, not one person, not even her, the person who came here, had anything to say to me. And now she wants to use this forum to say, oh, well, they should have come here and I need an apology. Apology for what? First of all, you weren't even there when I was having my conversations. Okay? You come around 7:40, the meeting starts at 7:30, 7:40, 7:50, my conversation's had already. I don't need to involve you in nothing I said. Because you can't answer me. You're a zoning board member like I am. You're a commissioner. My answer came from the current board secretary at night, Penny, and also the chairman. That's all I need to talk to. So if she's looking for an apology, maybe you guys can give her the apology, because she ain't getting it from me. Okay, so I just want to let that know, no matter what happens that night, I'm going to speak. If I come here or anywhere else. No one's going to stop me and say, oh, I need to stay at the board meeting, keep it there. Bullshit. BS. BS. Because if I see something, I'm going to say something. You may not like it. I don't care. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to do a job. I've been appointed to do one thing. And that's what I'm going to do. Now, if you don't like it, you have another agenda, that's on you. But don't stop my flow. Okay? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Good night. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Miss Chanel Fields.
Ms. Fields.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here for a few reasons. I'm going to start with the eldest person in the room. It's almost 11 o'clock. It's 8 minutes to 11 o'clock. And this man is 80 years old. This is ridiculous. I brought it to the attention of some of the council members who advocated to try to have him come up for the public portion. Councilman Khalid, they should have never made you president. You are horrible. You have no control. For former Council President Davila to act out of order and practice no decorum whatsoever, yelling back and forth, is disgusting. When you guys love to tell us to stay in our lane, don't yell back and forth, you do the same thing. The head is horrible. How do you expect the tail to do what the head is not doing? This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This man is one of the residents that is from Alexander Hamilton, that lives downtown, that constantly gets ticketed, that sits in his car on hot days for 3 and 4 hours at a time waiting for the meter maid to pass. What if he has a heat stroke? You know my biggest issue with Paterson? They always got to wait for somebody to die to do something. Does he have to die in the fucking car before you guys take the initiative to say, hey, look, we're going to do something and get some decals down here? He's 80. This should never happen. It's absolutely ridiculous. And you sit and you look down. You're so disgraceful. You don't pay us any mind. You know what you think about? Saying thank you. Next person. Screw you. Because I'm going to take my time. This is ridiculous. Mr. Leroy, you have something you want to add?
Yeah. Well, I don't have that much to say. All I just want to say is you got to do more about these parking meters and parking places, because of the fact I have transportation. I'm on Social Security. I don't get that much. But when I pay all these tickets out, I don't have about $10, $20 in my pocket for the rest of the month. I just want to know where we get a parking place and not getting these tickets out. We don't have no parking meter in the area where I live at. Can't park in the parking lot. They charge you an arm and a leg. So I'm suffering, waiting for the ticket lady to go by so I won't get no ticket. And I wind up one anyway, 3 or 4 of them. I spent almost half of my money I have for myself on tickets. You know, so that's why I'm going to try to get some kind of resolution where you can get maybe a sticker or something you put in the window for senior citizen. That's all. Yeah, just make a sticker for like you do for the inspection sticker for senior citizens so we can bypass all these ticket money. That's all.
And that was the nice version. Next issue that I have, Jalen, she's here as well for the same issue, for the parking issue. And I'm going to keep bringing residents down here until it means something to more than Councilman Jackson and Councilman Mims. I don't know who else cares. I really don't. I really don't. Second issue, I'm going to try to be nice, but the letter Mr. Gilmore spoke with regards to that's going around. Pastors, please get it together. You guys should not be worried about the affairs of what's going on with the mayor or the business administration when you don't even have the faculties to go out into the public and witness to people, but yet you can tell them, bring you all the tithes into the storehouse and that there'll be meat in my house. But in the meanwhile, we got people like Mr. Leroy that's hungry. We got people that's going homeless left and right. And that's not every pastor. You know, there's always one bad apple in the bunch that'll make you look at the whole tree as being polluted and poisoned. You can't offer me filet mignon and put shit on it and tell me it's okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. You guys got to do better. And I'm not even talking about the council. I'm talking about the pastors now. And I'm a preacher's kid, so I could go there like that. And I'm going to go there like that. And I don't care who gets offended. Pastors, stay in your lane. Pastor Lagarde, we thank God for you because you actually be out there in the streets with us. But these other fake Negro pastors in Paterson that do nothing to bring people off the streets to get them to get salvation, and you're only strong in the 4 walls. You're not strong in the street. We don't see you in the first ward. We don't see you praying for people. All we do is see you fake prophesying on Sunday mornings. Knock it off. Stay out of the business administration. Stay out of Andre's business. He's already polluted and corrupted enough. For the pastors, you already know you're going to have to give an account to God. We expect this from people in the street. But there ought to be more spiritual responsibility, more spiritual morality. Get your shit together.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Jalen.
Jalen.
Hello. Yeah, that was powerful. I'm Jalen, who she was referencing. I'm here with the residence permit parking. I wanted to say thank you for hearing me out all of these weeks and trying to progress the proposal, but I would like to ask, if you do pass it, that you have a proper structure for the passing and handling of the lease approvals and decal distribution. Because if you don't, then all of this will be purposeless. If that's a job nobody wants, I'll take it. I'm jobless. I have administration experience, as well as I'm detail oriented. So if nobody wants it, I'll do it. I know. But I would like to also, I would like to thank Councilman Jackson. I'm sorry. I would like to thank Councilman Jackson for keeping his word and staying updated on my ticket issue. It should be resolved soon. I really am grateful and appreciative of the humanity that you show me and show me that you have a soul, unlike others. Sorry. I also wanted to thank Gabriella Dragon for shining a light on the proposal and bringing awareness of it. She was the writer of the article on newsbreak.com. The article was very insightful. It pinned key points and it broke down the amendment in a way that was very digestible. I would like to highlight one area of the article though. It talked about how commercial property owners and their employees can also apply for permits with proof of employment. That's ridiculous. The implementation also stated the implementation of permit parking would provide relief to area residents who have been struggling with finding parking due to large volumes of traffic and parking on area streets. A draft of the ordinance read, it will also help reduce illegal parking and increase safety in the area by ensuring the emergency vehicles have clear access to streets. However, the implementation of permit parking will come to a cost for residents who would have to pay for parking permits. Although my initial argument is being referenced in the article, this proposal is anything but what I'm fighting for. In the article, it talks about parking issues, large traffic volumes, and illegal parking. None of that is talking about the excessive ticketing that the residents are subjected to and experiencing right now. None of it. Also, it talks about granting businesses and employees and commercial permits. Commercial vehicle permits is ridiculous because what are loading zones for? They already have their designated areas to park. Then you guys give businesses and employees permits. The surrounding garages will then lose money because that's who the garages profits off of. That's why the garages and parking lots aren't 24 hours. So if you guys do that, the parking will get worse. No one will park in the lots anymore or garages. Everyone will park on the streets. Thus, yeah, I hear it. But I'm not finished, so. If you guys do that, the parking will get worse. No one will park in the lots or the garages. Everyone will park on the streets, thus limiting the parking that's already limited. You're not fixing the problem, you're maximizing it. I'm not sure why this administration and governor body overall don't realize that when you try to squeeze every penny out of a situation, it causes more problems. You guys are making this very complicated. You guys are trying to find a way to compensate for the money you'll lose if you just simply give us a decal sticker and have the meter maids know that that's an exception. You guys are talking about paying for permits, which defeats the purpose of the petition initial argument, in my initial argument of the excessive ticketing. You guys are allowing these companies, these development companies, to put up apartment buildings with no parking and accommodation for their residents, as well as let them raise the rent every year exponentially. Charge them the parking permit fee. Why you keep trying to get it out to citizens? It doesn't make sense. They charge all this rent with no good amenities. Everyone else parks in front of their residents freely. You guys all pull up to your homes and driveways freely. No problem at all. You don't have to worry about anything. Is it so hard for us to ask for those same privileges too? You guys, they also talked about ripping up the meters, which doesn't make sense. You guys just updated them last year. They now have debit card and credit card slots where you can stick in and you can get the time, which don't work, so that doesn't make sense.
Thank you.
I'm not done.
Please wrap it up.
I'm gonna wrap it up in a minute.
Thank you.
You guys, we asked you guys to kind of wrap it up with those appointed so my neighbor can go home, but you guys didn't. So I'm gonna talk and I'm gonna finish. Like I was saying, you guys just updated the meters. It doesn't make sense to rip them out the ground. All you guys have to do is just give us a decal that the meter maids know. Do not give this car a ticket. They obviously live here. And we would like it for the times of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., not afterwards, because we're parking fine afterwards. It's the parking during the day that the tickets are being given out. You guys are keep veering off from the initial argument and adding all of this and unnecessary stuff. It doesn't make sense. Doing way too much. The progression of the Great Reset agenda is really sickening. If you don't know what that is, it's the ruling out of the middle and working class, and it makes it just two classes, rich and poor. That's why the economy is expensive as fuck right now. Excuse my language. I'm sorry, you guys. That's why I wish people wake up and realize it's not a race war, it's a class war. The money, greed, and privilege is actually sucking the souls out of everyone that works for a branch of the government. And that's why you guys are making my proposal so complicated. So I ask, please just focus on the suffocation of the citizens and solidify your seat by voting to give the residents of the downtown decal parking permit. Give it to them. All right, now I'm done. You could tell me. Say thank you, you're done.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker, Mr. Joel Keys Jr.
Right.
Good evening.
Good evening. Joe Keys, Paterson. Title tonight, Subscribing to the Tenets of Anti-Black Vanguard Interests. In the United States, the economic system is capitalism. Dr. Leonard Jeffries refers to the values of capitalism as ICE, individualism, competition, and exploitation. We, the people, adopt these values through unconscious conditioning. According to this philosophy, the members of society compete against each other and exploit one another to become the super individual. Sociological theorist Karl Marx described capitalism as a class struggle between a powerful, wealthy bourgeoisie and a powerless, poor proletariat. Marx predicted the powerless poor will become so desperate that they will ultimately unite and execute a violent revolution and overthrow the powerful, wealthy bourgeoisie. It is instructive to note that Karl Marx never challenged racism and was even accused by some of being racist. So this class struggle didn't involve black people. Marx referred to poor blacks as the lumpen proletariat and claimed they were useless. Therefore, they were never considered or mentioned during political discussions. Karl Marx died in 1883, but for all 140 years since then, regarding consideration for poor blacks during political discussions, it may as well still be 1883. The expected initial response to that statement would be, what is he talking about? You just had a black president and currently have a black vice president. My rebuttal would be that black people know no black person can become the president or win any other high-ranking political office if unwilling to sacrifice black vanguard interests. Every black presidential candidate or black candidate for any high-ranking political office has subscribed to the tenets of the dominant culture, which means they weren't serving black people's interests. Because if they did, it would result in being portrayed as anti-white, even if they weren't.
the same anti-black interest protocol applies to the presidential candidates and candidates of other high-ranking political offices who are not black. In other words, white candidates, Latino candidates, Asian candidates, and any candidate of any other persuasion has to subscribe to the tenets of anti-black vanguard interests. Otherwise, they will be seen as anti-white and won't get elected. In conclusion, I was trying to figure out a rationale to explain why the council president continuously removed the CCRB item and the televising of the meetings from the agenda. The CCRB is for all the people of Paterson. However, when you observe the audience in the council chamber during the last 2 months when the CCRB item was requested, it was predominantly black people representing black vanguard interests. Evidently, you don't have to be a candidate for the office of the United States President or any other high-ranking political office to subscribe to the tenets of anti-black vanguard interests, because it's obvious you could subscribe to those tenets as the president of the local city council.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. John Burton.
How y'all doing?
Good evening.
I just want to first say thank you guys for all voting yes for my big cousin Jeff on his memorial. I appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that. But what I'm really here for is that everybody know I'm here for the sports and for the youth. Mr. Uden left, but I wanted to ask him, what was the guy name that prayed? Anybody remember?
Imam Katnani.
Imam Katnani. I'm sorry if I misspelled his name wrong or just pronounced it wrong, but if you guys really listen to his prayer, he said children about 4 to 5 times. He said children about 4 to 5 times. And he said protect our children, protect our children. Children again. Allah, we praise you, children again. What are we doing for our kids here in the city of Paterson? What are we doing? I don't think we're doing anything. If we look at the news of the past, look at the ages of the past young people that was shot, 12, 13 years old, what do they have? We give them nothing. We build new fields, but then we put chains and gates on them and locks on them and say, yo, you can't come here until after a certain time, you know? But we give a brand new field by school 18 to adults. I don't know which kids really plays over there, but we give it to adults. I see we did the new field up at Commons Field, but if we look across from the field, there's one big boy swing and one little kid swing. But we spent bread to redo it. And I'm gonna get in trouble because I was here 2 weeks ago and I got in trouble. You know, yeah, I'm not gonna put nobody's names out there, but got some phone calls from some higher ups and stuff about what I was saying, and I don't care. I honestly don't care. The only thing I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna make clear right now, is you could attack me, don't play with my children. Come at me all you want, attack me, do everything you gotta do to me, but if you play with my kids, it's gonna be a problem. And this goes for whoever, looking at the camera, it goes for whoever. I don't care. But what we do need for these kids is something to do. What's going on with the Y? Why isn't the Y being remodeled? Why hasn't that been the first priority for the Y to be remodeled for our kids? It looks crazy in there. Have you been to the Y lately? It looks ridiculous. It's just getting crazy. I feel like we're doing a lot of things for baseball, soccer. And I have no knock to baseball and soccer. But we have a lot of this in this community who plays football, who plays basketball. So we need to do something for them. We need to show them that we love them too. Because I don't think they're getting enough love. I've been out here with these kids since I was 18 years old. I'm now 26 years old. And it's still no change but new fields. New fields for this. But give these kids something of their own lane that they can do for their own self. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. Do something for these kids. And I'm here for the kids, but as I sit here these past 3 weeks and 4, it's crazy. It's crazy. I know we gotta give respect to get respect and stuff like that, but Council President, sir, no disrespect, because you're probably old enough to be my dad or whatever, but the facial expression, sir, and to be a president, bro, that's me as a head coach. Me as a head coach, I can't even do that. I can't do that at all. I have to show that I'm stern in my position and that I hold my own weight, and and that I could lead my community and I could lead my group of people to victory. But right now, sir, is not given that, and that's why we have this distraught and this chaos and all this other BS that's going on. I don't know how long it's gonna take. You keep looking over here. I heard the timer was already passed. I know that, but that's another part that I'm saying. You giving her the look like. You haven't heard how the word you said. Like, come on, bro. All we ask is for respect, because if we get disrespectful, that's why the cops are here now. Because things went left when people feel like they being disrespected a little bit too much. You get what I'm saying? So we just asking for respect my kids, and do something for the kids that play football, that play basketball, and for the cameras, put a football on the logo of the Paterson Recreation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Elvis Duran. Elvis Duran. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Durham.
Mr. Elvis Durham, Paterson, New Jersey. How y'all doing? I got some things to say tonight, but before I get into it, something had happened 2 weeks ago that I disagree with, because I'm a promoter and Paterson don't have a lot of things. Over there at Jacksonville, 2 weeks ago, somebody from the administration or the mayor office bought the city inspectors over there. And on a Sunday, and I just want to say this to the administration and the mayor office: if that did happen, if y'all was involved with that, it's like this: stop playing kids' game. We got to move this city forward. Let's work together, because if you got a beef with Mike Jackson, keep the beef with Mike Jackson, not with the police at Jacksonville. These people got to pay rent. They got kids. Now, if it's a personal agenda with Mike Jackson, keep the beef with Mike Jackson. Get somebody to run against his seat, but don't put Jacksonville involved with y'all mess, because it's more than Mike Jackson over there. You got people working there that got to pay bills. Unless you're going to that's going to create jobs here. And the same way with Mike Jackson, with Hiskip Stadium about to open up May 11. If Mike Jackson was that way with Andre, he could have some protests against Hiskip Stadium. But I'm pretty sure he's not going to do that, because he's a former football player. We all got to get along. We got to build this city. But if it's Mike Jackson versus Andre Sayer, let it be Mike Jackson versus Andre Sayer, not Jacksonville versus Hiscop Stadium. It's people that got to pay their bills. We got to work, okay? Don't drag the people into y'all fight. That's all I'm saying. Respect the people. And I'm going to be praying for the mayor and Mike Jackson. Because God going to have to come into the midst. God going to have to come into the midst to solve this so this city could grow. I also want y'all to continue to support Jacksonville and continue to support Hiscop Stadium. Hiscop Stadium will be open on May 11th. What, the 19th? Okay, well, y'all changed the date. Well, it's May 11th. Yeah, I know I was right. You a councilwoman? Come on, councilwoman. Oh, okay. Yeah, May 11th is the ribbon cut.
Let him finish.
Yes. Yeah. How you doing, Council President?
I'm doing good.
Be patient with me tonight. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Okay. I am the promoter. Wait, Council President, I am the promoter for this city.
Correct.
I respect your position, respect mine. Okay? Thank you. Just want to talk about the black businesses in the city of Paterson. We got Smoking Crabs inside Center City Mall, 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson. Open Tuesdays, 11:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. We got That Fish spot on Governor Street, 184 Governor Street, Paterson, New Jersey. We got Soul Fast on 112 Belmont Ave, Paterson, New Jersey. John Jacks, 356 10th Ave, Paterson, New Jersey. Fast Break, 168 Vernon Ave, Paterson, New Jersey. Got one more announcement. It's my birthday celebration, y'all. Everybody's invited. My birthday celebration. Y'all got the flyer. Mother Reese presents Elvis Dorm Appreciation Day and Birthday Celebration, Sunday, May 21st. That's Sunday, May 21st, 4 o'clock p.m. at Paterson Evangelistic Center, Church of God in Christ, 98 Straight Street, Paterson, New Jersey. Pastor Jen Eddins is the pastor. Featuring special guest, the best female gospel singer in the Passaic County area, Ashley Motley, will be live in concert at my birthday celebration. Also, my honor guest is White Wolf of Paterson, New Jersey, Elder John Reese of Paterson, New Jersey. My MC is Reverend Linda McNeil, my godmother. For more information, you could call me at 862-823-3895. Just want Paterson to know that I love my city. I just want us to grow. This is the third largest city in New Jersey. We got to grow. We behind. No jobs, no recreation center, no performing arts center. The fighting, the nonsense, live on TV. Come on, I look like kids. Grow up. Y'all grown folks. Y'all leaders. I'm gonna be praying for y'all. Y'all could do better. Wait, Council President. Even you, with that right there, that's uncalled for, man. You gotta grow up. You're a leader. I respect you. Okay, I respect you. You're a good businessman. You're a good businessman now. But be a great president. Okay, let's move this city forward. This is the third largest city in New Jersey. We don't got nothing to show for. Come on, y'all. We don't got nothing to show for. Name one major thing we got. So we the people, we got to come together. It's going to take us and y'all to build. But at the same time, we got to put God in the midst. There's power in the name Jesus. Monsters got to move. Enemy got to run. Okay? There's power, y'all. God bless y'all.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Michael Eitel. Mr. Michael Eitel.
I think he left. Next speaker.
Miss Sharon Hand.
Miss Hands.
Sharon Hand.
I don't think she's here either. Next.
Mr. David Sue?
I put together David Sue, 34 Van Houten Street. If you could, I don't have enough copies for everybody on this side, but if you could pass them around. maybe you could share them out. And Mr. Chairman, I'll try and stick with one subject.
Please, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so I want to talk about the memorandum from Corporation Counsel's office regarding the option for the council president to take matters off the agenda. So what the memo really focused on is the word shall, and that the word shall can be read as maybe an optional or ambiguous thing. Now, if you look to your last page, and I apologize, some of the pages have got like a kid drawing on them or something on the back. That's just the paper I had. So the word shall can be used in a couple different ways. One way would be you'd say, well, shall we go out to dinner? Shall we have a dance? Shall we have another piece of cake? But the other way you would say, you shall not kill. I shall forsake all others. So it's the context of the use of the word that gives the word its more clear meaning. Now, in your code, it says, such agenda shall include all matters proposed by any member. So that would, to me, when you read it, it's not ambiguous. It's not like saying, hey, I shall have another piece of cake, or shall we have another piece of cake? So the next thing the Corporation Counsel did not point to the word definition in the Common Black's Law Dictionary, which is the Common Legal Dictionary. They looked more in the direction of, what are you guys doing over there? So anyway, the next thing they did was they pointed at a section of federal code which talks about clarifying language. But in reality, this section of federal code is known as the Plain Writings Act, all right? Now, the Plain Writings Act, the long and the short of this, and I have a little proof here, is written for employees that work directly for the President of the United States. So it is commonplace for a law or a code to speak directly with definitions specifically for its own purpose. In this case, it's for, well, I guess they're not paying attention. In this case, it's for the sake of the office of the President of the United States. And the President of the United States, you don't work for the President of the United States. This is the Paterson City Council. So it's really as plain as that. It's not very complicated. If you want to clarify your code further, I guess you could. In my opinion, it's not really necessary because it's emphatic. And in reality, you know, Corporation Counsel pointed at Robert's Rules of Order, and this is consistent within the discussion. Robert's Rules of Order is a book written for tens of thousands of boards. And the purpose of the city code in the context of Robert's Rules of Order is to say, we're clarifying this aspect of rules for our body. So you could have a board for a nonprofit that is bird watching board. You know, they're a bird watching organization. They may want to clarify different rules than the Paterson City Council. So when it says the agenda shall include, it's not a reconsideration on another date. You could have a reconsideration on the floor in the same meeting, but it says shall include, and that gives each council member that option. Now, let's talk about removal for a half a second here. If, for example, you wanted to give the power to the council president to remove an agenda item, let that happen in the open meeting, and that way, if the council members disagree with that action, they have the opportunity to deal with it with a simple majority vote of the members present. And these are all reasonable and effective solutions. The consequence of not really getting this straight is that you're consolidating an enormous power in the city into the hands of really two people, two job titles, the mayor and the council president. And for council members that are not in that majority, it relegates them to doing things really that aren't as relevant necessarily, doing something that they wouldn't necessarily want to do if they could do something else, or not able to touch on those more serious subjects.
Thank you, Mr. Su.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Corey Teague.
Mr. Teague.
That don't matter. I'm not worried about that. I'm glad they are. Corey Teague, Paterson, New Jersey. There's an African proverb that says a bird that flies off the ground and lands on an anthill, or a bird that flies off the earth and lands on an anthill is still on the ground. I'll say it again. It's a bird that flies off the earth and lands on an anthill is still on the ground. I think a lot of us tend to forget, I'm talking about the folks in office here, tend to forget that you're still on the ground. And every day you still have to answer to this community. The other day I was going past the Gordon Canfield Apartments, and there were some seniors there getting off the van coming from, I guess, a program. And they made mention of the fact that we're encouraged by what you guys are saying. We want to see these meetings. We can't get out to go over there. This lady's in a wheelchair. And her sentiments are a reflection of so many other things that are going on in this community, such as the Felix de Jesus case, which a lot of people were not able to really keep up with because those workshops were not televised. There was a lot of stuff said in those workshops. But there's only so much that we can do online when you have so many people that could watch on Channel 77. I'm making this point because I think we're forgetting the big picture here. 50 years from now, none of us are going to be in this room. And the only people that's going to be left is our kids and our grandkids, our nephews, our nieces. What kind of legacy are we leaving for them? Are they going to be able to look back in time and say that, you know, my grandfather, my grandmother, they did the best they could to fight for their community? Or are they going to say, my grandparents were selfish and they continue to perpetrate the nonsense that continues? Because what we do now is going to impact our children down the road, our grandchildren down the road. What happened to Felix is not something that's going to be overlooked. The universe has a way of circling itself back around. And even being freed, because somebody even mentioned to me today, they say, you know, they keep going after activists, and, you know, you're an activist, they went after you for fighting. I said, no. I said, you know what? The universe has its way of doing things, and it freed me to a point where I could fight even harder. I'm going after people that they didn't even think I was going to go after them. But my thing is, when it comes to a matter of importance in this community, when you remain silent, you're on the side of those who are doing the oppressing. If you're too afraid to speak up and say something, you're on the side with them. You have to pick a side. There's no more blurred lines here. Are you with the people or are you not? Because you had, above all of the other regulations, even Robert's Rules of Order, there is a law that allows the community to vote you out of office, legally. And that precedes any other law that takes place in this chamber. Please understand that. Don't allow your pride and your ego to put you in a position that you don't want to be in. The seniors who you go to, because that's who you go to. You don't go to teenagers. You don't go to people in high school. You go to the seniors, and you bring them snacks, and you tell them that their food stamps might get cut off if they don't vote for you, and your benefits might go away if they don't vote for you. That's who you go to. You go to the seniors. That same population is saying, we want our meetings televised. So when they slam their door in your face, when you come to them with your vote registration, you'll know why. Because you chose to ignore them. You're ignoring your elders. Y'all must be crazy. You're ignoring your elders. You're ignoring the people who are asking and begging and pleading. We're not just doing this for us. As you can clearly see, we're down here. It's not me and Sebastian that need it. It's the seniors and disabled and single parents that can't get down here. You keep ignoring them if you want. Mark my words, you're going to pay for it in the end.
Thank you, Mr. Teague. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Miss Crystal Garcia.
Ms. Garcia.
She had to go home to the baby because yeah, took too long.
Next speaker,
Miss
Madam Clerk.
Angie Grulon.
She ain't going. I'm showing up there, and I gotta go to work in like 2 hours. Ooh, where is homegirl? I need her. I need her because my address is like I want to ask a question. Okay, because I couldn't hear myself. Sorry. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here. Oh, she coming? Oh, tell her to run. Okay. You know, this Attorney General came in here, and it's like, woof, we're supposed to, be impressed. What has he really done? You know, because the 2 officers that killed Mr. Najee Brooks, the ones that made my compadre disappear, because I don't care what y'all say, it was their fault. Their fucking negligence that did it. Okay? So, she's back. Okay, so I was online and I was, looking at all this. Council President keeps saying point of order, decorum this, that, decorum that. But 2 hours, you argued over some bullshit that you got 5 people. That's why you scared. You, homeboy from the 6th Ward, she's always scared. And Velez. Those are the 4 people that don't want this shit televised. What y'all scared of? Y'all so corrupt that y'all that scared? Come on, people just want to see it. It's ridiculous. So I was looking, right? So her job, right? It says, the business administrator acts on behalf of the administration at city council meetings and coordinates the activities among the various city departments and agencies. Where's my, he left. Coach left. Okay, where are the activities for the kids? Okay, I remember when I was growing up, we had CYO, we had this, we had that. We ain't got none of that anymore. What happened? Then it goes on to say, in practice, the business administrator serves as the chief operating officer of the city of Paterson. So I would like for you to do your job, and the 2 officers that made him disappear, why are they still working? They got suspended for what, 60 lousy fucking days? It would have been some shit we did, we'd have still been locked up. The cop that shot that poor boy, Najee Brooks, why is he still in uniform? I don't understand. The officers that definitely killed Thelonious, okay? The ones that did what they did to Jameek, why they still working? Why? That'd have been one of us, a regular Joe Schmo. We'd have still been locked up. Not even Johnny Cochran could have came and saved us. Come on. It's y'all 2 hours arguing because she wants something done. Why y'all scared of her? She put that much fear in y'all heart? You go ahead. You go ahead, Dr. Mims. I like that. Powerful woman. That's what I'm talking about. Because that man right there, you got him shitting in his pants. Okay, he shook. And his cohort over here, the ones on this side and that one right there, I don't even know what to say no more. Because that's why they keep taking it, because you got what it takes to move it forward. The 5 votes. It's not, no, it can't be. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. Yes, it can be reintroduced as many times, but y'all just some pussies.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Sebastian Mejia.
Mr. Mejia.
Good evening, Paterson. Good evening, Council. I would like to remind you all that 80% of communication is nonverbal. Okay, that being said, okay. Yes, I am a candidate, or I am postulating myself to be the next 5th Ward City Councilman. But that doesn't mean I can't agree with things that are being said by the incumbent. So tonight the incumbent said, let's forget about the past. In some instances, I can agree. For example, just because in the past we did not televise the workshop council meetings, that does not mean that we cannot be forward thinking and change that. There have been many things in the history of this country, in this city, that just because it was done one way in the past doesn't mean it might take some new leadership with some new vision for the future to change what was done in the past and to do it differently. Why? Because we live in a different day and age where accessibility is of the utmost importance. For example, something very dear to my heart, autistic children. As you all know, as the public knows, it is Autism Awareness Month. Okay, I implore you all to get more familiar with the spectrum of autism. I am very familiar with the spectrum of autism, especially those children that are severely autistic. If you spend some time around children that are severely autistic, you would know that they cannot always control what their verbal, how they speak, what they say, and the volume in which they do. So how dare you say anyone can come up here? Because if all parents that lived in the city of Paterson that had autistic children were to come into the city council chambers, you wouldn't be able to hear anything because they cannot control it. So why are you stopping our disabled population from having access to what's going on in the city council chambers? Why are you hindering them from knowing the business that is going down, that's going on in this city? Why? Why are you against our seniors? Why are you against our disabled? And why are you against our working class mothers and fathers? Why? Paterson, take your notebooks out, take your pens out, take your phones out, okay? I want you all to call the city council office. Ask to speak to any one of your representatives. 973-321-1250. 973-321-1250. Express to them, share with them how badly you want to see their faces and hear what they have to say and take notes on what it is they're conducting and how they're conducting. Okay? So don't be fooled, like it was said today. Don't be fooled when they tell you, oh, just go Oprah it. I've Oprah'd. And I'm thankful for that Oprah request. But what I realized, we don't have a stenographer. So how are we going to know everything that happens in these meetings if they're not being televised? My name is Sebastian Mejia. Lord willing, I will be your next 5th Ward City Councilman here in the city of Paterson. Mi nombre es Sebastián Mejia. Con la gracia de Dios, yo seré su próximo concejal en la ciudad de Paterson. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Miss Eva Razak.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening. Well, I don't even know where to start, but I guess I'll start by this. Everyone that came out this evening, thank you for coming out and giving the concerns. Also, how are we going to start this and say this? You council members that are up there, don't forget that we were the ones who voted you guys in. And also, I have to say something because this has been bugging me and I have to really get it out of my system. all those members today that were appointed, and you guys will know if the shoe fits. Don't be a puppet to any person who appointed you. Because when I was serving as a commissioner for the Housing Authority, I can thank myself I never did anything crooked. Never. Never. And that's why I guess I was removed. But I've been thrown out of better places before. But I got something to say. The more that you guys press us, the more that we're going to come down on you guys. And I'm going to say something that I was shocked last week. And this is true because I don't BS anyone. I received a phone call. And usually I don't take private, like when they're blocked. But I know one friend of mine, she usually calls me and I thought it was her. But it wasn't. But hear me out. And here it is. I'm going to get in trouble again. And they were like, "Are you Miss Eva?" "Yes." "You were at the city council?" "Yes." "You said this and this." And I'm like, "Yeah, we're going to lie. People see what we say." And I know, to a lot of you guys, I'm fresh with my mouth. But nah, what you guys do to us is fresh too. So we feel it. It's disgusting. But I'm going to say this. What really, really, really put the icing on the cake with that phone call? It was a lady. "Mayor, listen to this. Your community, your peoples are scared of what you're doing." I was asked that, okay, people know my little gift. God talks to me, whatever they want to call me, whatever people want to call me. I know I belong to God. I'm his child. I'm chosen too. The lady said, "Please, Miss Eva, we," and I said we, I guess she said we, other people saw that I was speaking, said, "Could you please talk to the mayor?" "Mayor, listen up. We, the community, don't want the Hispanics and the blacks to get together and roll the city upside down and turn it into fire. And some of these people are scared. Mayor, your race is scared of what you're doing and how you're proceeding in this city. They don't want no uproar. So you need to come to these meetings and you need to listen. Please stop with this thing, because we've been here since 7 o'clock. Mayor, whatever you're doing, stop. I know that now you're caught up to here because all the people that gave you money and all these buildings and all these properties, you have to feel it. You have to give them something back. But I got something to say, guys. What about the residents? We're eating crap out here. Literally, you got a lot of people going to food pantries to get food. I'm one of them. And I'm not embarrassed and I share. But should we be doing this? With all the money that you hear, the government sent this to Paterson for street cleaning. Are you kidding me? Do you see the holes on these streets? And I got something to say, Mayor, please. Your community's scared. Your community's scared. Ms. Long, am I allowed to ask you for an appointment to see the mayor, or am not allowed to ask for an appointment? Can I? I call, but they don't give me the answer. So I'm asking in public. I can't play me like that now. Do you mind? I mean, okay. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. This is for us out here. You see that we all feeling it? You see what time it is and we're all here? And the adults that should be sleeping, napping, and you guys feel like if we're troublemakers, well, guess what? We are. You know why? Because we put you out there. And y'all forget, and not all of you, but you know who you are. You know who you are. Unless you want me to call it out, because I don't have no shame in this tongue. Oh, no, I don't. But I have something to say. Stop the nonsense. Stop the BS. Stop BSing with people's lives. Because then, Mayor, your people's going to suffer. We're all going to suffer because the city's going to burn. And we're all in it together. And we're not here for that. We're not here that you Puerto Rican, you Dominican, you black, you from... No. We're in a melting pot. If we were to get something like 9/11 happening in Paterson, I bet you all the big dogs that they feel like, they don't eat hot dogs like we have to eat the hot dogs, they'll be eating that. So please, Mayor, please listen to the concerns. And if you guys don't vote the mayor out, you guys got a lot of balls too, because you're not doing what we're asking. And listen, I know Miss Evie's never gonna get appointed to anything anymore, but I don't care. I don't need a title to do my job. This is me.
Thank you.
No, wait, Bobby, please, Bobby, please, really, please. I need you guys to really, no, this is the way I talk. I don't mean it in a disrespect. This is a Puerto Rican thing, Mama. I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, because when I get disrespect, I'm fresh. I'm not being fresh. I'm being honest. I don't want this city, guys, to look the way it is. This is a zombie land. And we have so many hard-working, care people. Also, Mayor, stop getting your people that buy these properties and all your hoochie mamas in your corners trying to get the seniors out to pay them to get out of their apartments. Shame on you, you sack of shit, for doing that. Shame on you. And for you people that are running these businesses, and you know who you are, stop the bullshit. Because we're gonna come down on you guys. And you know what? I'm gonna finish, Bobby. What you do in darkness comes to light. And there's not a time that I don't go home now that people call me and say, yo, Eva, you know what? You can get yourself caught up in trouble. I am chosen. And you guys don't know. Yeah, see, I walk by myself all the time. Ooh, you don't see the army I have behind me. And I know what I'm talking about. So please, and you council members, stop tagging each other. You guys are adults. Love each other and let's work with each other. And if you're hungry and you got more, give it to her. If he needs to, give it to them. No, you guys are for yourselves. And stop, because let me tell you something. What the gentleman said before about the fields, Mr. Mendez, this is not a lie. We need to get a football field for them. Why? I don't mean to be funny. Dominicans got this, the other ones got that, the other ones got that. And what about my blacks? ¿Qué pasa, papi? I don't mean to be funny. ¿Qué pasa? And I got something to say. I'm Puerto Rican because my parents are Puerto Rican. But damn it, I feel in my heart that I've been black. You know why? Because they've looked out for me. And they have fed me. So who I am, give it to my blacks. I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
Thank
and
you.
I just want to
Thank
say,
you, Eva.
Council President,
Yes, ma'am.
I know sometimes you feel bombarded.
I know we have to move forward with the meeting, ma'am.
But listen, Bobby, but there it is with you right now. You see what you're doing? Don't piss me off. Don't do that. Because I know what you're saying, Bobby. You're saying we got to go with the meeting. So what the hell, we're bullshitting here? You think I could have been home? I could have been sitting home, Bobby. I could have been watching you and saying, look at this fool. No, Bobby, just give us the respect. If we're here, we care. Stop. Don't do that. Don't do that, Bobby. And I got something to tell you guys. I don't need none of you to nominate me. Commissioner this, I don't need it. Constable that, I don't need it. I'm Eva. And if people call me and they need something and I got it, they're going to get it. And you know what? My students, every Paterson public students, please get your votes on. Get our kids. We need you guys. I've been bumping into someone of my students today, and it was Miss Evie. Yo, I feel so honored. I feel honored that that child is a man or a woman now, and they remember this young lady that here. I'm young, right? Because they feel, no, because Bobby, they miss it. They need somebody that cares about them in school, and I did. How many times I call people, yo, you got this lady doing this to school. Just let's stop the nonsense. Just don't hear us. Listen to us, and let's handle it, because we're going to whoop up.
Thank you.
And Mayor, Andre Sayas, I don't know if you're sleeping now, Bobby, but I don't think you should be sleeping.
Thank you.
God bless.
God bless you. Next speaker, Madam
Miss
Clerk.
Sharon Nero.
Next speaker.
Miss Sharon Nero.
Sharon
Nero.
Next speaker.
Leroy Wiggins. Mr. Leroy Wiggins. Miss Liz Johnson. Mr. Mark Shayland.
Good night. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. Testing. Good evening.
Good evening.
All I can say is that when I sit and I listen to some of the stories that are going on in Paterson's in real big trouble. Real big trouble. I don't know exactly where I want to start tonight, but I was reading, and I said this last week, I said I was reading something in the paper and I left a lot of questions. But I was reading something in the paper, not on the paper, on the computer, about a $5 million grant that Paterson is applying for or has applied for. Can somebody inform me or give me some information on that? No? There's supposed to be a $5 million grant that the city has applied for, but the grant has no criteria. They have just set aside the money, or they have just applied for the money. I didn't bring the article with me. I was just wondering, and if not, I'll leave that alone till next time. And I'll get on with the questions that I set. Did every council member get a copy of the questions? You didn't?
It was sent to the business administrator.
Okay. It was sent to the business administrator. So are we going to address these questions tonight? The questions were concerning Hinsky Stadium. Okay, then shall I sit down and wait and have someone else come up? Okay.
I'll ask them at the end of the public portion. Thank you.
Pardon me? Thank you.
I'll ask the BA to answer at the end of the public portion.
But put the question again, just in case she forgot.
Okay.
No, it was in the email.
Let me
Yeah.
let me read the
Oh, the
questions
list?
again.
He still got time.
No. Let him, Councilman, let him finish.
Yeah.
Well, the real thing is this. I presented these questions and I gave these questions at the last
Correct.
council meeting. And they were supposed to be addressed at this council meeting.
Council President.
Councilman, let him finish. Then at the end of the
Council
public
President,
portion, we'll ask him.
Council President, what I'm trying to tell you is that the gentleman, I was sitting there acting on your position. What the gentleman said was that he asked all those lists of questions, and he just specifically mentioned, I need an answer. Let me finish, Council President. I need an answer for the following meeting. Now, the VA should have all the lists, and at the end of the meeting, she should give you all the response to those questions. So I don't think that you don't have to read it again, but she have all those answers. So stay tuned because she have to respond it to you.
I agree with you. I saw it on the email too. Madam Clerk, next
Yes.
speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Deborah Salters.
Excuse me, before you do all of this, are you telling me to sit down? Are you telling me to sit down and shut up? Is this what you're telling me?
No, sir. What I'm
Okay,
saying
so-
is, like every council meeting, after the public portion,
Then the
we
council,
ask
Mr. Council President, Mr. Council
ask the
President.
Madam BA to
Mr.
answer
Council
some
President,
of this.
Mr. Council President.
Yes, sir.
These questions were presented last week.
Correct.
Okay, so when I stand up here now, after waiting a large amount of hours,
BA, soon as she comes back, and she will answer it.
You heard the clerk say that she submitted the questions to the BA. The BA, because your questions were really for the administration. She needs to address those questions. She's not in the room, she's actually speaking.
Well, like we do end of the meeting, she will answer them, sir. That's all. Right. But we'll ask her whatever answer she has. We'll wait. Next speaker.
Ms. Deborah Salters.
It should have been emailed back to us already.
And they
Next
take
speaker.
and they take the law. Anyway.
Councilman, let's finish the public portion.
good, but you're going to be pushing without me getting my answers back and get back.
Yes. Go ahead, ma'am.
Deborah Salter, City of Newark, Warrior for the People. I'm here on behalf of the DeJesus family. And when we came here a while back, we asked very poignant questions. So my issue with you all is that, okay, so we finally got the 2 officers suspended for 90 days and a list of charges that they violated. You bring them back on the anniversary of him missing. Then you all had a meeting that the family was not invited to at a school, wouldn't let them in, and then when they found a way in, you canceled the meeting. So my issue is, you know where DeJesus is. And again, I gave you the lesson on you. You singular, you plural, you understood. If the shoe fits, wear it. If the you fits, wear it. Whoever you are, you know the information, and you need to give it up. Because again, I'm gonna ask you, what if it were your family member? You all are in a power position. You sit here, you argue with one another because you don't like that somebody's telling the truth. You won't put something on the agenda because you have 5 votes for it. You all, as the council, have the power to remove him as council president. Why aren't you doing it? You have the power to do a lot of things. You did not address the disrespect of this one here over talking a speaker up here, yelling at her. But you want to tell the woman here, that's enough, sit down. You never addressed the disrespect. You all work for the people. And I'm telling you, Paterson, that if you all came out in droves like you did when they just killed the activists, when they did DeJesus wrong and the ones prior, and kept the pressure on, your loved one would most likely be alive today. Don't wait until it affects you personally, because this affects all of us personally. And the first time we came here, we were chided because the outsiders were here. You're not going to tell us what to do. These are my people. I don't care where I go. These are my people. If my people are suffering, I suffer. DeJesus' mother's tears brought us here. The woman is dying because her son is missing and you know where he is. At the very least, if you killed him, present the body. Give the family closure. That mother is hurting. What if it were your mother, your brother, your sister, your child? That's how I want you to move. I don't want you to sleep the rest of your life with this information. Give this family some closure. And another thing, the gentleman that was up here, he used Newark. I had a front seat and the mayor and that's a lie. It's all smoke and mirrors. Stop using Newark as an example. I'm one of the activists out there, warrior for the people. I know the numbers, the 190 million that's missing, 170 million missing over here, the 150 million over here, the 89 million over here. That's given. We're at billions missing now. Our homeless situation is ridiculous. Everything he stood up there, hold the lies. It's not hold the line, hold the lies. He sold you a dream and you fell for it. The other one who got up here talking about, oh, he put something on the books for the landlords. Let me tell you what that was about. Georgia King Village, who they will not rescind their tax abatement. People living with rats, monster rats. Their roaches are so big, they have traps. Flooding, mold, lice along their walls and ceilings. People have developed 60% of their lungs not functioning because of the conditions that they lived in for the last 7 years. Woman's on an oxygen machine, her baby girl, because of the conditions that they've been living in. So that was his response for not showing up for Georgia King Village. Oh, well, let's just throw this out here, and that way I didn't have to show up. Stop believing the smoke and mirror and the lies that they're telling you in Newark. It's gentrification at its best. They're pricing out the Newark residents. Newark forward, not for Newarkers. They sell the lies, oh, Queen Latifah, the affordable housing. Oh, we're doing this for our city. Let me tell you something. Single mother with 2 kids couldn't afford to live in one of her affordable properties. Told she didn't make enough money. Affordable doesn't mean affordable. You have to make at least 80 to 100 and something thousand to live in these developments. The area median income for the average Newarker is between $17,000 and $26,000. The developments that they're making and they're putting in the ordinances, 80% of the AMI, 60% of the AMI, and it looks good. But they're using a rubric that you have to make at least $80,000, $90,000 a year. You can't live. You can't live. They're pushing us out. Now, I told them about this. They come to me, well, you told us about this, and we see it. Well, it's too late. Get out my face. And I'm telling you, stop believing the lies. I want you to go back to that State of the City address, look at every point he said. Then he had the nerve to use a single mother whose 3 sons were killed by gun violence after he chided all the women in the city of Newark and blamed them for all the violence. Go pull up the video. Don't blame me because you don't know where your children's daddy are. You're the reason your son's with the guns under their bed and over here. What? And then he used the woman in the video to make himself look good. Don't believe the hype. Our city is dying. Our homeless situation is the worst I've ever seen in my life. And they want to throw people in containers, shipping containers. They spent over $900,000 for 90 days for 8 trailers. The trailers are worse than a jail cell. There's not even a bathroom in it. They have to go to another trailer to take a shower or use the toilet. You understand what I'm telling you? They're feeding you a bunch of lies. And I'm telling you that Paterson, if you are not pleased with the people who are here, we told you this before. People in the audience were talking. The power is in your hands. You don't have to accept this. Recall the jokers you want to recall. Find out how many numbers you need, get the paperwork, fill it out, and get them out of here. And I'm looking at you, council people. Take him down from being president, because y'all look terrible. The disrespect is unconscionable. It's disgusting, the looks on your faces. And then you and this guy here that got up and left, you have the nerve to get up while people are talking, and you having your little kumbaya on the side, laughing and talking. And complete disrespect. Complete.
Ms. Salter, please wrap it up.
I'm wrapping it up.
Thank you.
I want to wrap you up. Get him out of here. Y'all have the power. Stand up. Take your city back. And come up with the Jesus family member. That too. These no-account preachers. Your no-account preachers, prophet-lying, test-lying, filthy lucre. The scripture says my pastors have become brutish. Look up the word brutish. You're greedy. It used to be that the church was the backbone of the community. You're nowhere to be found. Because when you're supposed to be preaching, you're out here trying to be developers and carrying on. Get it together.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Donnell Chagrin.
Next speaker.
Donnell Chagrin.
I want you to see every time I come here. Every time you guys keep looking away from this, getting numb to it, don't even acknowledge it, that's a problem. Keep staying numb to it. Keep bringing it in your face. Mr. Bush, can you do me a favor? Thank you so much for your help, my brother. Can you pass these out? To the council, yep, so they have it. See, one thing I do, I come with receipts, I bring documents, I don't just talk. I come with action. Let me start off with this. First and foremost, my name is Donnell Sharon.
Pull your microphone up a little bit. Thank you.
First and foremost, my name is Donnell Sharon. I'm a 3rd Ward resident in the city of Paterson, and we have a theme in Paterson. And I don't know if anybody know about this new theme in Paterson. The old saying, it's not even an old saying, it's a new saying. The saying is, we from Paterson, we don't duck smoke, we run up chimneys. Let that be known, we run up chimneys. Council President, I respectfully ask you that you please do not start my time, because this time I'm taking my time this time. As I would like
sir,
to state, please.
do we have a time limit? I'll give you some courtesy.
Thank you.
But please finish as soon as possible.
Let me finish explaining why I'm asking you not to start my time. I respectfully ask you that you please do not start my time, as I would like to state my public and legal comments for the record, as this matter will have some legal, here's the key word, legal ramifications against this entire governing body for its ongoing evasiveness in neglecting to address the crimes committed by the New Jersey State Attorney General Office. Y'all can keep turning a blind eye to this. I don't know who's in your pocket politically, but the state's Attorney General Office is just as corrupt. And the New Jersey Passaic County Municipal Court, which is down the street. Last week, and if you see me that I'm so charged, it's because last week I reviewed and watched the city council meeting, and last week the city administration and the city and this council violated my constitutional civil rights, while also humiliating me in public by laughing at me when I came up here last time, laughing at me. And today, the joke will be on you, because what you just did was you poked the bear. And I'm gonna state one New Jersey State Statute Code 52:13H-12C, which states, and it's in full entirety, that's why I told you not to start my time, because it's illegal. And it has to go on public record. Any group or individual may file a written request with the council to appear in the capacity of an amicus curiae in regards to a complaint. The request shall state the identity of the group or individual, which I am a New Jersey state government whistleblower with the New Jersey Department of Human Services. Well, we'll get to that. The issue it wishes to address, the nature of the public interest therein, and the nature of the requester's interest. Involvement or expertise with respects thereto. The council shall grant the request of its determined by a majority vote of the council's members that the request is timely, which my request was submitted to you guys timely, which you guys are still sitting on my evidence and not doing anything with it, and my file complaint. And also, let me see, and that participation by the group or individual will assist in the resolution of the matter, that no interested party will be prejudiced. That's the key word, prejudice. Whenever you put a clock on me and I'm reporting Passaic County government crimes to this council board and you putting a clock on me, that's called prejudice. You're prejudicing against me for not stating crimes that's going on, that you guys have a jurisdiction duty to take action and address it, but also come with a resolution. And now, speaking of a resolution, which why I was so hot and angry at you, Council President, because you purposely skipped over resolutions 50 through 54, which regards to Health and Human Services contracts, knowing that I'm a Health and Human Services state government employee coming here to state a conflict of interest. And the conflict of interest is number 52 in your resolution that you skipped over, that you wanted to do the public meetings and stuff. The resolution is authorizing the applying and accepting of family court and state community partnership grants. Number one, that's a conflict of interest when I reported to you that the New Jersey State Attorney General Office with the New Jersey Passaic County Municipal Court orchestrated financial bribes and judges who are appointed by the New Jersey Governor's Office orchestrating sabotaging and rigging of family and civil court cases here in the city of Paterson, New Jersey, which sits on the Passaic County seat. If that's not something that you need to address, you guys need to come out your seat. But here's the other thing. The New Jersey Passaic County Prosecutor's Office, through the grapevine, just got a copy of my April 3rd letter request that I submitted to you guys, asking you guys to take action, putting a request to the Passaic County Prosecutor's Office to report the Passaic County government crimes of judges with the New Jersey State Attorney General Office rigging cases from not going to trial or for their own personal interests. That is between you and I.
Please wrap it up, sir.
No, I'm not going to wrap it up because
Sir,
that's prejudice. You're not going to do that.
You already
Stop
spoke
it.
for 5 minutes.
Stop it. But
Please,
everybody else
please.
can come in here and speak for 20 minutes.
No, they haven't.
not leaving.
No, they haven't.
Hey,
Please,
brother,
please.
hey, look, my man.
Please,
We can go back and forth.
Please wrap it up,
You can
sir.
distract me. No, I'm not going to wrap it up. I'm going to finish when I finish.
Please.
No, thank you. So now.
Please finish it
Could you
quickly.
Stop talking. Thank you. Now, under that state law that you guys failed to keep reviewing, don't even want to review, it was this New Jersey Department of Human Service state government whistleblower who filed a timely fashion written complaint request that this Passaic County legislative body issues a complaint to the New Jersey Passaic County Prosecutor's Office while sharing my evidential documents that you guys still have in your possession. And now if you threw my evidence out and the prosecutor's office has asked you guys for my documents, because I'm not going to give the prosecutor my documents, I want you guys to give them my documents. And if you throw it out, that's called obstruction. And you know what happens with obstructions? You automatically lose your council seat for turning a blind eye to Passaic County government crimes here. Now I'm in on this note. And this is for the individuals who were laughing at me last council meeting. Again, you poked the bear. You may hate me or you're going to love me for this one. But again, I told you, I'm a poet. I put my pen to paper. And my poetry piece says, our city council. Picture a place that exists when environmental decorum is obsolete. Nothing like a council chambers where constituents only allowed 3 minutes to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to tonight's council meeting. Madam Secretary, let's take a roll call for this organization that requires armed policemen. Can we stand for prayer in tonight's flag salute? How can we mislead the public when the image of Dr. King is literally right behind you? Our legislative body, it consists of 9 elected members, but when you subtract 5 from 9, we already know who's already working with the outside developers. Hypocrisy of city legislation, it becomes a transcendent state of nirvana. How are we supposed to rise when we only get 2% for recreational marijuana? On the subject of talking paper, them ratables are still not adding up. I just witnessed unjustified approved raises as city employees continue to be extorted by the corrupt. The next item on the agenda is to pass laws holding city officials accountable for being the biggest offenders. These laws are supported by the people to ensure that all city wards are being treated fairly and recognizing us all as being equal. The first law on paying bills, but it's a conflict of interest that requires an immediate resolution. The previous council president overseeing 2 major finance committees, it definitely reeks of conspiracy and mayoral collusion. What is economic development when the people never see the improvement of education's amenities and quality of life? Whenever crime is not being fully addressed, hell, even elected officials can be robbed, which in turn is the ultimate price. The second law is to organize scheduled council meetings so that elected members will be able to address the pros and cons of their respective wards. The council president will allow 12 minutes for the legislative body members to speak without any interruptions or disregard. The topic of paying bills, it should be strictly reserved while limiting untelevised workshops, where all council meetings should remain designated for the public while implementing a new 10-minute time clock. The third law requires that our pay increase mayor must be mandated to attend at least 2 council meetings per month. The newly addendum items shall be added just to minimize those other talkative officials so y'all can shut the hell up. Let me be mindful of the time, especially when the city officials are oblivious to community circumstances, but yet our BA wants a $50,000 pay increase while still attending council meetings with no answers. The fourth law will require corporation council to display real action for grieving community families. The city will implement an $80,000 reward while presenting written follow-ups to the state and showing complete transparency. I'm almost done. When you lay your cards on the table, it reconfirms that you have nothing to hide. In the face of real adversity, you can't prohibit a unified family from exercising their constitutional rights. glitter cardboard signs of a missing person, we know that time will never wait. Wrongdoings will always come back full circle because it's a thin line between law enforcement and accepting collect calls from inmates. Madam Secretary, how many speakers do we have for development of a $100 million stadium? I see none move to close as they turn a blind eye and neglecting to building community recreational gymnasiums. Whenever you speak the truth, they will apply vengeful tactics. They'll turn your mic off to silence you, but never misconstrue termination and as a misunderstanding. Just to be replaced when the city doesn't honor its own residential requirement ordinance. This is why I moved to close this meeting for a city that is founded on being lawless. In closing, it was a city council member who publicly stated, "We are entitled to our own opinions, but we're not entitled to our own facts." Nevertheless, you can't live life wearing two catcher's mitts, even the 6th ward still got to throw something back. We are one city that consists of 6 wards. You can keep that $5 million to fix up parks if our city is not on the same accord.
Next, thank you.
Powder keg just exploded.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Dr. James Pruden.
Dr. Pruden.
I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. First of all, I want to say I never saw more unity and civility on this council than I saw when you named and honored the newly identified commissioners. You recognize the good, heartfelt work and dedication of the citizens of Paterson. It was surprising and pleasing. Score 1 for this city council. I've come here to every council meeting for the last 54 days, with one purpose in mind, one goal, seeking justice for Najee Seabrook, a warrior of peace for the citizens of Paterson who was killed by those he called seeking help. I come here looking for your plan, your goals, your remedy, but so far I've seen none. As usual, you started the meeting with a prayer, and this one opened with a religious man, an imam, and he was, and in this second most densely populated city in the United States, with 18,000 people per square mile, he showed the respect for other religious groups by first naming Moses and then Jesus before he named his own patriarch Muhammad. He has the wisdom to know that we must find a way to respect each other if we are going to survive and thrive. I came here looking for a plan, looking for a way forward from the leadership, but I see none. The Imam also prayed for our children, who, in this country, are more likely to die of a gunshot wound than any other cause you can name. Najee Seabrooks also cared deeply for the children, and he taught them and stood as a role model for them, trying to show them another way. Ironically, or perhaps not so ironically, he too fell to bullets. But I came here looking for a plan or to hear a goal, and I see none. So, 39 days ago, the Attorney General's office took over the police department, the expenses for which represent 15% of your budget, I believe, probably $30 to $40 million. And I see no reaction. Nothing new, no plan, no goal. What are you going to do? You're the leaders, and I see nothing from you. I used to run an EMS council for the state of New Jersey. I ran it for about 5 or 6 years, and it was manned and womaned by nurses and EMTs and medics and police and fire and the Department of Health. And the way I kept people focused and on track was to say, listen, is what we are talking about for the good of the patient? If it's not for the good of the patient, it really isn't of any consequence here. I would imagine that would be a reasonable thing to do here. What is the good of of the citizen of Paterson is what you're talking about for the good of the citizen of Paterson is fooling around with an agenda for the good of the people of Paterson? I don't know. I remember I went to a conference, and the icebreaker was, it was a large conference, nobody knew anybody, so the icebreaker was pairing everybody off. And the goal, the plan was, okay, we're going to arm wrestle, one against the other. And the goal is the team that has the most victories for each player was the team that was going to win. So if one team member was able to take the other person down 7 times, and the other team member was only able to take a person down 2 times, then they only got 2 points. The goal was to say the only way to win was to work together. You got to work together. I don't know what the goal is at these meetings. It's really, I don't know who can, I mean, is it who can top who? Is that what the goal is? I really don't see what the goal is at these meetings. It's remarkable in its chaos. 54 days ago, we lost Najee. 39 days ago, you lost control of the police department. And still no goal. Perhaps it should be to name and remedy the circumstances that led to Najee's death. Perhaps it would be to establish a workable CCRB along the lines, I heard there's some legal considerations, but along the lines of what was done in Staten Island, where the subpoena power was held. It was attached to a court system, and this is what ultimately got Eric Garner's situation addressed. There is a way. There's a way forward if you want to do it. But right now, I see no goal, no plan. 54 days into this, and still no goal and no plan. I remember as a training physician for residents, getting a history from a patient was a critical thing to do. Asking them and extracting from them what was going on that made them think they needed medical help is an art. And so the resident would go in and ask them a whole bunch of questions and come out and not know anything. And then I would go in and 5 minutes later come out and tell the resident 5,000 things they didn't know. And they say, Pruden, how do you do that? And I say, well, the trick is to get the patient to think that you care. And the way to get the patient to think that you care is to care. I learned to treat each patient like they were my mother's best friend or like my relative. Please, show us that you care. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Purin. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Carlos Alejo.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's midnight, so it's morning. First and foremost, I want to thank Councilman Alex Mendez for appointing me as commissioner and for the whole body of entrusting me to serve on the board, rent leveling board. Definitely, it's something that I take very seriously. I'll be committed to it. As you can see, I had knee surgery yesterday. I'm here at the meeting. So barring any emergency, I'll be at all meetings. Even though I'm a homeowner landlord, I was a tenant for a very, very long time. So I'll serve all purposes and all Patersonians fairly and impartial. Also, being a realtor, I know what it takes to be the rules, codes to rent an apartment. I work with tenants, sellers, and buyers. So I'm going to be very impartial, fair, and work with all my colleagues on the board to serve all Patersonians and make sure that everything gets well done correctly and the right way. And again, thank you for entrusting me. I won't take much of your time. It's late. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker? I don't see that. Next speaker? He's gone too. Next speaker?
spoke already.
She spoke already. Next speaker? Next.
He already spoke.
Okay,
Oh.
Carla.
Oh, okay.
Good evening.
Whew. Wow.
Good evening.
I got the right mind to just bust out and sing a gospel song. Because we surely need some peace. And I know that most of y'all know me, and y'all expected me to get up here and fuss. I wish the 6th Ward councilman was here. So it's a lot wrong from both sides. I will give y'all that. And for one, it's a lot of disrespect and no respect. We done talked about God, the devil, and everything else done happened in this meeting. This is awful. We are behaving, and all of us in here are grown. We are behaving in a way like our tech-savvy children can't see this. We all should be ashamed of ourselves. Is this the way we will send our children out to behave? Not listening to one another, talking over each other. This cannot be, we can't even call this a meeting. We all already admit Robert Rules of Orders is never working here. How can we call this a meeting? It is not. This is sad. It's a shame. It's disgraceful. It's embarrassing. It's disrespectful. And we all don't need each other to tell each other that. We all are adults. We couldn't go back and replay the video and look at how we all behave for ourselves. We cannot get any business done in this city. There's no way no chaos like this is moving forward. That's why we can't get anything done. I mean, we like each other for a minute, 5 minutes to laugh in the corner, but we can't just be calm. The reason, it's okay to say, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. And that's it. It's okay to do that. Because truthfully, we are wasting so much time. We all know each other. Paterson is the 3rd largest city, but not to us that live here. I know that previous corporate counsel was a lawyer. She sat there. I listened while each one of you told us that she was a lawyer. We all already know that. We complain about being here so late, but we waste time saying things that we all already know. This is terrible. How can we expect any other city or municipality to look at us different? My time is up.
No, you could continue, ma'am. I'm loving it. You telling the truth. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
She just did.
Next speaker is Mr. Keamy Freeman.
Mr. Freeman.
I ain't too old in this battle, and I'm too tired to really be upset anymore. Kimmy Freeman, 3rd Ward. Before I start, I just want to say a few words. My grandfather, who I respected, World War II veteran, said, I know what I'm doing. Do you know what you're doing? I was 6 years old. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about, but now I do. You guys, and I came back because I was here already. I had worked a 12-hour day driving, and I saw Akbar at the last meeting. I saw him down at the library. And when I was a little kid at School 28, I used to go to my library. I remember when Mike had a plan for the library. I remember when Akbar started humble beginning because I was on the executive board to help them write the bylaws. Also wrote the bylaws for the Main Man March. I'm not here to talk about me. I'm talking about Akbar because I'm really proud of him. He's done something that we've been talking about for 33 years, the black leadership community. The real leaders, the guys that are in the trenches, on the battlefield. You know what I'm saying? When Akbar started that, he told me the dream he had and everything. I said, I'm with you. And the only reason why I left it because my mother, she was sick. So she joined the church, so I joined the church. And then meetings were on Sundays. That's the only reason why I left Akbar. But, you know, Smallwood, very good friend of mine, he's a lawyer degree. We wrote that whole thing. We wrote it. And I wanted to remind, I told Dave, you know, Vera Ames and I, in 2002, 2003, we wrote a $4.5 million grant. It was a 3-year grant. The mayor, superintendent, Vera, was on this committee. But I put the 300 hours in. I wrote that grant. It was a 3-year, $4.5 million grant that was going to create 300 jobs that was in an adjacent parking lot across from School 6, a block away from where I grew up. That was in 2003. I had to sue the past school system to get the money. They had to pay me. I still got the paperwork in my basement. But I'm not here to talk about that. Let's move on. I'm proud of this brother. What they did to him, and this is federal money, they did to me in the 4th Ward. Okay? Very encouraged me to do that. Planning board. You guys know I work for almost all the developers here. Everything that Miss Barbie said, and I've known her since high school, is telling the truth. I went, and Khalid knows this, I went to every single planning board meeting when I worked for Mr. Florio and other developers. Look, we didn't care about that because guess what? I videotape every single meeting. When you pay money, you get things done, you want to know what's going on. The public needs to know what's going on. And I think it's unconstitutional that you guys are lawmakers, and look, I studied this. National Dean's List, baby. I came down because Wims was raising hell, and then I heard that Akbar had did very, very well. Then the young lady was talking about residential parking. I used to live 18 Van Houten Street in 1990. I was still in college. I went overseas, studied abroad. Guess what? My family got $500 tickets in front of 18 Van Houten Street because there was meeting parking right in front of our residence. We tried to fight it, we couldn't fight it. All right, lastly, I'm gonna say, the resident parking, Miss Francis, I belong to the East Side Association thing. I came here and told you guys we had 4 shootings in the past 6 months. We've also had speeding there for the past 12 years. All right? This residential parking, we need residential parking. I have a corner property, right? The people next door to me have 6 cars. We had to get handicap parking so we could have 1 spot on our thing. I think we should have residential parking permits. And if you have a property on the corner, you should get 2 parking spots. You understand what I'm saying? I'm paying $14,000 a month in taxes. My street on 19th Ave has been jacked up for 15 years. In front of Reverend Rowe's house. Guys, if I do run, I'm just gonna say, you know what, we can do better. And guess what? If somebody gives me a call, I'm gonna be running against somebody here. Because you guys are not doing a good job. I'm retired, I can do the job full time, and I know I can do it better than you. And I'm just as smart or smarter than you. Maybe not, Mims is smart, very smart, I love that. And I love Mims. She is a woman king, and anybody bothers her, and I know me and her have had it, you know. But guess what? You better not bother her. This is why he just saved me from the cops. And guess who bodyguarded me? The hood. From the police. I hid out in the hood from the police. And there's some good police here. I got some police friends. But guess what? When I had the incident, guess what? I barricaded myself for 2.5 hours. You're lucky I'm here. And I rode past when the SWAT team and everything was outside that thing coming down. I rode right past it. I rode at Fair Street and and I said, you know what? I just saw the cops over there, and then 2 hours later, you shot the boy. This has to stop.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
You know what? I'm going to leave you one last thing that Malcolm X said. It's the ballad of the bullet, baby. And y'all better do something. Because these young people are not playing. All right? I've had 4 guns pulled on me in the past 2 months. All right? 4th Ward, I think you need new leadership because I don't see no change. And, you know, Vera used to call me every week when she ran. I haven't had a call for the 4th
Thank you, Mr.
Ward.
Freeman. Next speaker, Madam
There are
Clerk.
no more speakers.
Move to close.
Move to close.
Second.
One second. Before we do the motion to close, Madam BA, I think there were some questions were sent by him
They have to remove that one.
from our
You want to cuss me out?
Madam Clerk's office. Do you have any answer for those questions or?
Thank you, Council President. The majority of those questions we answered that day. I know that those answers were, it was about the grant program and, numerous things about Hinchliff. We have said that, we do not have the reporting on that. It is not a city project. There's not city funding with it, as we've mentioned before about tax credits. So I have nothing further to add tonight to those questions that we've already reiterated last week.
Council President.
One second, Councilman. So you don't have nothing further? Okay. Councilman Jackson?
So, just for a point of clarity, Madam BA, the $25 million that was bonded by the city, was that funding not utilized for the stadium?
Correct. There is no city bonding debt service connected to the stadium.
The 25, wait a minute. You're telling me now, so.
Council President, and this would be something that would be more appropriate for our Economic Development Director, but that was something that happened years and years ago that was never funded, but any further details would have to be directed toward him.
Madam BA,
I'm sorry.
One second, Councilman Jackson. Can we have answer to these questions in writing? Is that possible?
No, not necessarily, because a lot of the questions were directed about the grant in particular. It is not our grant.
Right.
And it is.
Write it down.
Okay.
The city of Paterson has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
We want it in writing. Anything you say, any answer you have.
That's fine, Council President. We'll take care of that.
We have nothing to do with it. But we would like to see all these answers in writing, please.
Okay.
Councilman Jackson, continue. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So, 1,000% definitely, the portion that was done at the top of the hill was utilized, a portion of the grant, of the bonding, and if you guys recall, the repairs that were, the preliminary repairs that was done, we used about $6 million of the bonding that was made. Further was disappointing. So it's public money used in a public facility that used to be, prior to this young lady being the BA and this mayor being the mayor, used to be a facility that was dedicated primarily for the community. Now, we have an $8 million application, and they're refusing to answer questions on, one, the spending. If there wasn't a bond, I mean, why haven't we gotten a report on the expenditures? I don't know. I mean, the gentleman's questions were answered. Obviously, as you can see, my questions are never answered, but it's just.
Councilwoman, Councilwoman Cotton?
Roll call.
Mr. President.
Sir,
The secretary, our secretary
we'll have it in
wrote
writing
down
for you,
all
sir.
your questions.
And we'll have it in
She
writing.
sends it to us. She sends it to everybody that it needs to go to. She doesn't get that out until Friday. Then they get it by Monday. So now I don't know, I don't remember seeing an answer. Just your questions. These people, our Madam Clerk, they're writing down everybody's question and submitting it, or even our questions. They sitting it. So,
Council President.
So she got all of our questions, and I think she had like 10 pages, where normally it would be maybe 3 or 4 pages, because you had a lot of questions.
Just per-
Now, we just haven't gotten no answer back yet from you, Madam Clerk, Administrative Secretary. Have we got an answer back from any of these questions that was asked last week?
No.
Can you come?
We haven't got no answer back.
Thank you.
Council
Can we close, Council President?
Councilman Mendez?
Sure, Council President, before we
I know, I
continue.
seen all your questions.
Council President, before we continue, just give me a minute. For me, it's very concerning when we come here and the public, and we have 30, 40 speakers, and they ask questions to the administration, and they don't get nothing back. For me, that is a problem. I was sitting on that position as a president when the gentleman came with a list of questions. He went over one by one, and he specifically said, I want the answer for the following week. So the administration has enough time to give us answers, send an email to the governing body and to you. So let's avoid problems. Let's build a better relationship with the community. We have a person taking the minute back. We got all this information. The administration should get somebody in charge and send those answers back in order for us to move forward. I don't want to hear member of the community saying, oh, the administration, they don't want to give us answer. Why? I mean, for me, I don't understand. I mean, it's hard for us to do business like this. We have a full agenda, and it's over 12:45, quarter to 1 o'clock in the morning. And the gentleman came last week, and he had no answer in writing. Come on. How do we do in business like this? We're not going to move the city forward. I'm closing, Council President. We're not moving the city forward like that. But now, this is my last comment when it comes to this. On the next meeting at the public portion, Madam BA, make sure somebody take the minute, send an email, and respond back to the taxpayer when they come in front of the mic. Let's build a better relationship with our community. Thank you.
Council President.
One second.
Please.
Madam BA, from now on, I know every meeting, our clerk take notes of the question asked from the public, as well as council member, we ask for information. We'd like to have it the day before the next meeting, all the answers in writing.
Council.
All the answer in writing. I'm repeating it. All the answer in a writing to email it back to all of us.
So
Madam BA,
Council
then
President,
Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you, Council President. So I would just like to point out a lot of the time, respectfully, they're not questions, they're comments, which is part of what the public portion is for. Excuse me, please let me finish.
Yes, go ahead.
So, for example, requested an increase in the fleet of school buses to adequately transport children. We have no control over that. That's a comment. It's not something that I can respond to. Recommended the community's involvement. I'm just reading from the very first page of the council request that I received Friday afternoon at 5:40 p.m. Today is Tuesday of the following week. So I would respectfully say that that procedure is not going to work for.
So you need more time, basically.
But we also, some of the items, it's not something that we can respond to, and I think it's not necessarily fair to ask us to do that, because a lot of the times it's comments, it's not questions. We do respond when there are questions about lists. Can I see the most recent road resurfacing list? We send that out. Anything that is very specific that we can get out right away, we try to do. I would, respectfully say that that is not a procedure that's going to necessarily work for us. If that's something that, maybe,
Madam BA?
yes.
If it is a comments, it's a comments. We see.
Yeah.
If it is a question, those questions.
Council
we need
President, point of order, we don't have a quorum, please?
But
We don't have a quorum?
And again,
Yes, we do.
We don't.
I would
You
suggest
need to
that
be this side, Councilman.
a lot of the questions.
Okay, so I would like from now on,
Councilman.
I'm not talking about the comments, talking about the questions that are asked. Please respond to us in writing before the next meeting.
Council President, we're going to have a further conversation about this.
Will do.
Thank you.
Councilman Mims.
So, Council President,
Council
I was trying
President, listen.
I was waiting a while.
I know, but they need to
Just
be
give me a
sitting,
minute.
not walking
I have the
around.
floor.
Councilman Velez.
So-
Look, we talk about Robert's Rules of Order.
Correct.
We talk about rules and regulations. You could have everything on the books. If we don't follow it, what's the point of having it? What's the point of having it? Reinforcement, and then reinforcement. And when you ask, then other person will talk over you. They will tell you, I have the floor. Who are you? I don't care. I'll go over 3 minutes. I'll speak as long as I want. So what's the point? And I'm trying to just accommodate everybody. We're just trying to do the city business.
Council President.
We just try to do the city business. I'm not here against anybody. I'm not blocking anything beside the televised meeting.
Yeah.
We voted on it. We did. It's not like I never had it on the agenda. It was on the agenda.
Come on, we're
beside
back
that
on it.
item.
I have the floor, Council President.
Let me.
You gave
don't
me
have
the floor.
I haven't given
You
the
gave
floor.
it to me.
See?
Yes, you did.
I haven't given. See.
Yes, you did.
So
You're
let me
going back.
let me finish. Beside that item. I put it on the regular agenda. You was voted on. You was voted down. Beside that item, tell me one item or anything that I'm blocking or I'm not doing or
there's
I'm
a
not
few.
following.
But Council President,
You could point finger at everybody.
Council
I mean,
President, I'm
it
not
seems
even-
like everybody comes here with the agenda of
Council
attacking.
President.
I'm gonna attack you.
Okay, Council
That's
President.
it.
Council President.
That's it. If you're not African American, you're not doing the right thing. I'm gonna say it.
Oh, that was
I'm gonna
racist.
say there's some people
That
come
was
here.
racist.
It seems like
That was a racist
it's not. It's
comment.
more than. That's
was
what's
racist.
going on.
Wow.
There's
That
been
was-
more
that was
than what I said have been
unacceptable.
said here.
That was unacceptable.
There's more
and that
than
was
those. What I
racist.
said. There's been more than what I said.
That was
There's
unacceptable
more
and that
than
was
what I
racist.
said here.
That was
Said here.
unacceptable and
Said here.
racist.
I don't mean to offend anybody.
You should not have said it.
If I did,
inappropriate.
listen. Let me finish.
It was
If I did,
inappropriate
I
and it was
apologize.
racist.
But it's still like exactly
It was
that's what's going on. And
inappropriate and
some
racist.
people are igniting it. Councilwoman Mims.
So, to the viewing public, why the Council President chose to go back over that is beyond me. First and foremost, the reason why I was trying to call a point of order, because there was a motion and the second on the floor to go into public portion that never was rescinded or removed. And this is why I'm talking about the weak leadership and what's not happening on the dais. Before the discussion came forward with the BA and all the other comments that were made, we were supposed to rescind that motion and that second before we went into the discussion. I was trying to, my hand has been up, Council President, my hand was up for a while trying to get your attention to stop and rescind it. And then for whatever reason, you went into this whole discussion about the workshop being televised. I wasn't even gonna bring that. The second thing I was going to state, last week at the meeting, sir, I cannot remember your name, but you've been here for a while. Mark, you've been here for a while, and I made the recommendation to you. Put it in writing, because you had a whole list. I said, send it in writing, and Madam Clerk sent it on Thursday.
Yes.
It was sent on Thursday, not Friday. It was sent on Thursday. And I think it's a shame, right? Even if you don't have a response, at least respond to the constituent to say, I'm still working on it. I need to get back to you. This is not in my purview, or whatever that is. But if you send something on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday,
Monday, now it's Tuesday. 5 days later, you deserve a response. We have to get to a place, hello? We have to get to a place. There were over 30 speakers on tonight. And we have to get to a place where we answer the residents. We got to answer them. They're coming with questions. By the time it's over, they're gone home. They are home. They're watching because they want to hear, because they're told weekly, we're going to respond to what you have to say. We're going to respond. We're going to respond. Whether it's administrator, whoever it is. And they wait every week for that response. But by the time it's over, we have asked for stuff from this side of the dais. We made a request last week for a forensic audit to be done on all the spending. We've asked for a report of Hinchcliffe Stadium, of all the money that has flowed in and out of that project. A complete study. There's many things we've requested. Have not gotten it. If you go back to the tape and listen, we have made many requests based on all the people that speak. When you're at the microphone speaking, they say, well, you're talking too long. How can we talk too long when you have 30 plus speakers that speak for 3 minutes or sometime over and no one's giving you an answer? At least if we respond back, at least you know somebody's listening to what you are stating at the microphone. And then some of us stay here throughout the process. We're here all night long, sometimes till 4:30 in the morning, trying to take care of the city's business, making sure everything is good for this community. But when it came to public portion, the motion was acknowledged and the second, and we did not rescind it. That's number one, before that discussion was held. Number two, every time someone from the public comes to the microphone, they deserve a response. Whether you know the answer, you don't know, they deserve a response. Whether it's from this side, that side, wherever. But we should not continue to allow the public to come to this microphone or in the chambers and sit here all night long and they leave and still don't get an answer. Because then it's our fault. It's no longer nobody else's fault. It's no longer pointing a finger or this or that. For me, it's about the disrespect. You've come out here, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and you sent your questions. You sent them on Thursday. You spoke at the mic first, so let's go back to that. You said it Tuesday at the mic, and then you sent the questions, and they were sent to the clerk's office, and they were sent to the administration on Thursday. There is no excuse that you do not have written responses by now or a verbal response to what you have responded. Any of you that has come to the mic, not just you, Mark, but everyone that has come to the mic. We have to do better. And sometimes when we're on this side, they look at it like, oh, they're attacking me, she don't like me, and then they have the little sidebars. I don't care. Because it could be one of us standing on that side of the dais at any given moment, our family member standing on that side of the dais at any given moment. And how would you feel if you came to this meeting and stayed here till 1 o'clock in the morning and still did not get an answer or did not get a response? We have to do better. We have to do better. We have to. And we start off with 9, we dwindle down. Every week is the same exact thing. We dwindle down to 7, 6, 5, sometimes even to 4. We sit here and now we got all the city business. They can say, well, if they stop talking, no, you got to talk because there's corruption going on, so you got to talk. And now we got all these items on the agenda still that have to be done. So we just have to make sure that we move and operate based on what is before us, and maybe it was just an oversight that there was the motion and the second, and it was acknowledged here, it was acknowledged that we have to rescind it, and that could have been just but I was trying to get the attention, that's why my hand was up for a while, to get the attention so we can do that and then go into the discussion. But the public deserves an answer. You come every week, those that are here and those that have left. You come and ask questions every week, you deserve an answer.
Council President.
Thank you, thank you, Councilwoman.
Council President.
We 1 second. We do need answers, like I said previously, Madam BA, we expecting a written answer from you from right after every meeting, whatever the questions is noted by our Madam Clerk and the Secretary. And we would like to have the answer in writing. Councilman Velez,
Council
then
President.
Councilman Jackson, then we have to close the public portion.
It's also recommended that if a resident submit large group of question like yours, sir, that as soon as you finish with your question, you come to the clerk and say, this is my email address. For she could facilitate that email that's probably to the BA, and probably that communication will go to you faster, right? So communication is a skill. Madam came up to the podium. She gave us a lesson today. Soon as that bell ring, even that we want to still continue to listen to her, she say, no, my time is up. That is decorum. So, Madam BA, probably is a practice of communication. I don't need to tell you what to do, you know, well, good. If any requests, the same time, I saw all the 15 requests of the public in the email Thursday. Can you please also forward, if there's any email, even a copy to us, we get a copy in the agenda of the questions, and if there's any response, we also get it to see if we could have also to the public. So simple like
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council, we're not going to back and forth. We're not going to go back and forth, sir. We will not go back and forth. Councilman Jackson, then I will entertain the motion to close the public portion. Councilman Jackson.
April 26th, I haven't received one response from nobody. I gave you a letter in writing, and I also asked you questions, and I still haven't gotten the answer from you. Who's going to respond to the New Jersey Passaic County Prosecutor's Office from this legislative body about judges rigging cases with the New Jersey State Attorney General's office? Y'all pretend like I'm not here, but I'm not going to let you do it. I'm standing right here.
Councilman Jackson.
So you talking about...
So, Brother Sterling, hold on one second.
You talk about his responses. What about...
Stay superseded.
Brother Sterling, I already told you we'll sit and I will definitely post that request. That's not an issue.
And during my 3 minutes, I heard everybody else talk, and I didn't see anything. And now I hear the council president say, let's close the meeting. This is the same thing you did last week to me. The same thing. You did. You closed it on me.
I don't recall, sir. You were up there for 3 minutes. The bell rang.
Whether or not you recall or not, I'm saying that you did it. We don't have to have a discussion in it. Okay. Now, since I had 3 minutes, I have a few more questions to ask. My first question is this. There's an older young lady that I speak with, or we speak together, and I do work for her. She doesn't have the ability to move out, but she does watch this performance going on. She received a tax check back where she paid over her tax. When she got the refund back to her, the refund check was not written to her name, but the refund check was written to the city of Paterson. She couldn't cash the check. She had to bring the check into the treasury here and deposit it here in the treasury here. Why is that process going on?
Where's the CFO?
If I pay taxes to you and I give you an overprice, and you're giving me a refund back, why are you putting the check in your name, in the city of Paterson's name?
Council President, this seems like it's a question for the tax collector's office.
Yes,
and so it's something that individual can speak with them.
Okay, and here's another tax question. The senior citizens here are having a problem as far as some of them I'm hearing, as far as receiving their tax bill on time. They're receiving them late. And when they receive them late, they're putting them in a bind with distributing their money. Why are some of the senior citizens receiving their tax statements later than some of the other citizens in Paterson?
Madam Mayor?
Council President, I am not aware of this situation. If
I
people have
I know you're not. I
individual
know you're not.
issues, if people have individual issues, they can talk to the
I know.
tax collector's
I know.
office.
Tax collector.
That's the
And a
only
lot
way
of-
that this is going to be resolved.
Okay, and a lot of these older people, their backs are being put against the wall, being that their taxes are coming late, and they're being pushed into foreclosing, or they're pushed into like you say, turn over the keys, don't worry about it. See, there's a problem in this. There's a problem in this city with our senior citizens. We don't respect them. They put in their time, and the city does not respect them, just like they don't respect the children here in the city. Now, if I begin to express to this council body the legitimate case that I was involved in this city, you would say, wow. Some of the complaints that I was arrested for in this city were complaints that you would say, wow. And I spent 536 days in Passaic County Jail. Okay, 536. One day, what I'm going to do, once I get all the paperwork, I'm going to present that case to this council and let you make the decision. Now, all I'm going to say is good night.
Good night.
You
Thank
have
you,
a
sir.
good day. When will I get these?
Hopefully, we'll have all the answers before the next meeting,
Okay.
sir.
Whenever you begin to follow the money, you always don't get an answer.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have
Councilman
a-
Jackson? Then we have to continue with the agenda.
So
Gotta
unfortunately,
close the meeting, gotta close public portion of it.
Yeah, after Councilman Jackson.
so unfortunately, it's not a surprise that those questions aren't answered. In fact, if we really delve into it and think about it, there's been very few questions answered from the administration, and furthermore, even from this council, from certain perspectives. It's just disappointing that, you're condescending and insensitive attitude towards it, Madam BA, because I don't think that you truly understand.
Councilman Jackson, please, can we move on from the personal attacks? I'm really tired of it.
Council President, I have the floor. I don't care what she's tired of.
You do have.
Please use your decorum.
I don't care what she's tired of.
You do have the floor. But you need to stop this personal attack against anybody.
Sir,
You wanna make
performance
your statement,
evaluations,
you wanna make your statement, make your
sir,
statement.
why are you interrupting me? I sat patiently and quietly, I listened to you talk, I listened to the rants that go on.
Go ahead.
Performance evaluations are not personal attacks.
Condescending tone is a
Telling
personal
someone that they have been condescending towards someone who comes to the podium is not a personal attack.
Yes, it is, Councilman.
That's an
It is not being
evaluation of
condescending.
someone performance.
Madam Bia, let
I can't help
I
it. She's
can't
so
continue to sit.
insensitive, but she doesn't even understand
I'm not so
her
sensitive.
job.
Madam Bia, let him finish.
Please,
Madam-
excuse me.
And furthermore,
Please be respectful to me
for her
as I
to
try to
tell,
be for you.
again, she's
Madam Bia,
stepping
let him
outside
finish.
of the decorum. For her to
It's
tell the
laughable that you
constituent,
talk about decorum. Please. This is personal. I was not laughing about you. Councilman Jackson said that.
Madam Bia.
I didn't say anything.
Madam Bia.
I didn't say anything.
Let him
He
finish.
said that.
Madam
You
Bia,
said
let
that
him
last week,
constituent said
Councilman
that.
Jackson. You said that.
Madam Bia, let him finish. He's gonna do
We
what
need
he's
to
gonna
move
do.
on,
Just
Council
ignorant,
President.
man. That's the problem. First of
Councilman
all,
Jackson.
the gentleman watched the meeting. His response to me was he watched the meeting and saw you laughing.
Councilman Jackson, you were the one last week who said this, and it is disrespectful to me that you continue to treat me like this. You do not know what I am saying over here, and it is unacceptable. Please stop.
I will not. I will not. I won't entertain your further condescending attitude,
Your further disrespect.
It is not
Not just to me, but to the public.
disagreement.
The public comes
I
here.
disagree with you.
Again, you can disagree all you want
So
to.
don't
Your
call it
performance
disrespect when
is
it's
in the
disagreement.
basement. Your performance is in the basement. And just because you can't take the criticism,
I'm not-
that's up to
I
you.
have- I sit here
You
every
took this
week.
job. You took this job.
I did.
And the job comes with a certain measure of discretion
Council President.
that you just don't
Point of order,
have.
Council President.
I think we
No,
need to
but
move on.
Council President,
Listen,
you the
Can you
president.
please quiet him down?
Council President,
Councilman
you run
Jackson,
the,
you-
you run
You
the meeting.
allowed her to step over. It was
Okay.
my time to
Council-
speak. You allowed her to step outside of the purview of what she
I did not
And
allow
now you're
anybody
looking
to
for
do
something
anything.
else.
Like, you don't talk over people. Come on. I did not allow, I didn't tell her to speak. I didn't tell you, I didn't tell anybody to do anything. I did.
I apologize,
So
Council President.
Instead of, we need to look at both ways.
That's right.
Councilman Jackson, we have is 110 right now, and what are we discussing? Go ahead, sir. You don't have the floor anymore. You don't have the public portion is finished. Public
Mr.
portion is
Sterling,
finished.
please,
Councilman Jackson,
please,
Councilman Jackson, please finish it up.
We have to have decorum. You have to speak. Okay, we can handle that. We can handle that. Yes. But again, no questions have ever been answered. None. The public comes here night in and night out. The clerk has to continuously be disrespected. She again showed the further disrespect in saying she didn't receive it, which was untrue.
I did
And we
not
sit
say that,
here-
Council
Again,
President.
please,
Well, when you're
contain
not
yourself.
saying the truth.
Contain yourself.
Bluntly, if you're gonna attack somebody,
If you're gonna
bluntly, of
say
course,
it,
you
say
should-
it correctly.
Facts
I
are
didn't
not
say I didn't get
attacks.
it.
Again, facts are not attacks. She sat here and
Let him
said
be- let him-
she
let
didn't
him
get
finish,
something
please.
till Friday, when in fact the clerk acknowledged she sent it out on Thursday.
Yes.
Did she
and
bother
I
to
was ready
apologize?
correct it.
Did she
I
bother to
apologize, Madam
apologize?
Clerk. I found
She
the
did
one
not.
that Phyllis sent.
She did
But I
not.
also got one on Friday night, and that's the one I
She
saw.
did not.
I am sorry. I am sorry, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Councilman Jackson, for pointing that out.
Sir, I truly must say, and I'm going to have to acknowledge this. I've been on this council for almost 10 years. This is the absolute worst that the council has ever been managed. The fact is, the public is absolutely correct. Every single person that comes to the podium just disregards the time frame. Every single council person here, because of your practice, disrespects the process. You utilize your gavel to leave in protest when it was something that you didn't want to do, but yet today when Councilwoman Davila spoke over a constituent, you exercised it not. Further, you made a statement that there was only one item, the item relative to televising the workshops. Totally untrue. The committee of the whole, you blocked that, you moved that off as well. The vote of no confidence, you blocked that, you moved that off as well. You utilize your own personal discretion to protect the administration and remove items that are very relevant to the community's concern. So the fact that the gentleman can come here and not get an answer is not surprising, because we haven't gotten an answer yet. Specifically, all of the questions that I've been asking continuously. No answers. And yet, under your purview as council president, you've done absolutely nothing to make sure of this. So if you can't sit here and acknowledge, because I will not let this go, the BA failed where the former BA was so grotesque with regard to a comment I made about join someone down. You sat right here and blatantly disrespect the African American community and think that we're just supposed to let that pass. A young man was murdered by a police officer, and you sat right here. The CFO sat and mocked people in the dais. He should have been charged for what he did. You, sir, sat and did nothing. And when the African American community comes here and demands for certain answers, you fail to give them. What do you give them? You try to close them out and shut them off. Who ordered for a certain number of people only to be in the council chambers? You, sir, as the president, instead of trying to falsely use or unjustly use your power to remove another council person's authority, you sit here and let them restrict how many people come into the chambers. But yet when it was policemen being promoted, this chamber was overrun, including the upstairs overflow. And yet you fail to acknowledge all of your shortfalls. How can we repair things? You don't even want to sit here. Look, here you go again.
I'm just asking you,
Here
are you
you go
done? You're
again,
repeating the same
talking
thing.
over
Are you
me.
done?
What you mean reading the same thing?
No, I'm going to answer you.
You just disrespected the black community, sir.
I'm going to answer
Where's
you.
your apology for that?
I'm going to answer you.
Where's your apology for that?
Where's your apology when you offended me?
No, hold
Sir,
on.
you're an
Where's your
ignorant, you're
apology
an
when you
ignorant
offended
idiot.
me?
No,
So you
you're an
offended the
idiot.
Puerto Rican community
You're
too,
ignorant,
brother.
ignorant.
You offended the Puerto Rican community too. So where's he offended?
Please,
Why are you talking apology
Councilman Velez,
when you
let
offended me
Councilman
as a
Jackson
Puerto
finish.
Rican?
Let's
Come on, let's be real, man.
Let's
be
Councilman
real.
Jackson finish.
Hold
And then
on,
you
wait a second.
call people
Wait,
white
don't
beater,
do
but
that.
you're
Don't do
offending
that.
a female
Are you
in the
finished?
dance every time
Councilman, are
you
you
want.
I'm not finished. I'm
Councilman,
waiting for him.
Councilman, are you
I'm
finished?
waiting for him to finish talking.
Yeah, finish
over
your radical statement and your not lunatic statement here,
Councilman,
bro.
1 second. Councilman, 1
I'm
second.
tired of you,
Go
brother.
ahead. Councilman Jackson,
So-
please,
It's our
1:15,
time.
Please finish your
It's
statement.
our time. That's right. It's our time. If people are watching right now,
Councilman
Council President, hold on.
Councilman Bennett,
Council President,
Please,
if people are watching right now, this
let him-
meeting,
let
this
him-
is crazy.
Point of order, point
Councilman
of order.
Velez, please. Councilman
Point of
Jackson,
order, point of order, point of
Councilman
order,
Jackson,
point
please.
of order.
Point of order
There
for
is
me?
a councilman
For me,
that
point of
has
order?
the
Come
floor.
on.
We
Point
know,
of
we
order.
know, we know.
Since
That's
you
what I'm
won't run the meeting, I'm gonna help you.
You
Councilman
don't need-
Jackson
I
has
don't
the
need-
floor.
I don't need help from you.
Everyone else has
It's
to wait.
obviously, I
You
don't need help from
obviously
you.
need
Council,
help.
see, you
need
talking over
help.
me now.
No, because you can't
this
control
is
the meeting.
ridiculous.
I know how to.
Obviously you don't.
Exactly.
You don't know how to
everything
control
is
the
both
meeting.
ways.
This is
just
ridiculous.
do your job.
No,
Everybody
well,
do your
somebody
job.
gotta do
Councilman
yours.
Jackson, please,
You got
please
people
finish your
arguing.
statement.
This is ridiculous.
Tell them that
Councilman Jackson, please finish your statement.
Because I want to go home.
Let me
Control
explain.
the beat.
Councilman Jackson, please
And
finish your
Brother
statement.
Keys, I'm sure you can appreciate this, because as they blatantly just try to overlook the disrespect that he just callously spewed when a young man's family who lost their life, and see this clown right here, this ignorant clown.
So that's not disrespect.
He made
Name calling is not disrespect.
Again, I have the right to say whatever I want to say. What are you trying to do here? You don't have the right to continue to speak over me.
The black community was dead wrong.
I didn't make no comments against the community. Okay, whatever. Councilman Jackson, finish it, please.
Here, first, I made a comment with regard to a gentleman who was a Puerto Rican by the name of El Maestro, who was a Harvard graduate, a well-educated Puerto Rican, who was jailed, imprisoned, and then poisoned. This gentleman here parades around celebrating Juan Pablo Duarte, who bleached his skin and committed treason against his own people in the island of Dominican Republic. But I'm the one who is racist against Puerto Ricans.
Councilman Jackson.
Listen, man.
Councilman Jackson, can you refer
First
please?
of all,
He's out of order too. Mention
How am
Juan
I
Pablo
out of-
Duarte.
No.
And you need the Dominican votes?
Councilman Velez, please.
Yeah?
Councilman Mendez.
Come on, man, let's be real, bro.
Please have some kind of decorum. Let him finish.
Decorum?
Let him finish.
Council President, decorum? He don't hold the decorum here.
Hey, it's obvious. People say, go ahead, Councilman. Are you finished?
No, I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Council President, point of order.
Okay, yes, 1 second, Councilman Mendez.
Just a point of order.
Yes.
Point of order. Because I definitely, and I'm not planning to have a back and forth with this, but when you start getting nationality involved,
That's right.
nothing good's gonna come out of this. I cannot stay quiet when I hear Councilman Jackson speaking about Juan Pablo Duarte, the color of his skin. I mean, I don't want to even get into that. I don't want to just even get into that. All right, so listen, Council Cali, let's stop getting nationality involved.
All right.
This is not about us. Let's stop the rhetoric that we have. This is a shame. How can we conduct city business in this way? Council President, we have a motion to close public portion. Let's close public portion. It's 1 o'clock, and let's take the most sensitive item and let's close this meeting.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, Mr. President.
can I get a motion?
We already have a motion.
I did not acknowledge the motion.
Council members, he did not acknowledge
Can I have a
the
motion to close
motion.
the public
Therefore,
portion?
there's no motion.
Motion to close public
Second.
portion.
By
Second.
Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call to close the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know that there was many things that I wanted to say. There's so many items that we gotta get covered. I'm telling you, if we don't cover some of these, every time we miss not voting on items, we're spending $5,000, $10,000 because we gotta publish them back in the newspaper again in order to vote on it. So I just wanna, we just need to get some of this stuff. I wanna talk to you later. You, yep, I want to talk to you. But I just want to say that, you know, I heard Dr. Putin, he said, what's the plan? I don't know what the plan is because, you know, they in our city and we don't know what the plan, but right now, I'm going to tell you the truth. Sometimes people don't want to hear the truth. We don't know, but we got an opportunity right now, starting this week, to meet the new man that's coming in here, each of us. I'm going to make sure I be there because I done wrote my list already, what I want. What I'm looking for from him for our city. I got my list written and what we need and how we gonna go forward. So we waiting because they ain't came in here and said nothing. Just listening meeting, that's what it's called, listening. Hey, listening, they ain't gonna say nothing, it's listening. That's all. And make it seem so good. You know, listening, okay. If you're gonna listen to me, then I'm gonna tell you everything. That's what we need to do. So, yeah.
Madam,
I know.
Madam Clerk.
Right, that's what I said.
Councilwoman.
That's why I said I need to speak to you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Again, 39 speakers or over close to 40 speakers. A lot was said, but it is true. Everyone's going to continue to repeat. All I can tell you in terms of public safety, we had another committee meeting of which Major Fife was part of and the Assistant Attorney General, who indicated that the new person is coming. They did not want to go into details of planning because that plan is coming from Chief Abbasi when he comes on board. It is my understanding that his office or through the police department, every council member, they reached out and he's going to be meeting individually with each council member, and then they're going to be having their community meetings. So that's what I can tell you right now. I'm sorry that I can't say more for you, gentlemen, in terms of all of those questions. We are definitely going to get back to you on that. It's just unfortunate that you did not get it in a timely fashion, but I also know that a lot of the questions that have been asked do come, and a lot of times we direct it to individuals when it needs to be given to a specific department. Tax situations, that goes to tax assessment. But anyway, I'm going to keep it at that. I just want to publicly just say to Carla, thank you so much for coming today. I know you're very vocal. I know you're very serious. And when you say something, and what you did today, I mean, it really moved me. You know, I'm not a person I'm not perfect, like no one is, okay, but sometimes it takes so much of you sitting here and getting all this back and people yelling at you and cursing at you and just saying things, right? And it's like you can't come back, and especially when things that are being said are not true or distorted so you can move somebody's feeling. And all I'm going to tell you is I'm not that person. I'm not going to allow it. I'm not going to allow it. But I do want to apologize because it is correct. There is a certain decorum. I don't come after people. I don't shut people on this council. I don't yell at them. I got something to say, I'll take you to the side. I will give you a phone call. You may not pick up. That's a different story. But with that said, it is true what you said today. And if we listen clearly, if we listen to what you said, from that side and this side, and it starts with us. So I just wanted to say publicly thank you, and I hope that your sister is feeling better from her procedure. With that said, Council President, I don't know what we're gonna do with 31 items that are left, second reading ordinances, first reading, and so forth. But with that said, we still got two directors here.
We have to continue.
All right.
Please.
Madam Clerk, thank you so much. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One, when the public comes to the podium, it's a matter of perspective. They have a certain perspective that they're entitled to. Should never be a question of what their perspective is. There may be other perspectives or other opinions, but guess what? It doesn't negate the fact that the public, when they come to the podium, they have that perspective of which they're entitled to. No one should ever stop them from speaking, call them liars, because regardless of what, they are entitled to their perspective. And facts never change. Facts never change. The fact of the matter is the BA has never answered any of the pertinent questions with regard to the conditions of the city. I just posed another question today. I want everyone here to bear witness. There was a report done by a member of the administration with regard to over 50 properties that did not pay fees. Why was that done? Who approved the permitting process when nobody else is allowed to proceed before this is done? So, of the thousands of applications that come forward, if you don't have the receipt for payment to the sewer connection fee, you don't proceed. But yet, these applications that was found by someone who works for the city negated the entire process. They not only did they get their approvals for their permit, they put shovels in the ground, they put footings in the ground, they finished building, they then got final approvals, COs, where other places can't have just negated the certificate of occupancy process based on whoever the mayor and the BA, whoever feels fit, negated the entire process. Let's see if we get an answer on that. We won't get an answer on that. I'm willing to bet. But yet, the community's concerns are being disregarded. So, I don't understand how that's being insulting. Calling someone out on their inadequacies to do their job is not an insult. Not whatsoever. Saying something derogatory about black people and negating the fact that there's been suffering, that's insensitive. That's a completely different thing. Did the BA recognize that? No, absolutely not. But we sit here and continue to ponder and act as if our community is doing well, while we have another outsider now going to come in here and run things and tell us how our police department is supposed to be ran, because they failed. So where is this council's obligation for the investigative process? Where's the committee of the whole to make sure we go back and revisit? When did we go back and retract on those promotions that was negated yet again? Just ignored. More deaf ears. All you have to do is go back and just listen to all of the things that I've asked over and over again and see. Let's see if I have a Puerto Rican issue now. Let's see if I have a Puerto Rican issue now. Yeah.
No.
The portion's not closed, but
public portion
we
is
can't.
closed, ma'am.
We're closing it.
Yes, public portion is closed, ma'am. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson.
That's his mom.
Nah, don't bother. Don't bother.
Listen to these councilmen. And tonight I just couldn't take it anymore. Yes. Because I've had enough. I'm a constituent in this city. I've lived here for over 65 years. And I'm a taxpayer. for over 35 years. And I am sick and tired of the treatment that we have here and the behavior of these people here. We come out here, I've never come down because I don't want to disrespect anybody, but I feel like I've been very disrespected tonight. Yes. And I am tired of it. Yes, yo soy puertorriqueña y ese es mi hijo. ¿Y quién me lo quiere decir? Me quiere decir que no es. ¿Quién me va a decir eso? That's what I want to know. I've had enough of the incompetence of this council that cannot fight for the people of this city. We have tons of money that's coming into the city, and we are not the benefitors of it. We don't benefit from any of it because you, week after week, you allow this administration to take the money that belongs to the people of this city and abuse it.
Ma'am, we're closing the public portion. We close. Let me make my statement.
You can return.
Okay.
There's no need for you to make a statement. Ma'am, you don't have to make a statement to us.
We're closing the public portion.
Again.
I let you speak. Thank you so much. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson? Councilman Jackson? Can you vote? We're closing the public portion?
They may need cops tonight. They may need cops tonight. You may need protection tonight. Let me tell you that. You better be very careful tonight. You better be very careful tonight.
Councilman Jackson, please close the public
now
portion.
You find out. Now you find out. I'm telling you right now.
Councilman Jackson,
be careful tonight and find out.
We're closing the public portion, Councilman Jackson.
I know what we're doing. I'm very much so aware.
Can you please vote, Councilman?
So again, it's terrible how we continue to disrespect our community. Corporation Council, I'm hoping that the first item we could work on is making, so I can make a motion on the floor to remove those items in that the ordinance you prepared. I appreciate everything you guys done. Just want to make a few adjustments so we can make arrangements to accommodate the public. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman
What
Mendez.
item was that, Councilman? Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm just gonna say, this. It's very concerning to me when we get nationality involved. I mean, Paterson have over 52 nationality. We must respect each other more. I act the way I act before because Juan Pablo Duarte is the founder father of the Dominican Republic, and I believe that we all have to respect all the different nationalities. As a fellow Dominican, I respect Puerto Rican, Jamaican. I have everybody knows that I'm being out throughout the city for many years, and everybody knows the respect that I have for all the different nationalities. But we must respect each other. We must respect each other. I couldn't let that pass, allow somebody to disrespect the founder father of the Dominican Republic. And nevertheless, I served the entire city of Paterson, and I really want to see the city better. We must start acting different at the council. And I was the first council member that formally request the administration to respond in writing to every constituent. Why? Because I really want to see the community having a better relationship with the administration, and check and balance in government is key. It's extremely important. The first question that the gentleman asked was like, who owned the Hinchley Stadium? It's a school board that owned the stadium. What's the role that the city play on the stadium? We are the tenant. Those are questions that they could answer back to the community. I requested because I want to see a better relationship between the community and this administration. For me, it's very frustrating to see people coming over and over in front. I'm all about taking action and getting things done. And when I see somebody coming in front of the podium 3 or 4 times asking the same question, that really bother me. And we must respond to the community. We must get back to our constituents. The doctors say from St. Joseph that in order for you to care for somebody, you need to act like you care. So we must act that we care about the city of Paterson.
That's not what he said.
Well, we better take better care of our city. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
It is 1:30 in the morning. And the difference in me and some others, we can't address disrespect from one thing and not address it all. When the council president made the derogatory statement against the African American community, there was no upheaval. But then when Jackson made his comment, all hell broke loose. You gotta address everything. We are not here to take jabs at someone's ethnicity, nationality, social class, economic status. We're not here for that because, truth be told, when we run for office, we go to every community for votes. Everybody. But then what happens is, it's almost like we forget, and then we start taking jabs. We're not here for that, and we have to stop doing it. And if you do it or have done it, you gotta apologize. It's not right. We're not here. It's not right from any person. We're not here for that. We all have come through the struggle. There's not one race of people that can say, we had it better than you. We all have been in the struggle and are in the struggle, and some will face the struggle. We all have done that. And we can't think I'm better than you because I got this and that. No, we all continually. Some people are one paycheck away from homelessness.
Mm-hmm.
2 paychecks away from homelessness.
Mm-hmm.
We have people that are calling seniors. They're being forced out of their apartments. They have no place to live. They're calling these new places that we're building, and they can't even get an apartment. And they've been here all their life. And it's true, a lot of money is coming through this city. A lot of money. But where is the ease on the taxpayers? Where? It's not there. And so people are asking questions. I looked at the document
But not everyone's.
of a lot of the questions, right, that came forward from the public. This is just in the last meeting. All these pages from the public, no response. This was from last week's meeting. This is not even your 20 questions. These are all the other questions. And then before their questions, you have all of our requests. Nothing. Weekly, week after week. And you know what? People, they take it personal and say, oh, you're taking an attack. We're not taking an attack. We're calling it out, because when we're asking or recommending or making requests, we deserve to be responded to. The community deserves it, and we deserve it as council members as well. It is 1:35 in the morning. There's still a lot of items to go. I don't know who's gonna be here till the end to sit through all of this, but let me tell you something. These meetings have to get back on task. And you can blame anybody you want, but if there's no decorum, there's no understanding of Robert Rules of Orders, if we're not quoting and stating what the law really is, or we're appeasing this group or that group, you're always going to have infighting. Because we're changing the rules. Every week there's a new rule. 1 week, we can't do it because the word shall was in the language. This week, oh, we can't do it because the person that opposed it was not. That's not even the law. That's only right after a vote. It's not that anyone can never reintroduce anything. That is not even true. But the fact that we every week keep, the law is changing, I'm gonna help you out, so I'm gonna say this for you, I'm gonna help you, I'm gonna say this for you, we have to stop it. And we also have to stop being in the hallway, having conversations with some of the residents and talking against some of the council colleagues. Because you never know who's walking out to go to the bathroom and listening to your conversations, where they're trying to tell the person, be nice to that one, but you should be attacking the other one. You don't know that we're standing right behind your head, listening to every word that you are saying to the public to make it appear that people on this dais are against this one or they said this. And I'm going to say this before I close. When the Board of Adjustment, the 3 members came here, one was my appointee, one was Councilman Jackson's appointee, and one was Councilwoman Cotton's appointee. But you know what was stated to the public? MEM sent them there. I didn't even know they were coming. And then when they went back to their meeting, it was stated, well, Councilwoman Mem's nephew works, so I don't know why she's talking. Well, let me tell you something. My nephew don't work here anymore. He doesn't work here, so what's going to be the next comment? That stated, I have nothing to, whatever's going on that board, they come to the mic and speak based on their experience. I don't call them, I don't give oversight, none of that, because I place my person on the board because I know she's going to advocate for the community. But for it to be lumped together like MEMS had them here, they represented 3 different council people. Because I didn't appoint 3 of them. I appointed one person, and I didn't send her here to attack anybody. I didn't tell her to come. She came on her own. She's a grown woman. She came here to talk about what she feels that is injustice happening on the board that she's serving on. But to take it and have my name and this or that saying things to the community, that's why we have issues here on the council. And I know sometimes people say, well, why are they responding that way? Because if we stop the messiness and stop the toxicity, we can really progress and move the city forward. But I'm sad to tell you, we're not going to be able to move it forward with all the corruption. And if you think we're supposed to sit on this side and stay silent, when we know there's corruption going on, we're going to say something. We're calling them out. Some may not call them out, but we're going to call them out. I asked, is in writing, for a forensic study to be done on the Hinchcliffe Stadium project. All money's going in and coming out. You asked for an audit, I added forensic. It's written. Audit and forensic are different. Totally different. Is different. And I made that request. We are old that we shouldn't even have to ask. There should always be information for transparency purposes. And then I'm going to digress. But on the agenda, it's not my writing, it is here. At the end of every agenda, if you look at it, it says an asterisk, council committee reports. I've been on this council for 5 years. I have never seen a report, ever. There's never been a report. There's no information about what happens in the meetings. When we go in a meeting, there's only 4 people, or sometimes 3 in a meeting for whatever that committee is. Everyone should be privy to that information, so when we come out to the public, there's no, well, what happened, what didn't happen, no matter what committee it is. And it's a part of the agenda, but it doesn't happen at all. I've been asking this for 5 years. We still have no committee reports. I've heard Dave Gilmore come to the mic. I'm hearing Councilman Jackson ask for reports, and others as well. And it's on our agenda, so why don't we have it? It's here. It doesn't take anything for us to do the right thing. It doesn't cost us anything. We just have to do what's right. And I'm not here to be liked, so I don't care if they don't like me. I don't care if they ever invite me anywhere, because I'm probably not going anyway, at all. I'm here because the public elected me to be here, to fight and to advocate on their behalf. And that's what I'm going to do. When I walk out the building, I walk out by myself. I drive home alone. And look, even my mother just called. She said, I'm watching the meeting, get out of there and go home and go to bed. She said, because nothing's being done. Go home and go to bed. It's late. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. You have kids. Paterson, we're in a sad time. We're in a very, very sad time, very serious time. And if we stop taking jabs and doing all this stuff, because we started subtly, and then we act like we didn't do anything. We got to stop it. If you stop fighting and doing it, it'll stop, because it takes two people to fight. So we have to do better. And until there's a decorum on this side, the public, because the public is upset. The public is hurt. There's a lot of things that have transpired in this community, and they have a right to feel the way they feel. And we may not like it sometimes when they come to the microphone, but they have a right to feel the way they feel. We just have to sit sometime, take it, and then we respond when it comes to the end of it. Madam Clerk, to move out of public portion, I want to say thank you to every person that came out from our community. Every week, the ones that come out every single week. And just to see the mom come out from her house, my heart goes out to you, because I know how it is, because my mother is the same way. She watches the meetings, and my mother wants to come. I'm like, don't come here, because I know everybody in this room can attest. You say something to somebody's mother, you went to another level. So we have to be very careful with how we respond and what we say, because especially when you know, it's one thing when you don't know, but when it's identified and you still want to go that way, you got to be careful. When a mom comes down, watches, has to come out of her warm, nice house to come down here because she feels disrespected because of her nationality and what's being directed towards her child. Well, disrespect across the board. I hear you, Mom. Yes, to the whole community. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Nobody's held accountable.
Yes.
Taking our money and spending it on that project.
Yes.
On my street, I can't even ride down it because there's potholes and all that stuff.
I agree. And Madam Clerk, to the BA Corporation Council, I want this on the record. We have approved many streets, many, on this side of the dais. Montgomery, Governor, many. The list goes on and on. When I saw the list posted by the mayor, and it included, and I'm not against Chamberlain because Chamberlain needs it as well, but Chamberlain just got approved. How did Chamberlain get to the top of the list over these other streets? Congressman Pasquale almost fell in the hole on Montgomery Street, and we still have not paved that street. So I want it on the record. I want to know why the streets that we have approved, many, are not on the list, because I saw a list that was posted on social media. If you need me to send that, I will. Of all these streets that are going to be paved, what happened to the other streets that we approved? And we all should be asking that. What happened? I saw that list, and I'm like, what happened to the 1st, 4th, and the 5th Ward? I always have to say the same thing, because I'm like, what happened to those streets? So I want an answer to that. I'm going to be sending out that list. So I want a comparison to the list that was out and all the streets that we've approved. Madam Clerk, it's time to go to bed. It's actually morning time. Thank you for all you do. Sophia, my vote, and Ermelinda, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez?
So, Madam BA, through the chair, I just want you to follow up with Mr. Ackworth request regarding the application that he put at CVDG. If any chance they could be expedited, if he submitted all his paperwork, fulfill all the requirement document for that request of CDVG funding, even as a federal grant that we receive of funding from the federal, it's a process here to disperse, right? There's a process to be able to get that money. But let me remind the community that Mr. Ackworth, when he came into this council and presented his plan for the library in the First Ward, he stated that he didn't needed no money from the council, from the city, because he had a lot of partnership to make this happen. So I just want to put that on the floor because it's in the record. But if he had the opportunity and participate in any CDBG money or grants out there, he could do so. Ms. Frances Harrison stated about we penalizing the community regarding the fees. And one particular one that she mentioned is the street cleaning. Ladies and gentlemen, we receive call, people comes here to the council and they express themselves how filthy the city looks, how filthy the street looks, that the street cleaning pass, people don't move their cars to be able to clean that street. And it's notable. I see the sweeper going around 4 cars when there was no enforcement. People don't care that see a sign they need to move a car from 8 to 12. They leave the car there. But at the same time, when they move the car, they don't sweep the curb to be able to say it's clean and help us keep the street clean. I see people after the street cleaning pass by, they take the garbage from the sidewalk and throw it to the curb because it's the responsibility of the city to clean our street. It's our responsibility to keep the city clean, both ways. Saying that, you know, we need to be strict in our enforcement for street cleaning, probably increasing a little bit the street cleaning fine. Those individuals that like to leave their cars and not even taking care of the street should learn one way or the other. Go to Jersey City, go to New York City, go to any city you want. Even Passaic, they move their cars for street cleaning. So why we had to do it different? We have ordinance in the book way before we was here. So we had to follow them. We cannot say something from this days and then do different out there. We were sending the wrong message. Madam BA, it would be nice that to look into the YMCA. I know the YMCA is a private entity, but if we could do any kind of share agreement that we could bring back the YMCA as a recreational center for the city, do that for our kids. To say that we don't have, I don't know if a recommendation to the BA, please look into, instead of sending a lot of money only to one particular entity for recreation for 40 kids, probably we could do a share agreement with the YMCA and the Women YMCA and bring it up back to life for as a recreational center for our youth. Okay, if they sold it, probably we look for another one. We cannot just sit here, they sold it, we cannot do nothing. The public came here, I took notes, BA will create something with administration to bring forward the request, and we do it all for the children of the city of Paterson. To say that we don't have recreation for our students or for our kids or youth, that's uncalled. It's bad. Trust me. You need to, and I request a list. Madam BA, can you do me a favor? Can you submit through email a list of PM, AM, weekend recreation for boys, girls, how many schools we using, how many schools the district is being available for the kids, because there's a wrong information saying that we not having recreation for our kids. We had to do more. There's no doubt on that. I wish we could have a recreation center in every ward. How we gonna, hey, we could, it's good with the mouth. It sounds good. How we gonna finance this? Hey, hold on, sir.
Councilman Bettis, please.
First of all, it looks nice. It sounds great. It's great, but we want recreation in every ward, but then we have to look for the funding. Then if you see tax increase, they say, well, you know, it can go both ways, right? Now, second, with all due respect, ma'am, I don't want to go back and forth, but, you know, I'm not going to aerate in this. There was a councilman sitting right here, that called another councilman racist, only because he did a statement, calling racist. That councilman went through a vote of no confidence because he just called that councilman, you are racist. And that councilman went in a vote of no confidence. Okay? So, listen, I commend you, ma'am, with all due respect, I commend anyone that come here and defend whatever they want to defend. My mother has 78 years old. My sister live in Puerto Rico. My daughter live in Florida. My son live in Florida. They watched this meeting. My other son watched the meeting. He live in Paterson. Residents in Paterson watched this meeting. So it was nice to a colleague call that he was going to open a GoFundMe for I could get ESL classes. That was fine. Everybody laughed. That was good. So no matter how they say it, I had to respect how I feel. I had to respect how my family feel. So far, I speak good English. And whoever don't understand me is because they don't want to. In this side or whatever in the other side. But one thing is good in one side and it's bad the other side. And last but not least, people have accused me of being from this side, accused me of a wife beater. But at the same time, this individual in this side could assault this poor lady that has a family, that has a husband, that's watching out there, and everything's good. Now, listen, I'm not defending her, I'm not defending his statement, but everything's good when the show is from this side. Okay? Now, there was one day that I say something from this council, from this seat, and was miscommunicated with Madam Large Councilwoman Mims. Everybody say that I disrespect her, that I don't respect women and this and that. But meanwhile, listen, we're not blind. The residents out there, those that don't come to this meeting, those that don't sit here, okay, those that watch 100-something viewers on YouTube, you know what they say back? What's going on in Paterson? Listen, the madam came to the podium and she hit it right in the dot. When that bell rang, she said no. And Council President said, we want to hear you saying the truth. Even that she was saying the truth and she was there, she said that my time is up. She used the quorum, and I respect that. Let me say this and that for least, Council President. We was here, 7 o'clock start the meeting. It ended a public portion at 6 hours later with 35 speakers. It should be taking time 1 hour and 5 minutes. Ask yourself the question why it took 6 hours. What? No, I'm the last person. And let me say this, Council President, with all due respect, there should be a decorum corporate council. I just want you to find this out for me. Any aide that comes to this council meeting, okay, and start using profanity language or attacking any council members needs to be revised that job duty because they're under the city employee at that point, no matter what. You know, having freedom of speech is lovely, but you need to know how to direct and have conversation back and forth. Council President saying that, you know, my vote is yes. Good night. We have a standing agenda to follow tonight.
Ms. Francis Harrison. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We had a lot of speakers tonight. I want to let me vote. Then we could change the tape. You got a couple of minutes?
Yes.
5 minutes?
You have a couple of minutes? 5 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I want to thank everyone for coming, expressing their opinion. But we have to do our own research too and see what this council can do. There were a lot of questions were asked. For example, the football coach came here. All of us do want to help him. But the field and everything, he has to go to the recreation department. We have a staff sitting there, there is a process, there is an application. We don't control those fields. I appreciate him coming. We could help him, we could make phone calls to the director to make sure they accommodate them. That's the only thing as a council person can do. They come here and make it seem like we are the one who are not giving them the field, which is not true. And Board of Adjustment issues with the payment and everything, Madam BA, we'd like to get a report on it, exactly what is going on with it. That falls under economic development. They have their director, they have their whole team as well. But we could ask for the report. Okay, thank you. And I try to come with solution that the permit parking, last week I asked, we should issue right away, whoever needs them, temporary permits. Meantime, we work out the ordinance, the parking authority mentioned, parking authority, director of parking authority's name came up. Let's have a meeting with parking authority. While we process the ordinance, let's temporarily issue them permits, a decal, so they could park right away. Nobody wanted to hear it. They want to move forward with the item. What happened today? Tonight, even taken off the agenda. Yeah.
Who says taking?
You just asked somebody to move it to the.
Yeah, you said to vet
move
it
it
better.
back to the committee.
No, I did not.
Back to the committee. That's that. I asked you, and you said the parking permit ordinance. I even asked you, Councilman. Okay. Amendment, whatever it is, you still take a couple of months.
Taking a couple months, we're taking action tonight.
Okay, and there's a lot of, I have the notes of everything. Hopefully, Madam BA, you will have answers to all of this question. And also, there a couple of times, CCRV, about the CCRV resolution came up. The community policing ordinance, to make a community board for policing. Civilian board. I don't want to give anybody a false hope. It's nothing but a false hope. Newark did pass it, but it's sitting in the Supreme Court. Look at their website. Look at their board. It's non-functional.
That's not accurate.
It's not even functioning. As far as I know, they stripped down everything what was in the on the resolution. So I think we do need it. Definitely, I agree. But we need to do more research and do it the right way. And what else? Madam BA, Madam Secretary, hopefully you have all the answers for the public by next week. Also, Brother McIntyre came in about humble beginning, CDBG application. I asked Councilwoman Cotton if we could reach out. Tomorrow I'll call you if we could reach out to the director and find out exactly what's going on. What's going on?
My understanding is that the underwriting, waiting for the underwriter.
Okay. So like
got
another
until
thing,
Friday.
that process has nothing to do with us. They come here and make it seem like it has everything to do with us. We are not even part of the process, part of the application process, part of the grading or whatever way that they distribute the money. We have nothing to do with it. And my vote is, once again, I want to thank everyone. Still, it's 2 o'clock. You guys are still here. I want to thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Still, we have a lot of items on the agenda. Council member, we need to stay. Last couple of meetings, we We removed these items, but I believe if we stay focused, we could finish it within half an hour, 45 minutes.
So the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Public
Let's take
portion
5
is
minute
over.
recess, Council President.
We'll take a 5 minutes recess to change the tape.
Yeah, and she needs, and she, Rafael, come, Rafael,
Right.
for 5 minutes.
No, it's 1 year.
We, yes, we good to go now. Thank you.
Ready?
Where's Councilman Velez?
You got 5.
Amalinda, ready? Madam Clerk, ready?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Gonzalez, ready? Let's do the let's finish the non-consent agendas.
Can we do number 11 and do the amendment?
Okay, let's do let's do number 11 then.
Council President,
Yes.
if I may. So Corporation Council, whenever you get a moment, want to make a couple of quick amendments to item number 11.
It's first reading and it's...
So want to make some amendments to the title and remove the times. Monday through Friday, all the way from Monday, we want to remove all the rest of that item. And then we're going to go down to the second whereas, and where it's going to read, whereas a parking problem exists because the area residents are unable to find parking. And then remove everything from there all the way to Saturday, Sunday, and. So it will pick up from the comma after and, comma, due to a large volume of traffic and parking and on area streets. Then the next whereas, due to inadequate parking, and then it will go down to after Sunday, where it says occurring, we'll remove occurring, and just due to inadequate parking, add the word for area residents, many of whom are senior citizens. We could leave the rest of it there.
Which whereas is that?
That's the third whereas. You need a copy of it, Corporation Council?
Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance into the record?
Yes, Mr. President.
And then we'll make the amendment.
So, item number 11 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance amending TCOP chapter to establish residential only permit on street parking to include Main Street between Ward Street and Memorial Drive, including all cross streets from Cianci Street to Memorial Drive, Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., and on Saturday through Sunday, 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. City Council is sponsored by Councilman Jackson.
Can I have a motion?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilwoman Davila, Mendez, and Mims. Motion to amend?
So move.
Motion to amend moved by Councilman Jackson,
Second.
second by Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Davila.
It was Davila Mendez, but okay.
Okay. What's the amendment, Councilman Jackson?
Councilman Jackson, I thought that you were going to, in section 3, you were going to take out the...
That's what he's doing.
Councilman
Now
Jackson?
he's putting it on record because we didn't put it on record before.
I thought you were taking out the...
He's doing the amendments, so please let him read into the record.
So I apologize. Once again, Corporation Council, so we're going to remove in the title everything after the comma, everything after Memorial Drive. So we could take the comma out Monday through, so all the dates and times, it will just be consistently 24 hours. The second whereas, I would like to remove everything from after to find parking. So a parking problem exists because the area residents are unable to find parking, and will remove especially between all the way down to the comma after Saturday and Sunday and. So it would be due to a large volume of traffic that would finalize that piece.
Is that it?
No. I'm just making sure that he has.
Can I get a copy? Can I get a copy?
Council President, what item we are?
We're on item 11. We're doing the amendments now.
I'll do it myself, too, so we can cross-check because.
Council President?
Yeah, hold on one second. Let him.
Okay. I will.
Everything after here removed. Everything here. Memorial? Yeah, everything come off.
Council President.
One second. Madam Clerk? Corporation Counsel, you got it?
Yes.
Okay, continue, Councilman Jackson.
And whereas everything after parking, so after here, so it comes all out, and it's just due to.
Correct. And then the third whereas, we're going to remove everything after parking. So due to inadequate parking, and you can remove specifically on all the way to occurring, where we're going to remove occurring, and we're going to add the word for area residents,
Where's occurring?
Right here. You're supposed to stop.
Okay.
comma, many of whom, so the rest of it will remain.
Okay, so right here.
Is that it?
We changed the time. No, it's one more item.
That's all right, that's all right.
Corporation Counsel, I want to pose a question where under Section 1 permit parking, on-street residents only permit parking zones. No person shall park a vehicle without a valid permit on any of the streets designated below 7 p.m. So we're going to remove that entire section. Section 1, under permit parking, says no person shall park a vehicle without a valid permit on any of the streets designated below 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., Monday through Thursday. We're going to remove that entire section.
You're gonna move from the time to the streets?
From no person all the way to Sunday.
Okay.
And then the last section is Section 3, issuance. We're going to remove letter B in its entirety.
Letter B. This one.
So you're taking out the times?
Yeah.
So then it's 24 hours?
Correct. Because right now, as it goes, the meter ends at 5:06 anyway.
Is that it?
That's it, Council President.
Can I roll call on the amendment, Madam?
Councilman Jackson, may I make a quick suggestion also?
Yes.
That we'll just add here that to the extent that there are any county roads that fall into, they will be exempted. So we'll just add that in there.
Why? I don't know what my.
County roads, which would be Broadway and Main, right? But they still have parking meters, so.
And Market.
Those are city meters, they're not county meters.
I understand, Councilman Jackson, but I think there's a gray area as to whether or not we can legislate the parking on county roads. And so we were kicking around.
But we already are. We are legislating, or we are enforcing.
We're enforcing meters, but in terms of restricting parking altogether, that might be a gray area, so.
Restricting parking?
Restricting resident parking.
We're not restricting though, right?
Well, we are restricting vehicles only to residents, so.
No, we're not.
For some of the areas that are in your.
This ordinance does not restrict whatsoever. It still allows
Permit parking.
permit as well as non-permit parking. It doesn't remove the ability for commercial parking, outside residency parking. What it does is, it just allows residents to park without being ticketed. So it's not restricting any parking, and it's not removing meters and/or removing the meter authority.
Correct.
The meters are still there, they will function regularly. The only difference is the residents won't be ticketed if they park there.
I
So-
understand. I understand, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Mendez, then Councilman Velez, then I would like to have a roll call on the amendment.
Sure, just on the amendment, and my computer, I run out of battery in the computer, I'm charging that. But just before we the vote, Councilman Jackson, you removed the time on the amendment, so you removed, and the original body of the resolution was from 7 p.m. into the morning. So you removed, I just want to make sure before we take the call on the time that you're removing.
So we removed the time because the meters, their time expired at 6 anyway. So meaning if residents park there beyond 7, they're not required to have a permit anyway.
Understood, correct.
Because they're not being ticketed.
It's the
after that
daytime,
time.
it's the daytime where I have the problem. Okay, so with that being said, no, before the vote, Councilman Jackson, I'll make my comment in the roll call, so I understand now.
Councilman Velez, then
So-
we will have a roll call on the amendment.
So I just want to get an understanding of this one. He says Memorial Drive, Memorial Drive, including all cross street from Chianci Street and Memorial Drive. So, in other words, a lot of the streets from, and I'm going to mention the street, Chianci Street, Van Houten, Ellison Street, Market Street, that is a county road, from Prospect Street up to Mill Street, and Van Houten, this parking permit covers from Prospect Street, passing Main Street, Van Houten, Cianci, Ellison Street, Market Street in the 5th Ward. My question is that, if this ordinance covered that section over there, Market Street from Prospect up to the Great Falls, for an example, Ellison Street up to, and then Van Houten up to the Great Falls. All that area is commercial. I had a conversation with business owners in that area. They stated that if they remove the meters, okay?
No, Councilman
Oh,
Velez.
they're not gonna remove the meters?
There is no
Okay.
removing meters. Only thing is that resident will have a permit, and so they don't get ticketed. When the permit is shown on the vehicle.
Okay,
When
good.
police come by, they will not get ticketed. That's basically what it is.
So the other thing is, I look at the provision here. Did this say that the resident that park there have to have their car registered at the address in the area?
Correct.
Correct.
No.
Of course,
For be
definitely.
able to take the permit, the car have to be registered.
Correct.
Then downtown.
In the downtown
Right there.
area.
That section,
Correct.
yeah.
All right, good. All right.
Thank you.
Because as you aware that some people will park in,
I think this is a good start. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendments.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 11 as amended. Councilwoman Cotton.
Councilwoman Cotton.
To vote on the amendment.
This is a vote on the amendment that we just did, right?
Yes.
Okay. So vote on amendment, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
So this item, item 11, with its amendments for parking, creating residential permit parking in the first ward, with the amendments, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the comment that I was trying to make before was the parking authority. I know this isn't on first reading, but I would love to have see a meeting with the Director of Parking Authority, Council President, at least maybe 4 council colleagues. I don't have to be in the meeting, but since Parking Authority is the entity that regulates the parking, Tony Perez should be on the table with the conversation. There's been a lot of misunderstanding. We're not removing meters. We're just extending the time, and with the parking sticking, our residents that live in the downtown area, they will not getting any more ticket. That's the idea of this legislation. But Tony Perez have to be in the conversation. So before we get into second reading, my vote is yes for the amendment.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
So before I vote on the amendments, I don't think it should be 4 people meeting with parking authority director or leader, Tony Perez. I think, 1, this item should be sent over to him, and there should be a decision sent in writing to all council members on his thoughts as it relates to this item, so everyone is privy to the same information at the same exact time. That's probably something that should have been talked about even before we got to this point, but we're here now because when we look at all of the things that are happening in our community and the lack of parking opportunities for our residents, we have to be creative as legislators to create and legislate, because that's what our role is, one of them, to make sure we have things in place to make sure our residents have a place to park and not get ticketed like the young lady that's been coming, and then even more sadly, one of our seasoned seniors that came out tonight to talk about how after he pays the tickets, he only has about $10 to $20 left out of his Social Security check. I think that's really sad. So the amendments and for this item, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
So now that it's amended, and no meter is going to be removed, that will give a chance to parking enforcer and meter enforcer to enforce what they have to enforce out there. That's also a resource of revenue. If they don't have that parking permit sticker on the windshield or whatever, they could enforce it. But at the same time, we had to make sure that any new development or any individual that comes to extend their property for construction, that they facilitate also free parking to those new building, whatever, because what happening is that they are parking outside. It's creating less parking for commercial and et cetera, et cetera. So saying that, but just want to clarify too, that that's why we have committees, and things had to be also vetted to committee. I spoke to Director Tony Perez. He's willing to come to the council, not only committee, also to the council to address any concern regarding enforcement and how this is going to work. I'm saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote
Council
is-
President. Council President, I just quickly, we have 2 directors here. I
Yes.
do realize that people want to leave, but
Yes.
I would like to
Let's-
give them the respect that they sat here
That's
for
what I
almost
was
3 o'clock.
planning.
If we can do DPW and Health and Human Services.
Let's do DPW.
May I announce the vote?
Oh.
So the votes on the amended ordinance are 7 yeses, 2
But
absences.
we still have to vote on the item.
Okay.
Roll call on the item 11, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on
As
item number
as
11.
amended.
The amended and for approval, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I said to Councilman Jackson when I read the resolution, automatically I knew it wasn't right. It was just completely way off. So with that being said, I'm happy that we amended it and did the right thing and what needed to get done. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Paterson, please realize that there is no parking meters being taken out. This is specifically for the residents in the area, so that way, if for whatever reason they woke up late and a parking meter is going through, that with that decal, they will not be ticketed. My vote is yes on first reading.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a step on the right direction. There's no perfect legislation. We did an amendment, and I know that there might be some changing moving forward in the future. And as I mentioned before, it's very important that Director Perez, and you're totally right, Councilman Mims, he could come and speak with the entire council. We want to make sure that he's on the table. We really want to hear his opinion on that. But I do believe that this is going to help the downtown residents tremendously. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So when I think of the residents in the first ward, particularly in these areas, I remember a lot of them coming from areas like Mill Street, Ciance, the young lady that's been coming, but all these different areas where a lot of redevelopment is going on. And I think this will help because they've been trying to get a reprieve where they've been walking blocks and safety has been a concern. So I think this is something that will make sure that that takes place. I want to caution the council that I know May 9th will be our second reading, vote for this, and then 20 days after that will be enacted. So I want to caution the council to this point. If there's amendments after this vote, second reading, that will take it back to the beginning. So that's why it was important tonight to make the right amendments, because if we do anything else and to talk about amending, then that means it has to go back to the first reading. So I'm fine with this, and we just have to make sure that Director Perez is aware of all the changes that are about to happen. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
There was an instance that we did a resolution to expedite things and not wait for the 25 days or 20 days. If it's possible, Corporation Council, after this is passed in the second reading and there's no more amendment, that we could come back with a resolution saying that we could do it immediately. It will benefit the residents of the area. So, saying that, I have been saying that regarding this issue, it took one voice to take action. One voice to take action. So I probably got to start reconsidering that 100 people coming here for televised the meeting. Probably I could take consideration on that. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 11 is approved. Second reading and public hearing will be on the amended version on May 9th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's take item 15 to 20 to first reading ordinance, Department of Public Works. Item number 15, Madam Clerk. No public hearing required.
Item number 15 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing required. This ordinance designating Cortlandt Street between Barclay Street and Levine Street as a one-way street southeast bound.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 15, first reading.
Roll call on item number 15 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 15 is approved. Public hearing and second reading will be May 9th, 2023.
Item number 16, Madam Clerk.
Item number 16 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. Ordinance designated Camden Street between Barclay Street and Levine Street as a one-way street northwest bound. Motion.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 16, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 16. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Public hearing and second reading will be on May 9th, 2023.
Item number 17, Madam Clerk.
Item number 17 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance establishing 30-minute parking zone on Madison between 6th Avenue and 7th Avenue.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 18.
Roll call on item number 17.
Item 17, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 17, the public hearing and second reading will be on May 9th, 2023.
Item number 18.
Item number 18 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance establishing a 30-minute parking zone on River Street between 2nd Avenue and 3rd Avenue.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 18, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 18. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Public hearing and second reading will be on May 9th, 2023.
Next item, item number 19.
Item number 19 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of 14th Avenue and East 24th Street.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 19.
Roll call on item number 19, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Second reading and public hearing will be on May 9th, 2023. Item number 20 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's ordinance creating Chapter 210 of the Paterson Municipal Code entitled Fees. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item number 20.
Roll call on item number 20. Councilwoman Cotton.
This is that one, director with the dumpsters, right?
Yes.
Okay. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
I want to do an amendment on that one, but
I'm sorry.
I want to do an amendment, but yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There's an ordinance on first reading. There's two item over here, sewer connection fee. So there's a new increase across the board, but there's two sewer connection fee roadway from what we pay right now is $860, the applicant, and it went up to $1,500. And then sewer connection fee, the second one that we pay now $810 and it's going up to $1,500. On first, I cannot support that increase at this time. Maybe in the second reading, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
And so I stated it previously in workshops, and you'll hear me say this repeatedly throughout the course of these fees on tonight. I think there should be a scale of what the percentage should be of increases, not 50%, not 45%, not 30%. And I requested a variance or variable to look at, because it was stated that they're looking at Newark and Jersey City, which are larger than Paterson. But I did not see that comparison sent, and I made that request a couple of times. That's number one. And then number two, these fees are, some will be for people that may come from outside, but these fees are always on the backs of taxpayers. That cannot be the response to close the gap for the city. There has to be a plan and a better way to do it. Paterson, I'm standing with you, and I will not support anything that's going to increase the fees to cause you to move out of this great city. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez.
You know, when it talks about PCNG sewer connection fee, and Councilwoman stated right, people from the outside coming to do road work and et cetera from the outside, contractors and all those individuals coming out. So I don't see a problem on it. The only situation I was going to amend, but it's already late for amendment, it's already on roll call, is a dumper permit for 30 days. I think that should be changed for every day, because those individuals use a dumpster and take a parking space from the residents, and they sit there for days. So saying that, I'm happy with this in the first reading. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is the type of thing, because when you understand what the cost of running a business, and you have all of these fees that's compiling, this is one of so many fees. And then you're not increasing it by a small percentage of 10, 15 to 25%. You're increasing some of these fees by 150%. Fees are supposed to increase incrementally. Over time, you increase it a small amount. That's how everything happens. You got fees here that are increasing over 150%. Some fees increasing by 80%. And it's not taking into account that all of these fees, like, let's say, if someone's saying it's a developer. If I want to go develop a project, now I have to account for fees to get in front of the board. A year that it may take me to get in front of the board, I'm still paying excessive fees with that. My architectural fees, engineering fees, legal fees. You know, there's tons of other fees, and then we just want to come and, you know, what this does is it totally boxes out the constituent, where the only people that's going to be able to afford all of the fee schedules is going to be the developers. So you'll have nobody local doing any kind of development. If any local person wants to come and do, you know, a lot next to their house or something like that, they're not even going to be able to afford it, because the fee schedule is so outrageous. And if they do, there's nothing in it for them. I mean, there's no profit margin left for them, because you got to, at this rate, you have to be either selling it for a much higher price, or you got to be doing multiple projects. I can't support this. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director, when was the last time we looked into these fees of this amendment? I just need a clarification.
We're in the
Okay, once.
What? They won't all change at the same time, but some of them date back 20, maybe even 30 years.
So, and it does, stating that some of these fees been there 20 years or so. And last 20 years, the cost has increased. And it will cost any developers or anybody money to do business in City of Paterson. And my vote is yes for the first reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 4 yeses, 3 noes, 2 absences. Item number 20, the public hearing and second reading will be on May 9th, 2023.
Item number 21, Madam Clerk.
Item number 21 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 12-020 of the Paterson Code, entitled An Ordinance to Amend Ordinance 04-047, adopted June 9th, 2004, entitled Ordinance Prohibiting the Parking of Motor Vehicles on the Streets of the City of Paterson, New Jersey, during the hours designated for street cleaning, and providing for the removal of the said vehicles.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilwoman Patton. Discussion item number 21.
Director Rodriguez, this is the one where after they came through 3 times, that's when, once the street cleaner comes through that would be 3 weeks.
Yeah, and the third time they'll be eligible.
That'll be 3 weeks they done came through.
Yes.
No, that's the
Council
next
President.
one.
Huh?
That's the next item.
No, no,
That's this item.
this one.
Is this?
I know, I get many calls about street cleaning. I get many calls that, I know where I live. I know they just don't move their car. I see them moving their car because they go to work, they come back home. I don't know what shift they work, but they do not move their car. Or they'll move it when they feel like moving it. People are wanting their street cleans. They want their street cleans. And I know what you said before. So this ordinance is for after they tried 3 weeks.
Yes.
3 weeks, not the first time around, not the second time around, the third time.
around,
Right.
yes.
Council President.
Right.
Yes, Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President. Director, so on item 21, so this is not to increase the fee. We adding the towing on the route. And on section 4, say within 2 weeks of a subsequent violation of the ordinance, the owner should pay a reasonable cost to remove it at the third shot, the car or the vehicle will be towed. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So I express it to you. One of the reasons why I will go in favor is because, and I would like to know what's going to be done with this, is that there's so many in the third ward in my area, and I know the council member has the same problem. We have so many cars, even with no plate on, that they've been parking, sitting there for days and months, and nobody's taking action, and the street cleaner pass by and they go around. Now, the biggest problem that we have, Director, is that for a month, the street cleaner went out without inspector to give out ticket. Quite honestly, and I could testify this, the reason why people are not moving the cars is because for a month, the street cleaner went out without inspector. And we all know that. So people move their car, and in some cases, 8th Avenue needs 27. My constituent, I know she might be watching the meeting, she got up very late. The street cleaner last week, I called, the street cleaner didn't pass by 8th Avenue, it didn't pass by East 27, so we're not being consistent with that. So, and when they pass by without inspector, so people, they're losing respect. I don't believe it's that because I don't want to pay $50 every week. I move my car. If I know if the inspector's coming, I move my car. What I believe is that the service have to be consistent. And believe me, if we have those inspectors giving out tickets, nobody have money to just throw it away to give $50 every week. But the only reason why I'm going to support this, Director, but the enforcement is going to be the key. We have so many business that they using the street to do business. And a constituent, I'm going to put this up there because I know he watched the meeting. He lives on 2nd Avenue. This constituent sent me a video of the street cleaning that passed by a commercial establishment that used like 20 parking spots. And they went around all the cars and they didn't touch those cars. And we had that conversation. I want to see this addressed because in Paterson, we have so many people using the street to do business. And that's a problem. So, Council President,
thank you,
I'll move on. So,
Council President.
Councilman Velez is
Okay, I got the right to say something.
Of course you do.
Okay, thank you.
Just do it on your...
Council President, no, I got to say it now. Council President, one of the things that I had to make aware to the public is that now the inspector has a electronic machine that will have the time, the place where they issue that ticket. Also, this is a message for all those auto shop places that leave their cars by lines.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
In the street with temporary plates that even fake. Okay? The other thing is, I know Councilwoman could agree with me about Broadway and East 25th. There's a gentleman that had 5 antique cars, never moving, with flat tires. Never. And it was dirty all the way around the car, and never got ticket, and never got a tow. So this will address this, Director, and I believe, as a Councilman Mendez say, enforcement is the key. We could do a lot of stuff to enforce it, but if they don't go out there and enforce it, it's a waste of time. My vote is, we haven't voted yet.
No vote. Roll call on item 21, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 21, Councilwoman Cotton.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Clerk. I always tell my constituents, and once you see a car parked somewhere for at least 3 or 4 days, call the inspectors, they put a sticker on it, and in 48 hours, they tow it.
Yes.
I don't got a lot of cars towed that way. You're gonna sit there for 2 weeks, and then it don't get moved. They put the sticker on there. As soon as they put the sticker on there, then they move the car. I've seen it happen too many times already. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes on first reading?
No.
Councilman Jackson.
Director, prior to now,
Yeah.
there's a restriction on towing?
We don't tow, years ago, we upped the ticket and did away with towing. The ticket used to be $20 with a tow. When they upped the ticket to $50, 15 so years ago, they did away with the towing.
We did away with towing by ordinance?
Believe so.
No.
Believe I was still maybe
No.
inspector or supervisor back then.
No, it was arbitrary administration.
So, and now we're having an increase in the fine and a tow.
That's what they're doing.
See, and listen, and I understand, and no fault, because I think, based on the manpower and equipment that you guys are working with, you do an excellent job. But the fact of the matter is, you can't assess this thing efficiently if we're not fully equipping you to be able to do the job properly. So if you have an area that doesn't have an inspector consistently, how can we outline or categorize a certain area of people that don't want to move their cars? Not only that, but we have to take into consideration that there's a great deal of people in our community that may or may not be, may not be on top of certain things, but they surely can't afford to pay a $300 tow. A $300 tow is a difference maker in, I'm going to say, a good large percentage of a lot of the people who live in the community. 65% or more. A $300 tow could be the difference in somebody paying their rent. And especially when we have these conditions now where rents are going up upward of $2,100, and now, we're over congesting the community. So there's no responsibility on the part of the administration to make sure that these development projects that's taking place are doing what they're supposed to be doing. You have taxi cab companies that are not parking their vehicles where they're supposed to be parked. They're out here taking up, it's just so many different factors. And now what we're gonna do is penalize people even further by potentially making the tow company, richer. And I can't support that. I could definitely see us doing more enforcement and us doing, a better job with equipping you, because now even that benefit, it goes back to the city, versus us seeing this money go right into the hands of a tow company, which they're there for a reason, but now we're going to be running up and down the streets doing what they did years ago, and that wasn't done properly. I can't support that, and I apologize, Director, but Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mintz. Sorry, Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Don't worry, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, Madam Clerk. So, at Paterson, the only reason why, and I was against the towing from the beginning when we have the discussion at the committee meeting immediately. But in this case, Section 4 specifically say that within 2 weeks, if you get 3 tickets, if you don't move the car 3 times in a row, then you will subject to towing. The reason why I'm going to support this is because in terms of safety, if a car is abandoned and it got 3 tickets, something has to be wrong. Something is wrong with that person. Something is wrong with the person that owned that car. And that's going to help us to identify if there's an abandoned car in our community, if somebody stole the car and parked it somewhere. If we do the job correctly and we enforce it, with the street cleaning, we're gonna be able to identify that. So for me, I'm definitely support. I'm not in support of towing a car the first shot, but if we get 3 times around, the car's been sitting there for a month, something must be wrong with that car. So with that being said, I definitely support this legislation. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
So there's a difference in hearing and listening. The community has tirelessly stated that they are way beyond their pocket limits of paying anything else. They've come to the microphone. We see it on social media. When we visit them, they say the same thing. If we get any more increases, we're done. This is what they tell us. Now, do we need to look at ways of bringing in revenue? Absolutely. But why does it have to keep being the taxpayers? We know there's a serious parking issue in the city of Paterson, right? Can't really say too much because people apply for their handicap stickers and they do it. But there's some streets, if you ride down those blocks, it is handicapped from the beginning all the way to the end of the block. And so for us to, even for us to consider, and we know there are other concerns, but the fact, so we're voting tonight, right? And then May 9th is the second reading, and then if it's approved, 20 days after. But let me tell you, when those fees start hitting the public, it's gonna be a shift. I'm telling you, because I got a call today from a woman in regards to a concern with her street cleaning. And she got a ticket. And you know what I said to her? I said, I need you to watch the council meetings because there's 2 items on there. One item, they're gonna increase it by 50%. It's going from $50 to $100. She said, oh my God, I gotta move. I said, I need you to watch the vote. It only goes through if it's approved. I said, and the second thing is, say you're sick or you can't move your vehicle for 3 times, because we have to consider those things. Sometimes people are sick. Sometimes they're in the hospital. Sometimes they moved away. They're all these different scenarios. But it would be one thing if we're saying the penalty and it goes into the taxpayer base. This $300 is going to the tow company, not to us, to the tow company. So where do we really benefit? Where? Like, I just don't, we may benefit with the increase on the other side, but then we have to make sure that we are definitely going out. I'm gonna vote and stand once again with the residents. And I know she's probably not watching now because it's 3 o'clock in the morning, but she'll probably watch it in the morning. But I cannot support cars being towed. I don't care if it's the 5th time. We got to make sure that we do something to benefit our residents that don't have parking spaces. So when you say move your car, they don't have nowhere to park. Because if their block is filled with handicapped spots, where are they going to park? 5 blocks away, 4 blocks away, 6 blocks away, in the dark, walking by themselves. Paterson, I got to stand with you. My vote is no.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
So this had been a wake-up call. Councilwoman stated right. The lady say, whoa, I had to move my car now. So it's a wake-up call. So people was leaving car there because they didn't care about paying $50 and the street was dirty. So it's a wake-up call. I say, now I have to move it. Regarding, I would like to see a provision there that if anybody is sick or is in a hospital, whatever, they could call DPW. They could call DPW even without having a provision there. Listen, my car is there, I'm in the hospital, I cannot move it. It's understandable, right? So, I live in a street, those that know where I live, I had to pay parking to the church, well, give a donation to the church because there's no parking outside. Not only that, I have to move my car because I already had 2 tickets for street cleaning. So, you know, and I don't have no parking. And I don't call the director saying, listen, they gave me a ticket. I say, well, they need to enforce it. So, once again, we can't go both ways. Everybody complain. I have Mr. Price, I guess, he sent an email every day that he have a street cleaning. every day. I saw the street cleaning pass. I didn't saw this. I didn't saw this. The neighbor will move the car. I had to clean up his mess after he moved it. So, you know, it's creating a little bit, and this is not going after taxpayer. Listen, this is enforcement. We want a straight cleaning, street cleans, and I understand that probably some people will learn when they hit the pocket that we have ordinance in the books that we have to follow. Once again, go to New York, go to any other cities, and you will see the difference there, and you see the street clean. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We cannot have both ways. We want cleaner street. We complain about it. I hear about it every day. Constituents come here, and this is one of the measures that we have to take to have cleaner street. It's not first time that we're gonna see a car there and we're just gonna tow it away.
For weeks.
Third time. It's an ample time for this individual to know when the street cleaning is coming. I think definitely is a good time to update it. It hasn't been updated. It was taken off in 2012. It was amended in 2012. Original in 2014, we had this same, I believe, same ordinance on the book, but it was amended in 2012. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are, 5 yeses, 2 absences, 2 noes. Second reading and public hearing will be on May 9th, 2023.
Item number 22, Madam Clerk.
Item number 22 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. Ordinance amending Chapter 10-054 of the Paterson Code entitled An Ordinance Regulating Penalties for Illegal Parking in the City of Paterson as it pertains to street cleaning. Motion?
Move. Which one is that?
22.
Item number 22.
You going backwards?
Moved by Councilman Velez. Can I have a second?
Yeah.
This is the street cleaning. The fees from $50 is going to be $100. Last time it was updated in 2010.
So there was a motion and moved?
Motion by
Second.
Councilman Velez. I need a second.
Discussion.
Second by Councilwoman Davila. Discussion. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you. So I just want to make, let me just explain the difference between the legislation number 21 and number 22. Right. Number 21, people, they have to move their car. When the street cleaning, when the street cleaning is ready to pass by, you got the sign. It's your responsibility to move that car. We need the city to be clean. So that's plain and simple. Now we got if in 3 times you get 3 tickets in a row, something must be wrong with your car. Either you reported that the car is broken, but something must be done, and that's even a safety matter for me. I agree with that. Now, when item 22, I don't agree at all. Is because this legislation was updated in 2010. It went up to $50. Now, we try to increase the ticket from $50 to $100, 100%. And I'm gonna repeat this again. The reason why people are not moving their cars because for the very long time, we didn't have any inspector. We have those street cleaning going on with our inspector. In some cases, they never stop, they never pass by. People lost track of the street cleaning. But listen, $50, $50. The way this economy is, people don't have $50 to be throwing it away in ticket. I get upset when I get $50 when I get a ticket, and I make sure that I move my car. But going up from 50 to 100, I don't support this, and I really hope that we reconsider this, because we already at item 21, which is we want to make sure that people move their car. So we cover with item 21. But item 22, we're going to increase the street cleaning ticket from $50 to $100 in this economy, in the way that our Patersonians are going through financially. It's not a good idea. I don't support it. But the question that I have, Director, is what is the rationale from going 100% from 50 to 100 and not $50 to $60? I mean, I just want to, I don't support it. I believe $50 is enough, but why?
Councilman, this is the number that we came up in committee. You was there. We came up with $100 in committee.
Yeah, but.
Was DPW?
DPW committee.
No, no, just, I mean.
Council President, ask for four
One-
after
one-
you.
Yeah, just in closing, Council Cali and Patersonian, I definitely support item 21 because I know that the city need to be clean. But item 22, I truly believe that this is not the time for us to hit our Patersonian with this increase from $50 ticket to $100 for street cleaning. Absolutely not. Thank you.
Councilman
So,
Davila.
Council, to the council, just for a minute.
After
right?
Councilwoman Davila.
So again, we were just talking about, having clean streets. Now, this went through committee, okay, of
Yes,
which
it
I'm
did.
part of this committee, and I
Yes,
was not
you are.
part of this meeting. Okay, so I just want to put that on record. There's always a question, who's part of the committee, but sometimes there's meetings that are had and not everyone is there. So I was just speaking here with Councilwoman Cotton, why the 100? I mean, could there be a consideration and an amendment on the floor for it to be 75? Because at the end of the day, we all have a
We have
responsibility, though. We have a responsibility to move our cars, and we're not, and so that's a problem. And so the last thing that I'm just gonna put on record is we all know that, yes, everyone's going through it. Everyone. I don't think there's one person that isn't, okay, at different levels, but everyone's going through it. This city only has how many? 23,000 households that are paying taxes? Yes. Everybody else. So what's gonna happen? I'm not for increasing taxes. So something's gotta give. We gotta meet in the middle. And this is just a way of holding people accountable. You read your sign when you're supposed to move your car and move your car. So we haven't changed this in 13 years. So maybe a consideration, asking the council, if then not 100%, but then, lowering it, not for it to be $100.
Council President.
Council President.
Council
One second.
President.
Councilman Jackson, then Councilman Velez, then Councilwoman Mims.
You cannot make an attempt to close an $18 million budget off the backs of the public, especially when the public is already not receiving the services. It's different. If you want to be accountable, how about to the Art Factory with the 250 plus tickets that was abated there? How about this guy outside that was abated for $10,000 right outside at the furniture store? These are people that come into this community every single day and disrespect us, and we want to increase fees 100%. $100 for a parking ticket? That doesn't happen in Manhattan.
That's crazy.
$100 for a parking ticket doesn't happen in Manhattan. Now, relative to the one we just voted on, I have three neighbors, all older. One, he has a transmission issue with his car. His car, he has to get it fixed. Listen, when are you gonna get the car fixed? Hey, listen, man, times are tough. I'm saving up my money. So, all right, if he has to deal with a ticket, now he's gonna get the car towed. The money he's been saving to get it fixed, he's gonna have to either recover the car from there or he'll never see the car again. And listen, I'm not saying we should make these kind of provisions all the time, but if we put an inspector consistently, I mean, these days I'm standing outside waiting, moving my car, and the street cleaner just doesn't come. I call the director, hey, the guy, they didn't come to work today. But if we man it sufficiently and pay people fairly, that's the start of it. So we're gonna now charge the residents $100 a clip to give the administration pay raises and not pay DPW workers an increase, make them do more work, hold them accountable, being out there, and they're the ones that subjected to the scrutiny that the stuff that we're voting on now. They're going to be getting cussed out by residents. They're going to be getting into confrontations with residents and things of that nature because people are going to be upset, livid about paying these kinds of increases. $100 for a parking ticket.
So, Council
I'm gonna remove my second. That's it. I'm removing my second.
We have a discussion. Let's finish with the discussion, and if you want to remove after the discussion,
Hey, that's all, let it fail.
okay. So, no, hold on.
Because I-
Everybody have made their statement in the move, right? So let me
Councilman
move.
Velez, then Councilwoman
Thank you.
Mims. Maybe this needs to go back to the committee.
Councilwoman Davila, I know you said right away you want to remove it, but we're in the discussion, and then if you think, if I'm not convincing you, we could remove it as it is. I will remove mine, so, but let me make this statement. So, we asked in committee, when we was in committee, Councilman Mendez and I conducted the committee, he agreed on that in that moment. And now, he could change his thought after he analyzed things. But one of the things I requested is to compare these fees with other cities. So I went to other cities, city code, and it says, for example, I'm going to take the closest one. The mayor of Passaic.
Councilman Velez.
The mayor of Passaic.
Since we're gonna table this item.
No, we're not gonna table. Hold on, wait for a minute. Because she recommended something, and I'm reading here, that if she recommended that at least to lower it, I'm looking to lower the same other cities surrounding us has it. Other city has it for $74. So if we could put it for 70, it would be good then.
Council President.
I'm talking about Passaic. We commended on the floor to put it instead of 100, to put it 70. We'll put it in the level of Passaic that has a 74. So.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Mims?
So, a few things. One,
After that
just because other towns or municipalities' fees are at a place does not mean Paterson need to be where they are. That's number one. Number two, if it's been 13 years, then 13 years of not raising, the question really should be asked, in 13 years, have we provided the service to the community that they so rightfully deserve? That's number one. And if we have not, there should be no level of increase. Number two, we have had many incidents where the trucks have been down and other information that's been stated. So for me, I believe we should get more consistent in our services first, because I get calls every day about street cleaning, every single day, and I'm sure I'm not the only council person.
Every day.
Every day. So to take these fees from 50 to anywhere, I'm not even saying put them nowhere else, from 50 to, because what we have to understand, there is a very small percentage of this community that holds up the tax base for the entire city. A very small, and that's shrinking because people are leaving. So it was at about 24,000. That is shrinking. People are leaving here. So every time we do these things, because you're not gonna raise millions off of this item. You're not gonna raise millions, because when people get those tickets, they're gonna stack them up and they're gonna leave. They're not gonna pay those tickets. They're gonna be out of here. So we have to be in a position where we think about what really should we do? One, is this something we should do right now because timing is everything? Is it something we need to do now? Maybe it's something we need to think about in a year to come. But you know what's going to be interesting? Next year is election time. And by then, these people are going to get all these fees. And they're going to come back and remember who voted on all these fees, and that's going to be a problem. To the residents that I spoke to today, had nothing to do with the item on the agenda, but I spoke to them today and told them about what was going on. They were very upset, especially our seniors.
Right.
Were very upset. This is no different than the last item where if they don't move their vehicles, that they're gonna get towed. That's a problem, because sometimes people's vehicles get towed, they don't even know who the tow company is. So by the time they find it, it's $500, not just $3, because it stays there overnight. Okay. So that's why the last item definitely should have not got supported.
Right.
And that's why I voted no.
Council President.
And then on this item, Paterson, you already know, I am not supporting this item at all. No. Absolutely not. Just like the last item. No, this one is going to be the same thing.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The motion was removed, so this item fails. Last Councilwoman is 3:13
I know it's,
in the morning.
Council President, I already know what time it is. I gotta be at a meeting at 7:30 in the morning, so I already know. I just, I mean, Mr. Price is probably watching. I mean, the calls that come in, I'm telling you, people are deliberately not moving their cars. You know, if you have a situation, I guess I'm a good neighbor, I have a driveway. People can pull their cars in my driveway, but people are deliberately not moving their cars.
Right.
Director, you know that. Of course. I see them every day, they move back and forth. I just told, when I get out of my car and I go somewhere in a new town, I get out of my car and I look for a sign to make sure I'm able to park there without coming back out and getting a ticket. Because I don't care how many decals you got on your car, they still gonna write you a ticket, no matter what it says on there. So, but I wouldn't have been able to go up to the $100 because that's kind of a lot. But still in all, people, I mean, the calls come in. It comes in too much. Where the street cleaner? 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 Where the street cleaner?
Thank you, Councilwoman.
People not moving their cars because they don't want to move their cars.
Council President.
Item 54.
New York does $65.
Yeah.
Huh?
That New York charges for street cleaning 65.
Well, it's failed already, which is
65.
fine. You go back to the committee if you want.
I'm
Okay.
making a check from there. Be more.
Item number 54.
Item number 54 is a resolution authorizing award of contract to Challenger Fence, Inc. under Morris County Cooperative pricing for the purchase and installation of chain link fence for the Department of Public Works. It's a Public Works Resolution 23.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 54.
Roll call on item number 54 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Director, I just want to say, to get people to come here to put fence up, community, they're not coming. Companies are not coming here to do business. How long have we been waiting for a fence, Director? For fence in certain areas, in certain parts. So this company here is willing to come here and do fences.
They had Paterson. Their business.
No, but, no, the Director, I'm telling you what I've been through for the last couple of years, where we couldn't get a fence company, and they might have been in the city, but they wasn't bidding. They wasn't coming, they wasn't bidding for it. So they ain't getting that, so finally,
This is a Paterson company.
Finally, you
It's a
know,
Paterson company.
finally, I hope they get paid on time.
Thank you.
Are you voting?
Your vote?
Yeah, because we need fences. I need fence, I need
Yes.
fence.
She voted yes.
Thank you,
I need
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Well, prayerfully, the fences are sturdy, because when the fence was placed at Bear Track Park, that was not a hefty fence, and the portion that leads, that has like the, where you can go up, you could drive up into it, the gate is already broken, so, I hope that's a part of this contract or whatever additional. That fence needs to be, it needs to be secured. So I just want to put that on the record with the fencing company. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
After this, we have to make sure that wherever they put a fence, they don't take a cutter and break it, and then we have to go back and replace it. But yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 54 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Yes, sir.
Real quick about that item. This is a higher grade fence. This is a security fence. It's not gonna be a regular fence, like a yard fence, nothing like that. It'll have 2 gate access. If you could fully execute this resolution tonight, I could try to get a purchase order by tomorrow or Thursday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So how many?
What is that?
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims.
So for what park is this? I mean, where is this going? Is this just across the board?
It's for DPW, right?
This is for Keenan Summer.
Oh, for
the
that
lot.
location.
The lot,
Okay.
the lot in Keenan Summer.
Okay.
Councilman
Councilman Jackson.
Director, do we have an answer yet?
Thank you, Director.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Corporation Council.
Councilman
I'll
Jackson?
be glad when we can put it up.
We're going to do
Thank
your
you.
press conference.
I'll be glad.
Director.
About
Billy.
the fancy, right?
Councilman Jackson has the floor.
What item is
Director, do we have an
It's
answer on the residents adjacent to Buckley Park that's been calling about the baseballs hitting his house with the, I know we were supposed to put up,
The netting facility, we talked to Barbara, we just got to get that approved through the BA's office to approve it to get transferred to that project. Because the money's there for Buckley Park, we just got to get it allocated for that specific piece of net for there. There's
Council
no money left
President.
over.
is there anything else that's?
No, after that, we'll get the reso. I talked to Barbara.
No, meaning that anything else in Buckley that's waiting to be done? Bleachers or anything for?
We're looking to order bleachers, roll-away bleachers, so that we can put them on the field when it's football, take them off when it's baseball. We ordered a new mound for the baseball side of it. We got some repairs going on the lights, because they are the older, not LED lights, they're the older lights. But we got some repairs going on there.
Did we get the quotes for the netting yet?
Yeah, we got those. Yeah.
So that's ready to go, we just need the
Yeah.
funding approved.
I just got to get Barbara and Kathleen on the same
Right.
page so we can move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's continue with the items. Let's do item number 23, and then we'll move to the Health and Human Services Director. Item 23,
Item
public
number
hearing is
23,
required.
public hearing is required. It's a resolution ratifying and adopting the 2023 budget of the Bunker Hill Special Improvement District. It's a finance resolution 23-260.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second
No,
by...
no, no, Councilwoman Cotton.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton.
And Mendez.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and Mendez, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila. A public hearing is required, so public hearing is open. If
Seeing none, move to
If
close.
anyone would like to speak, please come forward.
See no move to close, I
Seeing none,
second.
move to close.
Second.
Is 3:20. See no one move to close by Councilman
3:20.
Mendez, second
No,
by
Councilwoman
Councilman Davila. Roll call to move the public hearing.
Roll call to close the public hearing. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Public hearing on item number 23 is closed.
Roll call on item number 23.
Roll call on item number 23 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Always supporting Bunker Hill Special Improvement District. When you go through Bunker Hill, everything is in order. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez. Sorry, Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
SID from Bunker Hill is a model to all the SID in the state. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 23 is hereby adopted.
Let's do item number 34.
Item number 34 is a resolution authorizing award of contract to trustees of the University of Pennsylvania for research services for the Guaranteed Income Program of the City of Paterson, RFP 2023-16 Administration Resolution 23271.
So
So
more
moved.
discussion.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. Discussion.
Quick question, Madam BA, through the chair. Are they planning to increase the stipend or the?
It's gonna be $400.
Instead of, Madam BA, instead of $400, I believe was, are they planning to increase the amount of the cars?
Council President, Councilman Velez, there's no increase in the amount. It still will be 400, but we're doubling the participants. There's going to be 200 participants instead of just 100 through the pilot program.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Roll call on item number 34.
I have a
Roll call on
question.
item number 34.
Councilwoman Mims.
So, Madam BA, Corporation Counsel, I would like to get an update in regards to the renters insurance program that we were supposed to put in place. We had a meeting in regards to it, but I have not heard anything in this. It was supposed to be done through this entity and the firm that does some of the work in our city to bring it forward. We had one meeting some months ago, and there has not been any follow-up. And to the viewing public, what this item is putting in place for our residents or renters, because we have a lot of burglaries and fires, putting in place money allocation from ARP dollars for people to get renters insurance as long as they attend a public safety training through our fire department. We had a meeting about it. They were going to work on the logistics, but that has not been brought forward, and I think, it's long overdue. Our residents truly deserve it, so I just would like to get an update on when that will happen.
Council President, she mentioned,
already.
I know, but she mentioned ARP, right?
No, this is nothing
No,
to
for
do
insurance.
with something else. It has nothing to
just
do with
wanna
this
make
item. Roll call on item number 34,
Roll
Madam
call on
Clerk.
item number 34 for adoption, Councilwoman Cotton.
Councilwoman Cotton,
Councilwoman Cotton.
some grant money. We did this, I believe,
Last
last
year.
year with the same company, University of UPenn. Roll call on item number 34.
Roll call on item number 34 for adoption, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Excuse? Abstain. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just for a point of clarity, the Resolution 34, the resolution authorizing award of contract to trustee of the University of Pennsylvania for research and service for the warranty income program. So we're gonna have 200 family that they're gonna be aware of with $400 for a full year. Let's make this clear. The city is not in charge of running this program at all. The University of Pennsylvania is going to be fully in charge through a lottery to select the 200 family that will be getting those $400. Let's just put up front there. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
So before I vote, Madam BA, for this item, I know there were 100 families selected the last time. It would be great to see 200 different families selected, or maybe a first opportunity to some of the families that did not receive it the last time. I'm not sure if that can be maybe recommended to University of Pennsylvania. But if 500 families applied, we gave it to 100, there were still 400 families that were not in receipt. So I'm not sure if they can follow that process or have conversations, but I just want to put that recommendation on the floor that the same 100 people are not getting the funds again. It should be a different set of families. With that stated, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
I'm happy to see that increase the number of participants through a process of drawing, right? I believe it is. And one family is going to receive $4,800 for 12 months. $200,000 will be receiving in the city of Paterson, $960,000 to the community. That's good, because this have saved lives, especially in the pandemic. It was so excited to see family happy receiving this card. So now that they're going to receive it now, this could alleviate and put food on their table. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam BA, I just want to make sure that all the avenue of advertising when application process open up be used, specifically our TV channel, YouTube channel, so the residents of Paterson would know to apply for this guarantee income every month, $400 for a 1 year. My vote is yes on item number 34.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
She's going to cast her votes.
Go ahead.
The votes are 6 yeses, 1 abstention, 2 absences. Item number 34 is hereby adopted.
We don't have that many non-consent. Yeah. Item number 50, 51, 52, and 53, Madam Clerk.
We should take finance before, Council President. What do you think? So.
Item number 50
thinking the same thing.
is a
Yeah.
resolution to amend resolution number 22, 539 authorize contract revisions to service providers for the HIV Emergency Relief Grant and Minority and Initiative Awards from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS Reso RWP 14 Amended Award, reallocation of funds 03.2/2023.
So moved.
Health and Human Service, Resolution 23-287.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Davila.
Discussion.
Discussion on item number 50.
Thank you, Council President. Director, so I just have a question, but the same question go for item 50 and 51 because it's a similar, and at the end, so the resolution at the last line, it's a reallocation of fund 03.2023, both resolution. Could you just elaborate a little bit?
Yes,
They both the same.
Thank you, Councilman, for the question. Number 50 is the closeout for year 2022. Number 51 is fiscal year 2023. If you look at the attachment, it has all the agencies, and we put an amount of money that we budgeted for them. So at the end of the contract, if they service less people or more people, we just reallocate the funds depending on how many people they service per agency. Some agencies don't use up the money, so we redistribute it to the agencies that actually did serve more people. So it's the same amount of money, it just gets redistributed to the agencies based on how many people they serve.
So both 50 and 51, they are reallocation of fund.
50 is a closeout for fiscal year 2022.
Correct.
And 51 is for year 2023.
Thank you, Council President. My computer is off, so I can't read anything, but
Council President.
I'm okay with that explanation.
Council President,
Councilman Velez.
do we have a St. Mary Hospital in Paterson?
It's in Passaic, they are a service provider.
But it says here Paterson, New Jersey.
Change it to Passaic.
I just want to bring it up.
That may have been a typo. when
Okay, good. That happens every time. So all these agencies that are out of the city of Paterson, are we referring the clientele from here to outside, from Bergen County and this and that, or they serving residents of Bergen County with our funds?
So just so that for the edification of all the council members, we serve as the regional council for Bergen and Passaic County.
Okay.
So the monies that come through my office go to agencies in Passaic and Bergen County because the federal government gives it to us so that we distribute and serve both counties.
Good to know.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you for the education.
Roll call on item number 50, Madam
Roll
Clerk.
call on item number 50 for adoption.
Councilman
Councilwoman
Jackson?
Cotton.
One second, Councilman
sorry.
Jackson has a question.
Director, is there, when it comes to these programs that's being funded in this way, is there a criteria or a certain number, requirement of people that can be serviced and the number of people who are turned away for service?
Nobody gets turned away. If you test positive for HIV or AIDS, you must be serviced.
Is that mirrored in all of the other programs for sexually transmitted diseases, syphilis, and things of that nature?
We receive funding from both federal and state agencies for these things. So everyone who tests positive, who comes through our clinic, or who goes to a private doctor and tests positive, we get notified, and we do then assign these agencies to do case management, nursing. They get assigned to go to St. Joe's or to one of these agencies.
So I'll visit with you?
Yes.
And speak, because I have a list of people that have been turned away frequently for service, and where various portions of the department is taking only 5 people per day, and it's in turning away the rest of the individuals that are looking for service, that are actual referrals from other agencies. So we have that conversation.
Absolutely.
offline.
Yep.
All right, very good. Thank you, Council President.
Roll call on item number 50.
Roll call on item number 50 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 50 is hereby adopted.
Item number 51.
Item number 51 is a resolution to amend Resolution number 23-074, authorize contract revisions to service providers for the HIV Emergency Relief Grant and Minority AIDS Initiative Awards from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS Reso RWP 14, amended award reallocation of funds 03.2023.
Move it.
Moved by
Health and Human
Council,
Services Resolution 23288.
So move.
moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item number 51.
Roll call on item number 51 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez? Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 51 is hereby adopted.
Item number 52.
Item number 52 is a resolution authorizing the applying and accepting of family court and state community partnership grants from the Passaic County Youth Services Commission for the Youth Services Transitional Specialist Program and the Evening Reporting Wellness Program, Health and Human Services Reso 23289.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number
52.
50.
Roll call on item number 52 for approval.
52 for approval.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Let me just ask real quick, Director, this is, the youth center down at
60 Temple, yes.
Okay, this is what this is.
Yes.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez? Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
This is for the youth, and for the youth. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 52 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, let's do item number 9, second reading ordinance.
Sure.
Director, Parkway Diner, we got breakfast.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims.
Before we vote to the viewing public, I just want to make it clear, I am leaving for the evening. Have a good night, Paterson. It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Item number 9, Madam
Item
Clerk.
number 9 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. Ordinance amending Paterson Code, Chapter 172, entitled Cannabis Licensing and Operating with regard to the number of Class 1 cultivators, in parentheses, growers, and with regard to fee refund. Economic Development Ordinance 23-229.
Second.
So
Moved by
moved.
Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez.
Public hearing?
Public hearing is required.
Public hearing is now open. Anyone is here to talk about item number 9, please.
See no move to close.
Second?
See no one, move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 9, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close public hearing on item number 9. Councilwoman Cotton?
We closing the public portion?
Public hearing, yes.
I'm sorry, yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing on item number 9 is hereby closed.
We do have
Roll call.
3 non...
Roll call.
Roll call
Oh, I'm
to,
sorry. Roll call on item number 9, Madam Clerk.
roll call on item number 9 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Let's move forward. Just remember, Director, who was on first, who was on second, who was on third. We don't want to have this confusion. Who put the fee first, who put this? We're doing this for benefit of the community. Make sure that Paterson is being participant number 1. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, we have 4 non-consent.
I'm sorry,
Can I
Council
just-
President. My apologies, Council President. Director's actually here for item 13 as well in first reading. I'm
13.
sorry.
May I just announce the
You
votes
should
for
have said
number
something,
9?
Director.
Yes, please.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 9 is hereby adopted.
If we could be here, he could be here as well,
I got a problem with it.
Director.
I got a problem with it.
Which one?
Okay, let's do item number 13.
Item number 13. Item number 13 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. Ordinance amending fee provisions in Paterson Code, Chapter 121, Animals, Chapter 227, Food and Beverage Vending Machines, Chapter 231, Food Establishments Retail, Chapter 235, Food Handler Certificate, Chapter 243, Food Vending Vehicles, Chapter 279, Sale of Ice, Chapter 349, Outdoor Cafes, Chapter 351, Lead-Based Paint, Chapter 417, Slaughterhouses, Chapter 427, Solid Waste, and Chapter 441, Tattooing. Motion?
Move, Council President, discussion.
Second.
Discussion, Council President.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Discussion.
Council President, just for being the safe part, I just want to make sure we,
Director's here.
to Council President, to Corporation Council.
Council members, before we proceed with I know Director is here discussing.
I know.
We have few items left.
Yeah, but
I
this-
hope everybody went through the item. If we're gonna discuss any item and we're gonna, let's table it for the next meeting. The items that we know is 340. My wife called me like 5 times already. The items that we're not gonna discuss.
You wanna know where her man is?
Let's move forward with them. The ones that we have a question you want to
So,
discuss. 'cause
okay, so it's
this
question-
item been in
so-
front
so
of
it's a
us
valid-
many
it's a
times
valid-
before.
it's a valid question
And
for
no
both of
question
you.
were asked. Everybody was okay with it to move it
Council
forward to the regular
President,
meeting.
Council President.
Now all the question comes
If
up.
the question is too legal.
Yes.
If I hold a business in the city of Paterson, it depends on this fees and this license, I'm available to vote? I'm allowed to vote if I hold a license in the city of Paterson?
Council President.
If I have a business that depends on this license, I'm available to vote.
Council President, do you want me to?
I'm already recusing myself, Corporation Council. I mean,
Because I could answer it.
Yes, Corporation Council, please.
I'm allowed to vote on whatever I want to.
Thank you.
No, because I
Council
didn't
President,
hear nobody recusing, so that's why I asked the question, though. And the second question is, Corporation Council, I requested the ordinance to remove the people that works in the food trucks, that they're using this work as a second chance to go to background check, not to remove it from the owners of the food trucks, either for the ice creams trucks, but, and it's not here. I haven't seen it here. I requested it before.
Council President.
Just let him finish.
Sure, I'm sorry.
I requested it before to be in this agenda because I request to remove the background check on the employees of the food trucks and to be able to have a fair process, and it's not here.
Council President.
1 second. Councilman Velez, the item is not on the agenda.
So how you want my vote?
I mean, just reach out to the director and the committee, and next meeting, bring it up. That's all I suggest. It's 3:40 in the morning. There's no point of discussing that item. Item is not here. It's not on the agenda.
So, okay.
We can discuss it tomorrow.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President.
Council
Council President, I want to make a recommendation.
Council President?
And I hope.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Corporation Council.
Did you want me to answer that question about voting on this, or is
Sure,
it
go
sufficient that?
No, Council President, if he recuses himself, he understands that.
Councilman
So
Velez,
it's not-
let's hear it for Corporation
Please
Council.
answer.
Thank you. Generally speaking, looking at the local government ethics law, it states that no local government officer shall be deemed in conflict with these provisions if, by reason of his participation in the enactment of any ordinance, resolution, or other matter required to be voted upon, or which is subject to executive approval or veto, no material or monetary gain accrues to him as a member of any business, profession, occupation, or group to any greater extent than any gain could reasonably be expected to accrue to any other member of such business, profession, occupation, or group. So based on that, and generally speaking, there does not appear to be a conflict in voting on something like this, if you're a business owner in the city and these fees could possibly affect your business.
So,
Should we take this time to address the word shall, or would you rather do that at another time? Very good.
Councilman Mendez?
No, Council President, yes, and the reason why I asked for the floor is because we have to remember that this item, we removed those items in a multiple meeting. We couldn't vote because of the time, and in our first meeting,
Right.
the administration removed those items. Now, the reason why I want to ask this item to be tabled and to have a discussion at the workshop is because just check the page 5 out of 18, 231-3, the fees, right? On line A, the annual licensing fee for retail food establishment that are 5,000 square footers, it go from 600 to 1,200. Those increases, like, for me, it's hard to swallow. Now, number two, it go from 350 to 600, and number three from 250 to 450. Now, if you go to page 6 of 18, the annual licensing fee for public eating place sitting 0 to 49, it will go from $250 to $700, for 500 to 900. So there's a lot of increases. So I don't want to vote against, but I would love to see this at the workshop to have a very extensive discussion and with more time, understanding that it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Number 6. Number 6.
I-
Number 6. $2,000.
Yes, exactly. So number 6, from $1,500 to $2,000, and we could keep going on and on. So the increases are way over 100% in some area. So
Understood. Recommendation is well taken. Also, Director, we'd like to see the comparison. We keep talking about other cities, so please attach the comparison to the other cities as well. Newark, Jersey City.
Council President.
Yes, Director.
This was well researched by our chief REHS. She used Jersey City as the model. I believe that information was presented to you in finance and also to my committee in DHHS 3 times. But I will tomorrow, we'll get you the comparison again. But this is, many of these, as Director Rodriguez mentioned earlier, it's been over a decade, and my team feels that these are actual reasonable increases.
Director, very well taken point by you, but the climate of the situation, climate of the city, it is very hard for anyone to support this item. So let's have more discussion at the workshop. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Let's do item.
So what are we gonna do? We're gonna
President, I
vote?
think the move and the second need to be removed, correct?
Yes. It's
Oh, you're gonna send it back to workshop?
Yeah, there was.
Table to committee
It's
workshop?
tabled, so
Can
it
you
was
read-
read in the record, so let's
Okay,
take
so
a
let me
roll call.
remove my motion.
For the record.
For the, who moved it?
It was moved by Councilman Velez and seconded by Councilwoman Davila.
Can you remove your
I
motion?
removed my second.
So removed?
Yeah. There's not a lot of places with 300 seats sitting here in Paterson.
Thank you.
Here.
Madam Clerk, let's take those non-consent agendas.
$6 only.
Item 37.
300 pesos.
Number 37. Item number 37 is a resolution awarding award of contract of NV5 Inc. for engineer architectural landscape architectural design and construction administration for West Side Park RFP number 2023-17.1, administration resolution 23274.
Can I have a motion? Item 37. And Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item number 37.
Roll call on item number 37 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 37 is hereby adopted.
Item number 38.
Item number 38 is resolution authorizing award of contract to Remington and Vernick Engineers for engineer architectural landscape architectural design and construction administration for Barber Park, RFP number 2023-17.1, administration resolution 23-275.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number
Councilwoman
38.
Cotton say something.
Roll call on item number 38.
Roll call on item number 38 for adoption, Councilwoman Cotton.
All right, finally, we're moving forward with this. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 38 is hereby adopted.
Item number 39, please.
Item number 39 is resolution authorizing award of contract to French and Parello Associates, PA, for engineer, architectural, landscape architectural, design and construction administration for Vera Ames Community Park RFP number 2023-17.1, administration resolution 23.276.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Davila, Velez, and Mendez. Roll call on item number 39, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 39 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Moving forward. We've been waiting for a long time. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 39 is hereby adopted.
Item number 53, Madam Clerk.
Item number 53 is resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on Block 4409, Lot 9, AKA 213-217 Main Street, owned by Janelle Management Corporation, Law Resolution 23:290.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item number 53.
Roll call on item number 53 for adoption, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 53 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, let's take the second reading items. Item 1.
Item number 1, public hearing is required. The second reading ordinance designating Newark Avenue between Pacific Street and Sussex Street as a one-way street southwest bound. Public Works Ordinance 23-021. Motion?
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Public hearing is open for item number 1.
Seeing none, move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilwoman Davila, and second by
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes. Ruby.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing on item number 1 is closed.
Roll call to adopt item number 1, Madam
Roll
Clerk.
call for
Again?
approval for item number 1. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 1 is hereby adopted.
Let's do item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Item number 2 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. Ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of Auburn Street and Godwin Avenue. Public Works Ordinance 23-022. Motion.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Velez. Public hearing is open on item number 2.
Seeing none, move to close.
Second.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing on item number 2 is closed.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
You gotta vote.
Adoption for
Oh, I'm sorry.
public hearing.
Roll call
Roll call
for,
for adoption of item number 2. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Officer, can you, are you guys going out now? Oh, no, go to wait for us. Because if not, we could escort you out. That's fine. Yeah, okay, good, okay. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 2 is hereby adopted.
Item number 3.
Item number 3, second reading ordinance, public hearing is required. Is ordinance designating Sussex Street between Newark Avenue and Day Street as a one-way street southeast bound. Public Works Ordinance 23-0.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez and Councilman Mendez. Public hearing is open on item number 3.
See no
Seeing none,
one,
move to close.
only 2 to move.
See none, move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close public hearing on item number 3. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing is hereby closed. Roll
Roll
call for
roll
adoption.
call on item number 3.
Roll call on item number 3 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 3 is hereby adopted.
Item number 4, please.
Item number 4 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. Ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations. Public Works Ordinance 23-024. It's at 156 Redwood Avenue, 173 Sherman Avenue, 88 Redwood Avenue, 415 East 31st Street, 197 Kearney Avenue, 700 East 26th Street, 238 19th Avenue, 100 Beach Street. Motion.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Public hearing is now open on repealing handicap parking spaces on item number 4.
See no, move to close.
Move to
See
close.
no one, move to close by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 4, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close public hearing on item number 4. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Number 7 was the same thing, but yes, my vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing on item number 4 is hereby closed.
Roll call to adopt item number 4.
Roll call on item number 4 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 4 is hereby adopted.
Item number 5, Madam Clerk.
Item number 5 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. Ordinance designating Overlook Avenue between Route 20 and East Park Drive as a one-way street eastbound. Public Works Ordinance 23-02.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Public hearing is open on item number 5.
See no move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 5, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close public hearing on item number 5. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing on item number 5 is hereby closed. Roll call.
Roll call on item number 5.
Roll call on item number 5 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Council President,
Councilwoman Davila.
can we please take item 6 and
And
item
eight.
8, since both of them are ordinances establishing handicap parking
Yes,
spaces?
can we take those two together?
can I announce the votes first?
Yes,
The
please.
votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 5 is hereby adopted.
Yes, item number 6 and 8 together, Madam Clerk?
6 and 8.
Yes,
Because they're both establishing.
establishing handicap.
Item number
Spaces.
6 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. Ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads: 201 Burlington Avenue, 90 Carroll Street, 117 Carroll Street, 250 Edmond Avenue, 182 Jasper Street, 127 Newark Avenue, 58 Manchester Avenue, 32 Mary Street, and 215 Paterson Avenue. Item number 8 is second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. Ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads: 134 Albion Avenue, 79 Caldwell Avenue, 13 Delaware Avenue, 385 East 21st Street, 576 East 24th Street, 1014 East 22nd Street, 114 Fair Street, 203 Florida Avenue, 95 Marion Street, 100 Marion Street, 385 Michigan Avenue, 280 Park Avenue, 330 Park Avenue, 172 Ryerson Avenue, 365 12th Avenue, and 645 East 14th Avenue.
So move.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Mendez. Public hearing is open on item number 6 and 8.
Seeing none, move to close.
Second.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 6 and 8, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on items number 6 and 8. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
This is a public vote?
Public hearing.
Oh, yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing on items number 6 and 8 are hereby closed.
Roll call on item 6 and 8, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on items number 6 and 8 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Items number 6 and 8 are hereby adopted.
Item number 7, Madam Clerk.
Item number 7 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. It's ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations: 682 11th Avenue, 95 Carroll Street, 489 East 24th Street, 100 Marion Street, 267 18th Street, 263 Crosby Avenue, 37 Elk Street, 161 Mill Street, 163 28th Ave, 550 East 19th Street, 191 Fulton Street, 121 North 3rd Street, 81 22nd Street, 60 East 22nd Street, 130 Godwin Avenue, 425 Park Avenue, 95 Corbin Street, 788 East 22nd Street, and 170 Kearney Street.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, seconded by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila. Public hearing is open on item number 7.
Move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 7, Madam Clerk.
Roll call close public hearing on item number 7. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Mendez, what about Mendez?
Sorry.
He's here. He's just
Don't worry
quiet.
about it, Clerk. I know it's 4 o'clock, you know, so.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Sorry. Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences.
Mira,
Public hearing on item number 7 is hereby closed.
Mendez, pide el teléfono. Te estoy-
We do have 2 first reading,
Public, roll call for approval of item number 7.
roll call on item number 7, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 7 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? Councilman Jackson?
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 7 is hereby adopted.
All right.
Councilmember, we do have 2 first reading ordinances left.
What?
Item number 10 and item number 12.
Are we still having?
Both of them are fees.
No, 12 is out, Council President. 12 was removed.
No.
No?
We have 10, 12, and 14.
12 is fire.
So 13 is removed.
14 was removed.
14 was removed, right.
14 was
13 was
removed,
tabled.
13 was tabled.
Okay, 14 was removed. All right.
13 was
12 is still on.
Item number 10.
Item number 10 is a first reading ordinance, no public hearing is required. It's an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 445, taxation, authorize the collection and use of escrow fees to evaluate and analyze pilot applications. It's an administration ordinance. Motion?
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilman
Mendez.
Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Davila.
We got the same voice, so.
Right. Roll call on item number 10
Roll call on item number 10.
for first reading.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Mendez?
Very quick, good morning, Paterson resident. But item number 10 is a escrow account that is going to be created to make sure that when developers apply for a pilot program, they're going to have to pay, and that money is going to be used to go over the document and prepare the package. So once they get it ready, then we review it. So that's the reason why this item is important. We want to make sure we don't want to pay for their job. We want to make sure that developer pay. If they want to apply for a pilot program, they have to pay to make sure that all the documents are in place. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
The only problem I had is, what about if the council do not approve it? So they lost all that money, because it's still gonna end in us. Still gonna end in us. So I think somebody raised a question if about reimbursement if they don't get approved, something like that, right? Was Councilman Mendez? That's what they said. But hey,
It's first reading.
you know, first reading, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 5 yeses, 1 no, 3 absences. Second reading on item number 10 second reading and public hearing will be at regular meeting on May 9th, 2023.
Item number 12.
What?
Last
Item number 12 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. Ordinance amending fee provisions in Paterson Code Chapter 215. Fire safety is a finance ordinance. Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item number 12 for first reading.
Roll call on item number 12. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Pass.
Councilman Mendez?
No.
Councilman Velez?
This is the fire safety thing that, okay, this is first reading, right?
Yes.
For now, first reading, yes.
Councilman Jackson?
No.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes for first reading, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 4 yeses, 2 noes, 3 absences. Second reading on item number 12 will be at the regular meeting on May 9th, 2023.
That's what, workshop?
Thank you.
Regular
Thank you,
meeting.
Madam Clerk. Is that it?
That's it for tonight,
Have
for
a
this morning.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the regular meeting.
Nobody's
Roll call
watching,
to adjourn the municipal council regular meeting of Tuesday, April 25th. Councilwoman Cotton?
I'd just like to say that, Madam Clerk, Administrative Secretary, I know you guys can't get back here at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's just, it would just be too hard. But I do want to make an announcement to the city that I received a call yesterday that Mr. G was bought. They reached out to me. Oh. Yes, in my ward. And the first thing that I said to him was, what are you going to do with it? He made me happy. He said he's going to remain it, Mr. G. So it's going to remain the restaurant. It's going to be renovated. It's going to still be a soul food restaurant. And I'm just happy. And the person who called me is also the owner of Star Laundry, which is on East 16th Street. He employs maybe about 450 employees over there. So he called me because he is my ward. I've spoken with him several times. He expanded his business a couple of times. He does laundry service, but when I said to him, what are you gonna do with it? Because my first thought that maybe he was gonna knock it down or something. He said no, he wanted to remain Mr. G in the community. So I just think that that's wonderful that he would do that to keep it there, to keep it like that, to keep it what it is. He is gonna renovate it. He said he had plans on making it look nice. So I just want to share that to the community because sometimes people will put false information out there. And remember, it was false information out there before, and it was not true. So I received a call from the owner of Star Laundry that he did purchase Mr. G's, and it's gonna be remain Mr. G's. So I just want the community to know that, and I'm happy that that's what he wants to do with it. Everyone, all my council colleagues, my Madam BA, my corporation, I got an early meeting, but thank you all if you're still watching. We had a lot of stuff on the agenda that we had to get through with it because we had items that we had pushed back for 3 weeks that we needed to. We had to make sure that we voted on it. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, and my girl, Sophia, Administrative Secretary, to Councilman Jackson. My vote is yes. Have a good night, everyone. God bless you all out there.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Good morning, Paterson. I know this was a long meeting today, but these conversations and these votes needed to be had. Before I vote, I just want to say to our Corporation Council, happy birthday. Sorry that you brought in your birthday, sitting there. But I hope that you do enjoy yourself later on today with your family and your children. And once again, I know it was a long meeting. these are conversations, and at the end of the day, we want to do what's right by our community. So with that said, Madam Clerk, thank you. Sophia, thank you as well. I know it's going to be a little tough a little later on when you come back. You know, you might as well, you know what, we're going to have to do something about getting maybe some nice, comfortable couches or something, and just, not just kidding. But with that said, to my colleagues, thank you very much. My vote is yes to close yesterday's regular meeting.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 4:15 in the morning, but we finished the whole agenda. So before my vote, Madam BA, and Madam Clerk, I believe that we had the cell phone number from the gentleman that came in last week. He lived at 255 Atlantic Street. He was a 90 years old man that came in, and he was complaining about the condition of the building. I still have his name on my mind.
Mr.
McNair.
Okay, all right. So if you could share the phone, I would like to follow up with him and see what is the condition, if the problem was fixed on 255 Atlantic Street, Paterson. It's 4:15. Tomorrow, I'm looking forward to have my town hall meeting at 11th Avenue, the old Don Bosco, 764 11th Avenue, Paterson. Let's continue pushing. Let's bring this community together. This is a great city, and working together, we could accomplish a lot of things. To my third ward residents, thank you for those calls in the morning. Tomorrow morning, I'm not going to answer the phone until 10 o'clock, so I'm going to take a little break. But in the afternoon, I will be with all of you. So also, we're getting a lot of commercial vehicle parking overnight in our streets. I'm patrolling the street myself. When I see those commercial trucks, I'm calling the police myself. If you have a business, you need to understand that you need to have a yard to park your commercial truck. That's important. Parking is limited in our community, and I'm going to continue making sure that in the third ward we enforce it. So with that being said, my vote is yes. Good night.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilman Velez?
Also, I concur with the message that Councilman Mendez did. We all do that in every ward, making sure that the residents have the priority to park in our street, not tractor trailers coming from out of town or whatever. I just want to give a heads up to Councilman Mendez and to the administration. The day that the gentleman, Mr. McNair, came in here regarding the pressure of the water and other issues at that building, I was taking the notes and texting the Housing Authority Director, Ms. Irma Gordon. Then next day in the morning, I once again spoke to her over the phone. The issue of the pressure, he lived in the 10th floor, the pressure problem that Valley Water Commission had, so they sent a crew right away. Hopefully that problem is resolved, and the other issues was be taken care as we spoke on that day. So hopefully everything's being taken care, but it's good to know, Madam BA, thank you for the side meeting there, but it's good to know if they could do a follow call to the gentleman to see if what Irma Gordon say they would do, they completed. Okay, so now to do a follow-up as a statutory chairman that I am from Housing Authority. Once again, I just want to thank Mr. Gonzalez, also Tanagra, for up there being patient with us. He told me to announce that Channel 32 is on the air too, so you could see Optimum Online 77 and Verizon through Channel 32 if you want to watch our good meetings in the City Council. So saying that, God bless you all. I have family at home, reminding everyone has family in these chambers. God bless you all. Thank you for the ladies that's still here and the message, powerful message that you brought forward today. It's up to us to take that recommendation. God bless you all. Good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's 4:17 in the morning. Thank you, everyone. Good night, everyone. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Meeting of, well, it's now Wednesday morning, but meeting of Tuesday, April 25th, 2023 is hereby adjourned. Good morning.